Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Hello and welcome to PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers here. I'm joined by Toby and Saga today, the body and stunt double of Calaris. How are you doing?
Yeah, man, I don't actually know what you're talking about. I am James Calaris. I'm the only beardy ginger in PUBG Esports since we gave Sims a WoW subscription and locked him in his bedroom. And we're here for day 2 of the upper bracket. It's going to be very spicy.
Fantastic. Toby, of course, welcome back here. How are you doing and what are your expectations for today?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Ready and waiting for the matches to bring us all the joy and entertainment that we got from yesterday. What are my expectations from today? Well, to kind of start where we finished off our talk yesterday, Esports makes top 8, Twisted Minds makes top 8. Outside of that, our current top 8, it's all 8 teams really have a fairly good chance of fighting to stay in. There's no big upsets in terms of who is already there. It's only Foot and Twisted Minds that I would think belong up there too.
Yeah, exactly. And Saga, obviously the games yesterday were pretty crazy. Christian and Mark managed to win 3 of the 6 games, but they're still not number 1.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say they won 2 games and they had a gift from the heavens in the final game as well. That was probably the most random way I've ever seen a game end. But fair play to Question Mark. They had a little bit of circle favor, particularly on a wrangle where they did pick up the back-to-backs. Ascend as well really heavily profited in those early phases, and they're going to get 3 wrangles, but I very much doubt we're going to see 2 military island zones today.
Yeah, I don't hope so. It's of course today, upper bracket last day. Tomorrow we're doing the first day of lower bracket where we're going to find the last 8, as you see here. Upper bracket top 8 straight into the finals, and then we go down to lower bracket tomorrow and on Sunday, and we're going to find the last 8 teams of the finals. That is going to PGS2 in Saudi Arabia and for Riyadh. The GPT teams are of course directly invited as FaZe Clan, Na'Vi and Twisted Minds, but in that case they're still here and they're obviously fighting for the PTC points here, Toby, and that's obviously something that's super important because right now it's looking pretty rough. As you see here, FaZe is 300 points after Ascent, and Na'Vi's not even inside the PTC scoreboard to be able to go there.
Nope, it's going to be hard for them. A good thing for FaZe is that if their performance yesterday is anything to go by in terms of how they're going to fare this tournament, they're looking very, very comfortable, very good. But yeah, I agree. I mean, they're setting 300 points down to Ascent right now, who also have been playing really, really well as of late. It's going to be a tough competition for them.
Yeah, for sure. Thoughts on this leaderboard so far here, Saga?
I think it's very interesting that we have a couple of teams who are in prime real estate to head towards PGC at the end of the year, with potentially not going to a PGS at all. Foot Esports and Exalt as well, both on 1,000 PGS points and looking like they might be able to stack some more if they can turn their fates around in the upper bracket.
Yeah, as you see here, this is the finals points that's going to be distributed here for the PGS2 qualifiers for EMEA. 650 points is quite a lot, as you were talking about here, as you just saw before. 1,050, 1,000 is what they're currently on. And we have been talking about a hypothetical PGC points cutoff, depending on what happened at PGS, at about 1,200 to 1,300 points, of course. This is the upper bracket. This is the teams you saw yesterday. Toby, of course, tomorrow is going to be the lower bracket. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's spicy, this upper bracket. We saw it yesterday. It's a very, very fierce competition. And I feel like we were seeing performances from teams that I didn't necessarily expect to go out and perform as well. Able to do so. Entropic, able to finally get their groove back in a more passive way than what we've seen before.
Right.
But sat in 4th place now. Very well deserved based on how they performed yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Here, Saga, the top 3 is looking really good. They are already at that kind of cutoff that we're expecting to be around the 60 to 75 or 60 to 70 point mark here. Then Entropic with 1 good game, they're also good. And then it's kind of very close for the rest of it.
Yeah, you expect the middle of the pack to get more populated, the sort of bell curve that is a 16-team lobby. But really, FaZe Clan up at the top, that is a massive success for them. They have been sort of grinding their way up, getting 0 PGC points on the board, failing to make the grand finals at PGS2. So this is a huge push for them. Unfortunately, the big target that they want to get rid of is also up there as well. We've seen FaZe Clan try and camp rotations of Ascend on Miramar multiple times, but they're right behind them in the standings. It's not looking like it might be a success.
Yeah, and of course here we have 6 games again today. We're starting off with Miramar and then into Takeover and then ending it on 3 Wrangles here. Toby, it's obviously something that's kind of comfortable for the players, but you were talking a little bit about that you like the swapping back and forward. I guess the players mostly prefer that it's just all the games out and straight so they can keep to the same strategies instead of going back and forth. But for viewing experience and maybe even for casting experience, it's kind of fun to go back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you have 3 games in a row on the same map, it can get a little long sometimes. But so when we tried out the jumping back and forth between maps, I liked it. Again, there are a lot of complications that come with it. Also, I mean, me and James during the cast yesterday kind of briefly went over the idea or the notion that since we're doing 6 games, it could be interesting to have actually 2 Takos in. Of course, Tako is still a very new implementation. It needs some sort of time to get some age on the server and allow for these players to get in there, so it ain't just all RNG.
Yeah, I'm still super excited to see where we're going to be ending up for Takeover. We still have a lot of variance there, but there is a lot of circles that can be super rough to be playing at. But the urban ending we had yesterday was absolutely fantastic. What are you made of that yesterday, Saga?
Oh, it was hectic. It was chaos. It's exactly what we love to see. There was so many teams that almost got baited into thinking, nah, there's no way this goes back into Hosan. But joke's on them. It absolutely did. And it just has that variety, that variance, that unpredictability about it. I mean, as much as you can generally predict a pretty solid area for like phase 2, phase 3, post that, it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, as we were talking about here, 6 games today, we're ending the upper bracket. The top 8 goes straight into the finals. That's going to be super exciting. And then, of course, we have this double elimination chance. Tomorrow is the lower bracket, Toby, and we're going to be joined by 8 new teams. And I feel like it's a little bit of a benefit having already played 8 of the teams we're going to be playing against. But it's 8 new teams. It's 8 kind of some upcoming teams, some experienced teams. So that's going to be exciting to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and of course, when you're upper bracket, you deserve to be through in the spot that you are, so you get more chances than the teams in lower bracket. But I don't think you can take anything away from the teams in lower bracket. Yes, there might be some that are more unknown, but the likes of Exalt, Savim, and Sogdenam are all teams that we have had the pleasure of casting and watching for years in PUBG. So even though you as a viewer might not know them too well, don't expect them to go down without a fight, because we have seen some pretty impressive performances out of pretty much all these rosters that are here in the past.
Yeah, Saga, here's some thoughts on the teams coming in tomorrow. Is there something that you're really excited to be looking at? I mean, personally, for me, Saab and Baron Peak, you know, it's something that we're expecting to do quite well.
We are big fans of Baron Peak and Global Army as well. They are very consistent when it comes to looking impressive, but not quite reaching the top level of a team like Howl, where just the standout MEA roster this year in its entirety. But we also have to remember that only 8 teams from the upper bracket are going through, and we've sort of identified 11, 12 teams that have the potential, are strong enough to go through. So those teams are going to be in the mix in the lower bracket as well, and those are teams that are going to cause a lot of problems for the less experienced teams joining us tomorrow.
Yeah, and considering how much EMEA Esports, they wiped the floor with the EMEA Qualifier teams and how they're doing currently in the bottom 3, they could be having some rough games tomorrow, Toby.
Oh, they definitely could. But, well, I mean, there's also the world where they qualify through today. So we'll see if they even have to play the low qualifiers. We did see, again, it was kind of a here and there and far between performances yesterday, but there were definitely moments of impressive plays coming out of them, instantly taking my mind back to the Tago match where they took out pretty much in an instant DA, and that's the way I like to see them fight. I just push up fast, pretty much attack their position before they realize what's going on and move on to the next fight. We've seen them do that roster, be able to perform like that before. I just want to see them continue to play the similar playstyle of aggressing, maybe catching teams a bit off guard.
Aga, what's the team that you've been kind of impressed you the most from yesterday here that you didn't expect to be in their current position?
I really think Entropic has had a massive turnaround. They've come back out of completely nowhere. A little roster change. There was some question marks, pardon the other team, about whether or not they would be able to perform at the top level. They're communicating in English with Mexi now in the roster, but things really seem to be working out extremely well for them.
Yeah, I was really happy to see what we've seen from Entropic. Also, what we saw in the rotation, Toby, was super good.
Yeah, it's good to see them finally get a groove or get to play a play style they feel comfortable in after. It's always weird having succeeded and been one of the very best in all of EMEA at doing one thing, and then all of a sudden you aren't anymore. Maybe you feel like you're still doing the same things, they're just not working. So there was a bit of a transition period for them where they had to reset some things.
All right, guys, the first game is about to start here for PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. It's the last day of the upper bracket here, guys. Take it away and have fun with it.
Thank you so much, Martin. And yes, Saga, here we are. 2 Miramars, then a Tego, and then 3 Erangles to round off this upper bracket. And based on our Miramar games yesterday, I feel like this one is bound to go south somewhere, because that's pretty much all we were given yesterday.
Yeah, it really worked out in favor of the teams that dropped down towards the southern side of the area. Ascend again. I mean, across both maps and looking at this plane path, it might just continue on the same trend. But Ascend has run into problems in the past where they're being camped on rotations. They're being caught out making these wide wraps. They didn't have to do that yesterday at all. And look at their current position. And Question Mark typically don't tend to drop too far away from them either, particularly over on Erangel as well. So they were really profiting from the southern zone. So for everyone else in the lobby who's looking to stack up points, we're hoping to see a little bit of variation today.
I feel like everyone who's ever been camped by other teams, regardless of whether it be on road or by bridges or what it may be, they've all like gone together, written a complaint, like a formal complaint to PUBG, and then the devs added emergency pickups. It's like, oh, you just want to fly past them? Yeah, sure, we'll add that. There you go. And here we are. Just like that, they can now just take to the sky and move past. I will say this though, Saga, I had the pleasure of casting the rotation tournament where the spawn rate for the emergency pickup was drastically higher than what it is here, and I do like the balancing because it did get a bit out of hand with half the server just flying in on phase 3.
Yeah, pleasure is a fun word to use for that situation. This is not going to be a pleasurable one for Clib if he doesn't manage to get the Canuck, as he will have his vehicle stolen right from underneath his feet, and FaZe Clan are dropping not too far away. The rest of BBL not in a prime position to help out. They're sort of somewhat dealing with Question Mark and Foot, making a bit of a long drop up towards Tierra Bronca on the far east. So Clib is here solo. But thankfully, he won't get pushed. He loses his vehicle, but nothing more.
Yeah, wide split they've got going, and good thing for them is that, well, I guess it's kind of both good and bad, depending on how you're up to see it, but the fact that the circle has just shifted as far away as it has, which we saw briefly there in the beginning, it's pretty much centered on Monte Nuevo, means that they've got plenty of space with probably no one trying to interfere with them. Issue, of course, is, well, the circle itself. They are one of the furthest back teams that have to somehow figure out a way to maneuver either through or above and beyond all the teams in front of them, depending on whether or not they can find themselves an emergency pickup. So curious to see how they're opting to play. They do like to play into these west side circles from the west side, like do the wide wraparound. But with FaZe, Smoke Wall, Solo to some extent in front of them too, and then Foot and Question Mark sat right around them, I think it's a little dangerous to try and go for a wide wrap when you're kind of bunched in between so many teams.
If you've got the map stream open, you'll notice 2 teams that are absolutely loving this circle. The first, Exalt. They desperately need the points. They're only a few away from the top 8 cutoff. Dead completely on the center of the zone. Plenty of high ground priority positions. And the other team that loves this zone is ironically Afteralt, who are all the way over in Impala, but they love their wide wraps. They love going all the way the scenic route all along the coast. And there's so much free space on the far western side of this zone that they'll inevitably find themselves in eventually. And in yesterday's games, Afteralt picked up almost 80% of their points on Miramar. So starting off here, get some momentum behind them would be a great way to start their push into the top 8.
Yeah, FaZe Clan as well. I mean, 3 third places in back-to-back matches. Really impressive performance for FaZe. Of course, again, I mean, it's bicycles. We don't see too many of them in play, but here they are, just being showcased for a moment. You know, it's one of the few vehicles you can drive around in buildings. So there you go.
They got to commit to the rotate with that, surely.
Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be a while.
Oh man, imagine trying to cycle up underneath Batulin's rock.
I feel like then they have to go through the loop first in order to be allowed to do that. I don't even know if the bike can gain enough speed to go through the loop.
One way to find out.
There is only one way to find out. Well, we see Twisted Minds on their western rotation. Usually they don't like to go too far off the we can call it the edge of the power grid plateau. They tend to sit around up here in these sort of circles, look around for a little while, actually allow for teams to kind of rotate in beneath them, and then wait for the next circle, because they would rather rotate in late, but with now eyes on every team coming in, than go early, not knowing what's happening around them. So expect to see them wrap back a bit to the east and kind of sit in that warehouse, and then maybe the hills above for a little while before making their next move.
Yeah, just looking for some information at the moment. They will spot out that Exalt have made a move out to the northern side of Monte Nuevo, playing the Firehouse buildings, and not the only team to make an early move. Yepa, very quick out of Picado. That is one of the big benefits. It's so fast to loot. You've got plenty of vehicles. You can make a move just 2 or 3 minutes into the game and push for some priority spots. So big, impactful position for Yepa, and similarly to a conversation you had about their spot on Tago of being terminal central, it's likely to be contested if they do end up going towards the lower bracket, so they need to have a big day today. You said it's possible for them to make the top 8. If we're looking at potentially mid-60s points, they've pretty much got to get all of those points today. So
Yeah.
starting things off early, nice quick rotation, central spot, could pay off.
Sure is. Ascent as well. I mean, they're going to, at least for now, have effectively the entire west side of this circle to their availability. In kind of very Ascent fashion of how they like to play. The only thing that's different here is they usually get to do that on the very edge of the circle, if not even a bit into blue. This time around, with their split, depending on how far they're willing to take it, they might just sit circle center, depending on how far up to the north they up going. Now here back towards BBL, we were talking about them just before, kind of pinned in between multiple teams in the loot phase. Not that it's something they're too unfamiliar with, just means that you have to be a little extra careful when leaving. I think Smash might have hurt Dante's vehicle, but here comes Owl.
Oh, the mad. You don't want to be making the rotation, and that just has Ruin backing him up in case anyone starts taking shots. Another swift rotation. Ruin does get tagged down very low, but not quite low enough. It's actually Yepa who's going to put the suppressing fire in towards Lyron, but he's not done quite yet. One more tag to the head would get the job done, but Howl, the convoy continues. It looks like they might find their way towards Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, to safety they go. As Howl just gives them a bit of a Tuscan Raider scare from the hills up high. And good for DA as well, that they don't get pulled up on here. Because they're set in a wide 2-1-1 split. So I think that's part of the reason why you have to, as we tend to sometimes call it, kind of puffer fish and go out and make yourself look even more scary than you necessarily are. You have to make your gun sounds like you're 4 people when you're only 2 by just shooting a bunch at these players rotating on through. Because I think for Howl, had they realized that they were only 2 up that hill, they probably wouldn't be too scared of just pulling up on it.
No. Certainly, you could probably trust any EMEA team to fancy their chances at a 4 versus 2. But Howl, I mean, they played it in very Howl-esque fashion. A tight convoy, very early move, diving straight towards the center. They get themselves a spot where they can lay low and survive until the very late stages of the game. Quite the opposite in the mind of Jeans. He's going as high as possible, right up on the rock. This is inaccessible if you don't have yourself an emergency parachute. And he doesn't even need to worry about smoke wall down below unless he overpeaks the angle. But Jimmy don't play like that.
Now, he is going to take full advantage of this position. I hope he has bullets enough. 140 spare, plus have his 8x. Only thing or issue could be, now he's sat there, great. What if he gets knocked and his teammates can't get to him? Because falling off like that ain't amazing either. But he pretty much gets to play UAV for his team while the rest of FaZe Clan wraps north around, trying to, as you can see here, secure all the what normally would be the kind of gatekeep positions. He can just sit up high and make sure that no one is there.
Got a scout a pretty long distance from where he currently is, though. As I say, the rest of FaZe coming through La Cabrera now, about 2 or 3 kilometers away. But thankfully, no one is setting up shop in El Pozo, apart from potentially Afteralt, who are a little bit ahead of Fex and the rest of the crew on the wide northwestern wrap rotate. But James should more or less spot out that the north is free and they will be able to just make their way into that spot uncontested. Yeah,
shouldn't be a big issue at all. And it goes to show me I feel like maybe, I mean, now we, again, I had the pleasure of seeing a ton of emergency pickups being used in prior tournaments. But for those of you guys who might see it for the first time here, we've already, through yesterday and today, seen multiple different types of use of it. We've seen it, of course, where all 4 players just go together, jump into a spot somewhere. FaZe did it yesterday as well in one of their good Miramar games. Then we've seen it where 2 players take it, the other 2 drive underneath to kind of just split up the rotation a little bit. We've seen it now where James alone takes it to go to the circle. And then we've seen it where people that are already inside the circle send 1 or 2 guys up to fetch some info, so then just to scout out for a bit from up high before then eventually collapsing into the buildings again. So So nice to see varied use and kind of to be expected as well from these players.
Definitely the big benefit of all the new tactical gear is just the variety of tactics that they can bring to the table. I mean, seeing a foldable shield put up for a bit of a car fort is always nice, but seeing it used by Squeaky in some sort of game or other at some point, he showed the clip, to peek through a window at the top of Mill to Power was just outrageous, ridiculous stuff. This circle, not entirely outrageous. You're going to be loving it if you're Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi more than happy to consolidate into the compound just to the south of Bombilovar, all the way up on the high ground. They do not want to be exposing too many angles towards him.
Yeah.
But, as you said, an emergency parachute could just put a full team of 4 directly on his head and put him in real danger.
Yeah, but also a little worrying if you're going into that here, because already now, I mean, with question mark pulling up on the shantytown here, you're reaching a point already where everything is pretty much taken. Lou is here alone. Always obviously has fed the info across to his teammates that enemies have arrived, but so has the rest of Twisted Minds. I feel like this is going to be a full-on 4v4 for this position, because I don't see a way for Twisted Minds to be the ones to back out of here.
It really has to be a win for Twisted Minds. Question mark coming into this with very little to lose, given their current position in the standings. And you really have to think, as soon as they smell the blood in the water, they see that they have a chance to knock out multiple-time previous champions and send them to the lower bracket. That would be an absolute statement to make in Game 1 today.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, let's see here. Nate's being locked back and forth, trying to get the curve right as they try and flip them over the roofs, as more and more of them are being utilized. I like how Sparrow is staying outside the compound itself to try and see if we can get an off angle, maybe find a better spot from where he can lob a nade on through, because the more nades being thrown on in, the better angles they're going to get, the more they're going to be aware of just exactly where they have their opponents. And even if, as you can see here, they've kind of forced question mark back, technically Lou should be able to kind of get back out of the compound. Issue is, I think Twisted Minds really wants this compound for themselves, so don't really want to back off fully. But at least now they aren't kind of in between the opponents anymore.
Being forced out into playing the dips just sets you up for question mark to come and nade spam you out in a zone or two's time, so it will just be a full defensive lineup for Twisted Minds. Don't want to get overly aggressive. Again, their position in the standings is pretty teetering on the edge of skipping out and going down to lower bracket, which would be pretty unacceptable for a team of their caliber, so they have to make sure that they're not taking any unnecessary risks, and it looks like the trades are going to be set up pretty nicely for them as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty much a small like arena shooter battle within a full game of PUBG, as neither of these two teams want to budge. Maybe even for just for a brief moment, they're going to share this. Maybe wait for the next 40 seconds to see, is it really worth for us to go all in on this fight, or do we just back off, depending, of course, on where the next circle takes us. They are sitting very close to what we call unplayable terrain that will be shifted away from in phase 4. So unless if the next circle goes right on top, they might leave. But with the knock here on Phil first, that might send them forward. But even then, even with the knock, I'm not seeing any full-on pushes yet.
Rainbow nades, though,
Oh?
landing pretty effectively for Twisted Minds. Saw an 80 damage one earlier, and now they've got a knock. They've finished off the flush, and Besto has been sat as well. So looks like it's going to be 2 separate 2v1s on the push for Twisted Minds.
I like the idea of wrapping out on each side. Very, very smart setup, very smart play. We rarely ever get to see teams like this kind of fight up close in the fashion that they're doing here. Spiro with the second shot on the Zornov finds one, but Adusi is there to respond. He does go down in the end, so Twisted Minds will prevail. They will come out victorious, but at the loss of Spiro as the circle shifts up.
Buys the position, he buys 4 points for his team at the cost of his life. He does it with his Zornov. We love to see that little gun in action, but it's not great news for Twisted Minds. The zone has shifted weirdly as hard towards the mountains as possible. Bombilova will just be able to stay there for pretty much the rest of the game, but Howl won't be able to stay here for too much longer.
Yeah.
Ascend just brute forcing their way up the hill and forcing the Howl to disperse.
Yeah, they they were looking to find a little place to call their own, but very quickly found out that, oh my lord, this is taking already, so they lose 1. On transition, we'll see what else is going to happen as Ruin is now forced back into Montenuevo and nowhere near his teammates, who, in all fairness, aren't exactly in the most favorable positions either.
Far from it, absolutely. And earlier on, there were some engagements towards the west, and it looks like that is where we're seeing the majority of our action. Rustenmar was picked off. You can see a single kill going against After All, and it looks like there may be more coming in their direction as Danimon gets knocked out of the vehicle. Kasu is playing point for Smoke Wall. The rest of them setting up a bit of a gun line to try and catch the rest of rotations, but under so much pressure. Third-partying fire from BBL at range.
I mean, if After All can lob just one nade up towards Shipless, that should be a pretty easy double with how close they're playing. And I think that's what Shipless is realizing now. We got to push, we got to back off, we got to at least do one of the two. And Shipless is now running up closer with had a smoke in hand, deploys it quickly to grant himself a little extra cover because they are fighting in these open ridge lines. They are very easily within vision of a position. In the meantime, Kiliakai finds the double onto Howl as they take the fight further forward. I thought Ascent was going to stick around, but no.
They just really dogged down Howl. They were not letting them escape whatsoever. It's going to be costly, but they get themselves into a dip where they can survive, or can they? Nailop has found his way up to the high ground for Entropic, and actually T-Bone is up alongside, just on the opposite side of the large mountain to the north, so there is a whole lot of fire coming down to Ascend. Even if they get the revive, they're going to be proning for the next 10 minutes at least.
Exactly. As long as those hills to the east don't play, or the mountain, really, as you can see there in the distance, as long as that's end, you can't really utilize any of these positions in the open for anything other than just sitting tight and, well, effectively waiting for it to be shifted out of. Howl got the better of that as they fall down out in 15th place. Not the start that they would want to the day, but then again, can't win them all.
Well, it's not ideal. So many teams breathing down their neck. They were losing out on the top 8 placement at this point on the tiebreaker, so anything that goes the way of After All, Exalt, Twisted Mind's Foot is all going to be just causing a little bit of sweat on the brow of Howl as the day continues to progress. Looks like the regroup for Solo has yet to come through. Bombilova still not forced down from the high ground mountain. So much information for that man.
It sure is, and a little concerning maybe that he's staying up there for so long, because as you're saying, yes, info, but also with every peak, you can see now, playing it very cautious, with every peak, there's a chance you get knocked, and if he goes down up there, there is no way that his team picks him back up with how center their new position is. I feel like, what is it worth for you to sit up here? And yes, you can see that there are people 2 kilometers away, but your team can't really utilize that info for anything anyway, and now, well, here comes the push on up.
Oh, it might have been worth 2 kills, but you can't beat Batulins on Batulin's rock. He will sit him down. He should grab the revive onto Perfectix. I mean, they've even gifted a bike over to the 2 whenever they feel like the time is right to make their move off the mountaintop as well. That was unfortunate that Solo weren't able to assist, and Bombilova almost with the 2-piece. There was some third-party shots coming in, but couldn't quite get it done.
I feel like it's just unnecessary, really. Once that circle shifts down towards the south, just instantly fly off the cliff. You have a bike up there for that exact reason. Even if you didn't, you could just parachute down. Like, get back to the compound. You have the perfect position and no reason to lose a player there.
Hindsight being 2020 and all, yeah, Solo could have potentially spotted that out and made a bit of a regrouping play earlier on. Maybe it was just a case of, look, we've held onto this position as long as we possibly can. Just that little bit of foresight that comes with experience of playing at this level. Solo, not a team who's all that often in the tier 1 lobbies, so fell into their downfall a little.
Maybe a little. Base pulling up one of the hay bale stacks as they try to grant themselves some extra cover. HC going over and saying, oh, can I join you? Oh, wait, you're not on my team anymore, so let's not do that. And he backs off, but might just be... I don't think it's fully within nade range from here, but at least he has a pretty good angle from behind that shack right there.
Who needs to be in nade range when Beamy's got an AWM? He's already sat down at least 2 players with it, and he's looking for more. Vex has been picked off from range. That's Yepa up on the ridges to the south. DA alongside them as well. That's a whole lot of shots coming towards them, but it's Foot. It's Foot that's losing players. Beamy's down. They're down to a single player. It's 8C on the shack is all that survives.
Yeah. Again, you cannot utilize this position a whole lot as long as there's people on the hills above, because whenever you try to take a fight to anyone at your kind of level, you're just gonna get shot at from above. There's no angle from where no one can see you, so very difficult to play around here. And also, as you can see now, within nade range, Correxy finds the flush on the T-Bone. One more goes down as Hatesy tries to dodge and weave, but too many oil barrels ready to explode. As BBL goes, oh, okay, I guess we'll take it then.
They contributed to the downfall, they reap the rewards, they will absolutely take it, and behind them, Ascend is getting picked off from the high ground. It's Batulin's up on the rock, of course, he's in his natural habitat, he's going to start contributing. So, BBL, as you say, you can't play this position unless there's nobody behind you at all. There isn't, but there may well be, and Tropic are starting to make their move from down from the high ground, and FaZe still has more nades. Corexi just gets Michael down, Gustav follows it up, and BBL might have just started to regret this push.
Yeah, because now you're forced to go out and play the open field. Now, the circle did shift off the hillside, but Twisted Minds is still up here. So once these smokes fade, you better be behind a vehicle, because if not, then your days are probably counted. Clip trying to lay down an extra smoke, and now you can see shots coming in from the other side as well. For that's DA set up high on the other side. This field is just a... what's the opposite of a blessing in disguise? A death sentence, I suppose.
Yeah, that feels about accurate for what we're looking at. And funnily enough, it's teams like Yepa who have what is very limited cover. Yepa and Solo towards the southern side of this zone. Not only do they get to free farm everyone in the field, but everyone who needs to push in from the south. And Na'Vi are just getting battered from Twisted Minds up on the high ground. They're trying to play behind the ridge, but there's nothing to it. And meanwhile, FaZe are now under a bit of a taste of their own medicine as the nade spam from BBL is starting to reach. Oh, smash.
Finds one. That's Fix gone down. And as if you couldn't make it any easier, these, I mean, due to where the players are forced to prone, the amount of vehicles in there, and you then have the hay bales too that kind of just stop the nades from rolling any further. It just makes it that much easier to send them on through. Lucarooks does find the double as BBL are eliminated in 11th. Convenient for them to now make some more space should they want to make their way closer towards their opponents. In the meantime, Solo able to sit tight in the compound. Haven't really been contested too much. Still with 0 kills this game.
Yeah, pretty much not at all. They should get that one though, as Perfectix gets caught as he makes his way down on that bike from the high ground. But the push from the low ground towards Yepa, Exalt finally making their move out of their compound. They know their back is clear and they should be safe to attempt this push, but Yepa is putting up a solid defense. They've got a single knock on towards Fairist. Metabay and Thunderlost are the point men in this defense, looking to maybe get a flank, but actually reconsidering and falling back to a more defensive spot. Might even just put themselves in a bit of a crossfire if the revive can come through.
Yeah, I don't mind them playing this one a bit slower. They are the ones on the inside of the circle, so allow or wait for Exalt to make their aggressive play. Even like best for them would be if they do make the wrap west around that way, you'll have other teams kind of helping out too. So for Metabay to go aggressive, you can see that shot coming through was actually from Gustav. So no reason for them to over-aggress. Just wait for Exalt to be forced to move. But with nades like that, ain't making things any easier.
Yeah, folded shield ain't saving you from that one. That was right at his feet. And Molodoct, this is the man who has activated and dragged Exalt up to the top of the standings multiple times in the past. And now it seems like the whole team needs to be contributing to make it work. And they've got one down. Need to get a couple more. Odin Mavisi next in the firing lines. Fate couldn't quite find him through the smoke. Thunderlost has to get this heal off or reposition quickly. He's running out of time to make a move.
Sure is. Let's see if they can get the better of them. Again, patience usually is rewarded. And right now, Exalt are the ones not over-aggressive. Just peek on over, see what you can find. And when Yepa keeps trying to make these small transitions back and forth, they're able to catch them off guard. Voldemort does have level 3 gear, has the MK14 as well, but can't really make a whole lot of use of it. And now, to make things even worse, I was waiting for when potentially Solo would make the flank on out and take a piece of the action up the hillside. Now, finally, at least to some extent, they have done just that.
Actually waited for Ibby to make an appearance between them before they started to make their move. They've kind of gone the opposite way, taking shots from afar. Thunderlost up close will land a headshot onto Fate, but it won't quite be enough to get the drop, so numbers advantage still in favor of Exalt. Not anymore. The blue zone takes care of that. Thunderlost didn't land a shot, didn't matter, and Exalt are forced to make a move into very treacherous terrain up to the north. Yeah. Gustav and Tropic, they all should still have angles on this. Never mind. Ignore Gustav. He's gone.
Yeah, down he goes. Let's go. Margot finds one more. Thunderlost. Oh, we don't like the sound of that. Hitting a teammate mid-transition, and now into DA vision. Yepa is forced as Voldemort goes down again. There's just too many angles at this point for them to really get anything going. Thunderlost falls as well. Sancho up on the roof again. Perfect angle. Solo here would have loved to be full up, but Bumble fell early.
Yeah, it really would have been convenient, but to be fair, I mean, having the warehouse and the high ground available on the roof is pretty much making up for the lack of a fourth man. They've cleaned up Batulins as well, so now the southeastern side of the zone is fully in their vision, fully in their grasp. Ferris doing what he can, but the suppressed ace just ain't the one, Chief. One single hit point. Does manage to keep himself standing for the time being. Should get a heal off, but Molodox is making the push. He's getting aggressive. Lyron's punishing it from behind. Can't get the final shot, but Metabay will get it done for him.
That is such a nice reaction from Metabay there as well. I think he heard the shots land on the ground in front of him. Was like, wait, they're clearly not shooting at me. Peeks on over and finds one just on the other side. Very smart reaction play from him to take down one with him.
9 kills for Digital Athletics. They made a bit of a wild send into the field as late as possible and actually avoided this whole situation between Exalt and Yepper in doing so. It's really worked out. That's their 10th as well as Voldemort's vehicle explodes. Stender lost to Metabay. They had no chance. They weren't getting anywhere close to that, but it really has come to a bit of a stalemate. DA caught in between all the teams to the south. They still have Entropic to the north that have to make a move into the zone that is drawing their attention for now, but cover is so sparse and far between. They should be able to clean them up.
It is kind of the perfect situation for DA, though, because they can kind of take their fights one at a time. Issue could be, as I was just gonna say, if they start losing players to Entropic. That might be when Solo wants to make the play on forward. But because Yepper and Exalt are kind of holding each other back, DA doesn't have to worry too much about the south side right now. I like the fact that Solo isn't shooting towards Entropic. Let them bruise DA as much as possible, because you know you will have to take that fight eventually yourself. And now, remember, it's just 2 players from Entropic alive here. DA has to respond to it. They have to do damage to Entropic. Force them either to play the other direction out east, or just take them out altogether.
You said let Entropic bruise DA. Oh well, they really are battered and bruised now. Almost lost 2. Should be able to grab that revive. Hewitt still holding down the off angle. He's actually putting pressure onto Exalt. That's stemming the push again, even more so, despite the fact that Metabay just got dropped as Solos start to finally get aggressive towards their western side. Might just be a product of the zone shifting and forcing them off the high ground on the roof of the warehouse. But Artix just makes a wild send. Thendalos having none of it.
Yeah, really want. That's now Solo finally making the push on forward. 2 solos for them to find on the other side of this ridge line, but not really wanting to overcommit too much to it. You can see DA still looking down towards the south, despite the fact that they know they have Entropic just on the other side. I think it's Priel, who is currently trying to play somewhat contain against him, and Ferris making use of what little cover he has brought himself.
He had to bring it with him. There's just nothing left. I mean, even the fresh set of utility from Solo isn't helping him out. And Ferris, though, will get the better of Thendalos. That's a 2-point kill. Oh, feel free to die. He's done his job as much as possible. Actually, no, not yet. Hold the phone. Entropic are going to die first. That's another point picked up for Exalt. That will give them the tiebreaker above Twisted Minds into the top 8. And now it's just going to be a brawl between DA, who own the fields, and Solo from the south.
Yeah, you say a brawl. I think it's going to be a little quiet until now, especially with the circle shifting further towards the center. Issue now becomes, with DA having the dot, how does Solo play into it? Did you bring vehicles? Do you have enough smokes? I don't think Solo has had to use too much utility in the run-on forward, so they might have some smokes available. Soset trying to creep on in here, get something going. But for Solo, I mean, again, they started this game in last place. They started right down at the bottom. And of course, yes, the circles do go their direction, but a huge game for them if that means they can get things going. Because we saw them in previous tournaments actually play pretty damn well. We just haven't seen it yesterday. So maybe this will be a shift in momentum for them.
I mean, do this every game and you're easily going to make that 65-point margin that we expect to be the cutoff point. It's not quite as easy to actually get it done as it is to say it, but DA, man, how they've got into this position and still picked up 13 kills and even more so kept 4 alive is extremely impressive. And they're playing reckless and bold. Code Marco just hopping on top of the hay bales, trying to get angles over the top of these tiny ridges. That's all that Solo have left to work with.
The lone survivors of the no man's land. And somehow, as you said, I mean, the most impressive feat I really think is the fact that they're 4 alive as well. They were able to spread out when they needed to, and had a pretty good understanding of what needed to be focused on, when it had to be focused on. And it's always difficult coming off that west hill into the field as one of the first teams to then try and sit and kind of fend off against everyone. But now, a bit of regrouping being done as Marco, I'm not sure if they'd already looted this crate or maybe just used it for cover to wrap further around. But even if you got a new vest, that is now damaged too.
Solid, why not both, though? A little bit of extra cover they'll happily take. They were forced to make a smoke wall to even get as far as the airdrop, and then had to commit even more to get closer to regrouping. But as much as the smoke wall is a big expenditure from DA, there's just very little to be expended from Solo. A single smoke for Sancho, it's not going to be enough to cover all of the angles that DA just have as they take full control over the center dot and just dare Solo to try and make a move, try and take a peek. It's not going to go well for you.
Not going to go well at all. Lyron just with the crate for cover. They use quite a few smokes to try and get into this position to begin with. And as you can see here, Nate's now in the hand of Solo. They should have a few to work with. Issue is they're only working with smokes right now too, and they too are going to dissipate. So gotta make the push forward while you can. 29 bullets, nothing's extra for Solo. They looted close. They didn't have a lot to loot, and they've been shooting pretty much since the first second of the game. So might just be a fight of ammo, because look at this, Marco only has 2 spare bullets as well.
That is so wild from Priel to even attempt that. The Hail Mary nades didn't find the target. He had to try and make something happen, just out of utility, out of options, out of time. Sprinting across the side of the field. So said will fall down in similar fashion. Code Marco, that's 1,000+ damage. And DA, oh, they're not going to let you deny. 16 kills for DA as they get it done with the grenade. Metrelius with the final kill. And DA, the lords of the field once again.
Holy moly, what a performance. Great play coming out from the DA bunch. Again, not an easy game to win. And not an easy game to win in the fashion that they were able to do so either. Again, had Solo, had Forb in that end game. Who knows, maybe things would have turned out differently, but it's always easy. It's always easy to state the facts after things have already unfolded.
26 points. That is the exact same amount of points that DA got in both Miramar games yesterday, and that was 80% of their points overall. They've got it done early this time. Insane stuff.
Impressive for sure. Also can't take away from Twisted Minds able to rack up 11 kills while the placement points weren't necessarily there. A lot of points coming their way at a needed time too for them to get things going here on day 2 of the upper bracket.
Yeah, huge performance from Twisted Minds to get them back within touching distance of the top 8. Did eventually just about get overtaken at the very, very end. But you put Batulins up on a rock like that, he's going to farm, and he absolutely did.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the desk. Of course, what a fantastic first game to start things off with. But also, I gotta say here, Saga, what an insane circle with that amount of, first of all, open terrain, open space. It's just a little bit of hay bales, some open territory, and then of course Solo coming out of the compound. But DA being able to do that was just crazy.
It was just illegal that teams were allowed to stay on the high ground as long as they did, and it really could have been Solo that benefited from it if Bombilova was able to get the 1v2 against the pushing Twisted Minds, but couldn't make it work, and that is a huge boon for Twisted Minds now. Whole bunch of points that they were desperately looking for, and now they're right back in contention.
Yeah, and with DA popping off like this in a kind of rough spot, staying 4 guys alive, as you're pointing out here, Toby. What an amazing start for them, and this might even just secure them for the final already.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be looking at somewhere around that the 60 points now, and I think that's absolutely huge. Again, a roster that has been playing better and better as they've had more time together. The players have played together for a long time in multiple different constellations, but now with Marco back in the roster as well, they're just looking as kind of the next step up of Turkish PUBG.
Yeah, for sure. And when that third circle popped here, Saga, and you saw all these guys in high ground, they're like, okay, this is going to be a rough one. There's so much, like, it was so that land ratio high ground rock that like you can see players going into the northern side like they were not sure where it was going to go.
Yeah, no one really seemed to have too much of a solid idea, but I think the teams that did make the early play into the field, it looks like they regretted it, but really what other option did they have? They were really out of space to work with, and it just, again, huge credit to DA. They've come a long way from the sort of 2021 version of DA where it was just 4-man sends and dying every sort of 25 seconds after the game starts. This time they're putting a lot more focus on keeping 4 alive, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, and I'm sure James would have hoped here, Toby, that it was the other rock that he got on the high ground for rather than the one outside the west of Poe. So if he got on top of that and actually denied a little bit, that would have been quite crazy to see for sure.
Oh yeah, sure would have. It's always a guessing game, and considering the fact that Circle 1 centered on Monte, we really did shift quite far up towards that northeast side. And as you were saying, when we have that phase 4 that pretty much will include unplayables no matter what, it's always a bit of a guessing game where it's going to go. But entertaining game regardless.
Yeah, no matter what. Here, it's going to be the last Miramar, the next one, Saga, and I gotta say, with the team sport, the performance we've seen from the team, it's definitely, we talked about it yesterday a little bit, Twisted Minds coming in for the day 2 performance, already popping off like that. You know, they're not in the top 8, and now they're looking really strong here to start things off with.
Yeah, training weights are off, playtime's over, Twisted Minds is back to dominate, and that is exactly what they want to be doing. It's a huge confidence boost. They know they're going to PGS. They know that they need to have the confidence on their side if they want to take home a global championship, which is the overall goal for a team of that caliber. So to come in and look out this strong, and hopefully for them, they can sweep the rest of the upper bracket and continue on into the grand finals the same way.
Yeah, and a good amount of control from FaZe Clan coming in. They took control of Pozo early here, Toby, and then they moved into the fields, really calculated linear movement into the fields. There are some teams that moved in a little bit early. Ascent was one of them. They took the ball, but they got kept out by the high ground teams too.
Yeah, I like their approach too. As you mentioned, James flew over early to kind of scout forward and make sure that some of the areas of the map where FaZe has in the past run into trouble, he was set up there ready and waiting, able to tell if anyone was coming through that area. So one of the kind of issues that we've had with FaZe, why you're losing players in the early game unnecessarily, this is one way to prevent that from happening, especially when there are teams in that area of the map that maybe you don't know exactly how they're going to rotate. Well, that's one way to find out, and it worked out for them until they got to the fields.
Yeah, of course. It was, it wasn't level playing fields for anyone, but DA in this case, Saga, being able to keep 4 guys alive but still getting that amount of kills is just unprecedented.
The grenades really worked in their favor.
Oh, yeah.
And we saw it a little bit as well with sort of FaZe, BBL, and Tropic. All just as soon as you're in grenade range, when all they have for cover is hay bales and vehicles, well, the vehicles will take care of themselves, and they also explode for a little bit of extra damage. So it gets pretty hectic, and just holding on to all the utility they had really paid off.
Yeah, and if Solo were able to stay a little bit, first of all, stay 4 guys longer, have that compound, they would have gotten way more kills for them. As you said, Toby actually pointed out during the game here, it's not been the best tournament for them, but if they have, a little bit of luck, a little bit more kills that way, they could push in, because it's still pretty close to get into the top 8.
Sure would be. And just to kind of set a nightmare scenario in the heads of the two of you, maybe some viewers too, imagine this circle, but with blue zone nades. You can just lob one in the center and no one can play anything. That'd be interesting. I
think once we see more urban endings, like we saw with Hosan yesterday here, Saga, we're gonna see way more, prioritization on the blue zone nades. Of course, it's super insane when you have 2, you can stack them together. But in houses and urban endings, where there's a full team inside the house, it's just 20 damage per second. There's nothing you can do if you're able to stack them on top of each other. But they're still heavy, 23 capacity compared to the 27 that the frag grenades have.
I mean, even if it's not getting you the kills, it's still area denial. It's forcing people out into the open. And at worst case scenario, someone else is going to kill them, and it's just a target that you no longer have to deal with. So they are extremely potent. And a team like DA, who comes in late into an engagement where teams are already wounded, and you're not going to be able to heal through them either.
No, for sure. 26 total points here. Great to see from DA. Combine that with the 34 they got yesterday. Talking a little bit about it in terms of how many points they're able to get. Miramar's been looking really good for them, and this of course is going to add on top of that. We're only playing 12 games, but still 60 points now here, Toby, looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal start to the day for DA. And also, I mean, again, their win yesterday was on Miramar 2 in a different fashion. They got to sit around for a while here. They had to fight for a bigger part of it, but now up there at 60 with 20 points down to BBL at 40. That is a really, if not guaranteed, like they would really have to make some 2021 mistakes from DA if they were to fall short of qualifying now.
There's the kind of 3 spots up for grab here, like in this case 40 and then all the way down to Howl on 34 here. It's super close, Saga. There's just 6 points, even 10 points just for Foot at this point being able to jump in, and that's just one good game.
And that's why it's so important for a team like DA to just separate themselves, because now they are still technically around the cutoff point that we're talking about, mid-60s, probably 70, somewhere around that range. But there's 3 teams below them that give them a buffer that need to be overtaken before they even have a chance of falling out. And that just exponentially increases their odds of making it through. But for the likes of BBL, Na'Vi, and Exalt, the pressure is really on. They're setting the bar now for where the top 8 will end up being, and they've really got to put in some big performances to make sure that gap stays closed.
And it's just any of these teams in the mid-pack, Toby, with a double-digit chicken dinner screamer, and they're straight into the 60-point mark, and they're fine. And again, it's only 5 games to do it, so you have to kind of win one. If you're in the mid-pack, you have to win one of those games, or have like an insane double-digit top 3 finish for you to kind of secure it, or be extremely consistent with 5, 6, 7 points every single game.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, if you can't, and this might be a little harsh, but if you can't win one game in a best of 12 when you're in upper bracket,
you deserve lower bracket
to make grand finals. No, you deserve lower bracket. Exactly. So yeah, go out and win a game, double digit, easy peasy. If you can't, well, have fun in lower bracket.
Yeah, we saw a little bit about yesterday and talked a bit about yesterday, and Foot had some rough situations where it's crashing or not being in the game, or I want to say it's excuses, but it's something that breaks your mental a little bit, Saga, as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 100%. Especially considering that Foot was the top performing team at PEC Spring on Miramar by a pretty significant distance to start off, and just have things really not go your way. It is pretty annoying. It's pretty painful, and again, they're running out of options, but 10 points is still a gap that is very closable with 5 games left to go, but we hope to see it done sooner rather than later for sure.
All right, so far we're 7 games done, just 5 more to go here, Toby. Some of the teams that have been disappointing in terms of the performance. We talked a little bit about Foot, maybe. What are the other teams that you expected to be a little bit higher so far?
I'll mention one team, and I'm not going to say that I expected them to be higher, but I hoped that they would be higher, and that's Woo. Woo is, for those of you guys who, I mean, obviously everyone knows EB. Most people should know Chrissy as well. Woo is a roster that have some impeccable talent on their team. It's just as if they don't know what to do with the skill that is on the team. They don't know it, kind of in similar fashion to Entropic on their downfall of not being the greatest at playing aggro anymore. They seemed like they were a little lost on what they were supposed to do with the players they had available. They opted to go for Mexi, change up the playstyle a bit, and now they're coming back and looking good. I feel like Woo, with the roster that they have, there is an amazing Woo team available within that roster, just not with the playstyle they're currently trying to execute. So maybe changes need to be made either on roster changes, or just like foundational changes to their playstyle needs to be changed, because I think the roster as a whole looks good on paper. We just haven't seen it be good in play yet.
Yeah, and also it's a big loss, obviously, losing Bestelux here, Saga.
Yeah, 100%. Bringing Keanu in, like, he's a very competent fragger in his own right, but losing Besto, and not just losing the individual, but losing the synergy that was built up before, is always a bit of an issue. Right. But what's also an issue is just the fact that they're being forced into fights against teams like Na'Vi, and yesterday, if you come up against Uber, you're losing at least 2, maybe 3, even your whole team. He was just absolutely on one, and they ran into Na'Vi at least 2 or 3 times in yesterday's matches, particularly on Erangel. So we can only hope that they can avoid that situation and maybe show a little bit of that individual brilliance and start turning some of the fights in their favor.
Well, same question for you, Saga. Here, 7 games done, not talking about Woo or Foot. What teams did you expect to do a little bit better than they are currently?
I gotta say, PEC Spring champions Howl. I mean, they're playing the Howl style. They're all getting in cars, they're driving in pretty much a straight line towards the center, but teams are starting to figure that out. I mean, we saw some pretty wild sends from them before, but now it's costing them players, it's costing them their life, and teams like Ascend are more than happy to follow them up and wipe them out before they get a chance. So maybe need to adjust the approach.
All right, guys, that is the last game of Miramar here for the upper bracket for PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. Take it away. Have fun with it.
Thank you so much, Martin. Always great to have you join there on the desk. As we now take to the sandy dunes. Saga, I was saying that all the circles were going to go south. This time around we went west, but now at least a more varied plane path, because that's something we didn't talk too much about today. I feel like the plane paths yesterday were very similar. At least this one now brings us a little bit of a change. Look at that. Ascent up towards the north.
Yeah, it gives us a huge opportunity for one of those teams that does want to be playing up towards the northern side of the map to play a home zone without having to make crazy wild rotates that ends up with a 4-team engagement in El Pozo in Phase 2 that was really the downfall of a couple of teams in that previous match. So if the zone does, for example, let's say Hacienda Fields, you know, we do like fields, we've just seen some, but around that sort of Death Valley entrance, somewhere around there, it at the very least opens a couple of opportunities to take prio spots and switch up the playstyle for some of the teams that have been forced to play very late, very hard on the edge, and in a lobby like this, that is extremely difficult.
Yeah, sure is. Sure is. Now let's see with the variety in playing path, does that cause any commotion? Doesn't look like it, but then again, with the teams that we have playing here in the upper bracket, most of them, if not almost all of them, know each other enough to also know what to expect in terms of drop locations, and we haven't really seen any commotion yesterday, so it's very surprising if there was anything happening there today.
A little bit of vehicular shenanigans in Los Leones, I believe, but not going to be the case this time around, as Entropic will manage to grab a vehicle on the east and should just be able to separate from Wu. It looked maybe almost like Ayinan was looking for something onto Foot Esports as well, but they have managed to separate. They've got some distance, they've got the vehicles, they've got to the warehouse, and everyone is happy and safe. Twisted Minds, once again, they'll be more than happy to see this zone centering just to the north of the power grid plateau. It gives them plenty of options to try and work with. Perfectix even stretching a little bit to the north early to make sure that that rotation to the north is going to be uncontested, and a team like Solo can't get there first and cause issues.
Yeah, it's always weird when, I mean, now looking not so much towards After All, but maybe more towards Wu and Entropic, how are they going to approach this circle? One thing is that they now know that they have each other nearby. Shouldn't really become a big issue. Again, as you can see, Entropic running down to the southern side should be all good. But how are they going to approach this circle? Because you have Yepa in and around Picardo. We haven't had the pleasure of seeing them. Thank you, observers, for jumping right there. Perfect timing. We haven't really had the joy of seeing them in Picardo for too long. So what are their timings out of the city? How are they planning on playing this one? It's always interesting with these Picardo teams in these particular circles. Do they go up on the mountains? Like, do they go up on the power grid plateau? Do they try and wrap west around? Do they go up towards the east? How do they approach it? Because a lot of teams depend on them doing certain things in order to make their plays effectively.
100%. Yep. It seems so far as one of the teams that does a pretty short looting phase in Picardo and then starts to make a move early. They want to use the centrality of the map rather than using the sort of powerful, dense loot that comes through it, and just make sure that everyone is fully stacked. So maybe if that will be the case here, once again, Wu, at the very least, will have a pretty easy route out towards the northwestern road out of Los Leones. But a couple of teams have already started to move ahead of Yep. Schofield is about a kilometer ahead of the rest of Howl already, starting to make his way up the high ground, and just further along towards Graveyard, Na'Vi are creeping as well. So Yep, we're going to be forced to take a slightly alternative route. They are starting to make a move at the very least, as are quite a few other teams. Smokewall are starting to make an entrance in towards the eastern tip of San Martin at the very same time, and if Sosed is a little careless in his positioning, might be under some threat.
Yeah, yet another game where Solo is, I mean, okay, phase 1 can't really take too much away from it, but Sat Dead Center would be a pretty big bummer to lose one early on here. We're seeing planes. I'm looking for them to the map to see if anyone is flying, but no, it's just loot. Because this time, I mean, now you have to be careful. You never know. You never know whether it's gonna be planes or crates, or people or crates coming in when you see planes in the sky.
You really do have to just crane your neck every now and then just to make sure, like, is that plane, is anyone attached to that? But it seems like that's not going to be the case. It's just a little bit of additional loot, and maybe in the hands of Twisted Minds if they're going to risk going out for it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't going to take that risk, knowing we're about 5 minutes into the game. Teams are starting to make movements. Hell, they might have even heard a couple of vehicles creep their way up to the plateau. Certainly hearing some shots now as Howl have made their way into the concretes, and Na'Vi are actually getting a little bit aggressive. It's Example and Mel getting up close and personal, Orgs in hand. Ruin cops a headshot. It's actually not going to be as aggressive as I thought. Na'Vi is
I like the bait though. I like the bait. I think the idea was send the two people in the car up somewhat close, force Howl to kind of peek out the window, go, wait, what's going on over here? Then maybe, or hopefully, if you're lucky enough, Alia pops a double headshot, they get a knock, and then they can approach based on that. Now, they tried it, they executed the plan, didn't really work out the way they wanted to, but at least, hey, they got info, there's a team there, let's back off and just play the area that we were kind of already in, which for now, at least, is actually decent enough.
They'll absolutely take that. And now they've heard Smoke Wall approaching from the north as well. They've got new targets. And that position that Smoke Wall have taken on the southern side of San Martin gives a lot of oversight over the city itself and a lot of potential information scouting. So Na'Vi will prioritize dealing with that threat, and not to mention the high ground that could cause a threat to stabbing them in the back should they commit to a fight with Howl. So that needs to be dealt with for Na'Vi, and thankfully they're alert to it and starting to make a move towards it themselves.
Yep. See now the question mark. One of the last teams to come in from the north, or the last team, I should say, to come in from the north. Still plenty of space for them to pick and choose from, especially with how thin of a split DA is once again setting up. I respect the fact that they did it last game and that they succeeded to, and actually came out victorious. This time around, I'm a little more worried. It's a very, very wide two-way split that, if any one of them gets pulled up on, there's no way for backup to arrive within, at least 45, 50 seconds, and that just ain't going to be time enough. So I hope as soon as we see the next circle pop, they'll do something to regroup. But then again, we saw it yesterday as well. DA, they are pretty ballsy with their splits here in Miramar.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to describe DA. They are definitely ballsy. The fact as well that the 2-2 split is both on the low ground below the plateau where the crash plane is, just to the northwest of San Martin. They can't even scout to see if there's anyone up there occupying the dips, so if they do eventually want to regroup when the zone closes, they don't know if that's safe, but they're just going to commit to it anyway. Worked out last time, so who's to say it won't quite work again?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out. In the meantime, Na'Vi, again, not really being given the amount of terrain they were hoping to get. Forced to pull Uber back. I kind of like this. Send Uber back over towards the east side, towards the graveyard, and then kind of play the backfill role and make sure that no one is pushing in from behind. Pretty smart setup on their side. In the meantime, for the rest of the teams making their way towards the circle, and Tropic alongside for the Esports on their route. And Tropic, this time around, opting to go far west around through Chuma. I do like that rotation a lot.
Yeah, they're taking a very safe, uncontested road. Is pretty similar on the opposite side to Afteralt, who ironically, as you described question mark earlier on, is the last team to come from the north. It's Afteralt is now going out towards the north 8 minutes in, and they're going to come even later in on the northern side. Classic Afteralt things. But for the likes of Entropic, they're going to find themselves relatively uncontested. Chris was maybe in a position where he could have scouted them out, put some at least suppressing fire shots in, but he's going to fall back at the time being and just let them make a move. Very unlikely that we're going to see Entropic catch a 9 zone from this position. They will eventually have to make a push up the high ground where it's actually Exalt that's holding the line. That might be a tough customer for them to try and make a breakthrough.
Yeah, and also, on the far west side of that, Ascent is once again setting up their Autobahn. I like the idea. It's something we've seen the German, Austrian roster do for a long time. But as I was just gonna say, it also comes with a warning sign of do not overstep your boundaries, because your nearest teammate is about 1 kilometer away. So play it smart, play it careful, and enjoy the amount of info you're given, but do not go overzealous, because you might just end up burning your fingers.
They had some rough timing for Chris, actually. He was on the high ground to the south of Monte, scouting this direction, and thought, you know what, it's about 45 seconds till the zone closes. Surely no one's going to arrive in front of me at this time. Guess again, Entropic were on that wide wrap. Thankfully, he won't lose his life for it, as you say, there was no support within about 2 kilometers. Vard, don't think he meant to do that, but was chasing down Uber, will force him to regroup back to the rest of Na'Vi, so that off angle has now been taken away, and in 10 seconds or so, we will see just how the zone shapes up.
And we're going southwest. Okay. Entropic going, I guess we'll take that. Thank you, Saga, for saying we weren't going to catch 9. I guess we'll take 8 of them instead. They're sitting very comfortably down there now, and look at all these teams now having to full speed send it down towards the southwest side. And worst thing here is going to be, as we're already now seeing from Twisted Minds, how do you go around Power Grid? There are just teams currently set in perfect positions to ambush you on your approach. So how the hell do we maneuver through this landscape? I think the only real answer right now is grab all the way around.
It's either that or just try and go through the middle and cross your fingers and hope for the best. Duck your head down below the dashboard if you can. It looks like that's kind of worked out for some of Solo, not all of them. They did lose one to that big meaty MK14 in the hands of Batulins up on the high ground. He did take the slight risk to go out and grab it, and it's already starting to pay dividends. Meanwhile, on the southwestern side, I mean, we said there was a potential struggle between the Wu and Entropic as they were coming out of Los Leones, but the struggles seem to come with them as they almost run into one another all the way over here by Monte Nuevo, but they do manage to disengage. Yepper's starting to creep up below Exalt as well, but Tulins isn't done yet. Priel, he just pulled up in an unsafe position, was not expecting the push out from Power Grid. Tulins managed to get a heal back, but Perfectix is on his way. No doubt nades in hand.
And this is the very Twisted Minds way of doing things, because they know they can take these fights early on because no one else is nearby. So said, as carried his friend into the car, wants to drive him away before they attempt a res, knowing that Twisted Minds is getting up ever so much closer. But I like this approach from Twisted Minds. You see it every time a team not necessarily pulls up on their compounds either, but gets close enough. You'll see Batulins instantly sprint out into the field and start throwing nades at them. They just don't like it. Like it kind of, I don't want to say counters their play style, but it just becomes a agitation whenever someone is sat right next to them, because it means they can't spread out. They can't flex out to scout. They always have to worry about the close threat. So always expect to see, whenever people play closer to Twisted Minds, that Twisted Minds will do everything they can to force them to go play elsewhere.
And I think if you look at, let's say, any global event in the past 3 or 4 years, you will see that this squad is aggressively territorial over Power Grid. They do not like intruders. To your point, they will do everything they can to flush them out. They have left Lu behind to hold on to Power Grid. There's plenty of teams towards the southeast that could make a bit of a push, but Howl, for the time being, more than happy to sit in the dips under the watchful eye of Na'Vi, actually, on the high ground as well. Might just make it awkward to be any more proactive than this. Kilyakai as the MK12, and after all, of course, these two teams, you know what? These two teams can drop on the opposite side of the map and they'll still run into each other as their first engagement. Kilyakai will get the knock, but thankfully there's no one else around, so he should be able to grab the revive, unless Question Mark can spot this out from distance.
Just peek over, knock a guy, and drive away. Go, ha ha! And then just leave. It's like, why? Kill the guy. You didn't have to do him like that. You just see him and give the info across. And now, as soon as they get the rest, as you were saying, here comes Question Mark full speed forward. They saw the knock in the kill feed. They know approximately where after I was playing this from. I don't necessarily think this is a bad play, because as you can see here, they're forcing them off. Gotta worry, though. Especially with the circle swinging back north now. I think for Question Mark, there are bigger fish in the sea or more important things to be concerned with. Now that they've forced them off, wrap straight back where you came from.
Elsewhere on the map, Ascend does exactly the same thing, but it's actually Mika is able to finish off Keanu. Question Mark just about appear in the zone. They say, oh man, we've been rotating for so long, let's just do it the easy way. We'll deploy the emergency parachute. That is one that I'm sure a team like Twisted Minds is going to have head on a swivel if they hear that plane come overhead. Prime target to drop down onto one of those warehouses, or even a brick building if you can get on the roof. DA, a more direct approach for them. QF will be spun out though, and that is bad news. Michael will not be missing a shot like that.
Nope, not at all. The rest of them are able to cross further forward. I think they're going to stop right around there, and indeed they will. In the meantime, Howl and Solo taking a bit of a fight here. Sancho did fall earlier, but at least for now, the fight has gone fully in favor of Solo, as Howl is down to, I believe, just the mat.
Again, it's those direct sends for Howl just straight through the middle with reckless abandon that just really has not paid off. It was Solo that did the vast majority of the damage. There's also a, smoke wall playing pretty late. But Esports playing just that little bit later. They should grab the revive onto Beamy as well and be able to move on as 4. That's a big pickup for Foot. Again, we said only about 6 or so points away from the top 8. So every little point counts.
does. Ascent now under heavy fire, as well as the remaining 3 players that survived the push up from DA has opted to grab further forward. That nade, a lot of damage come through. That's actually Exalt from down below, able to find Lyron.
Seems like Ascend, they'll play the edge for a good fair few zones, and then they'll just pick a moment to try and make a dive towards the center. This time, it wasn't quite the perfect position to make the dive towards, but DA might just pay for it as BBL are getting active, pushing out of their compound. Meanwhile, the pull up from Question Mark has gone directly in towards Power Grid, as perhaps was to be expected, but Perfectix couldn't get the better of all 3. Dante, Aduzi, and Phil First that dropped directly onto his head. The rest of Twisted Minds not in the position for the instant trade. That is, this is a breach in the Power Grid.
It's just absolute chaos unfolding on the west. And the worst thing is, I'm pretty sure this next circle is going to go northeast as well, just to make matters even worse. Because the what has already become a funnel for teams to try and kind of traverse up this hillside, that's just going to be even harder come the next shift. And somehow, Question Mark has been able to withstand the pressure, able to wrap all the way around and then into this position. It's a spot that I didn't expect to see them succeed to claim, but they have. And now for Esports comes in. Let's see where the next circle goes. Actually centering more up than I anticipated. Thought it was going to go more east, but here we are. Tender, as Foot is finally making their approach to the circle too.
Regardless of how many of those little ridges to the northeast are in the zone, FaZe will be pretty happy. They have the entirety of the zone, the road to play for themselves. That is a hefty ridgeline, gives them several hundred meters of maneuverability to just pop up and cause damage. So said, it's really the only threat within a couple of 100 meters that could cause a problem, but they have a good idea. Bombilova's already down. They should know that he has a teammate somewhere nearby. BBL have fallen back into the compound in a more defensive mode. Navi going full aggressive, full sending into the southern side of Power Grid, and Aduzi gets completely caught out in the crates. He was trying to make a smoke wall to get over here himself. Yeah, but he just got beaten to the punch.
And that's the issue with this area of the map. Once you let one team in, it's just so damn difficult to maintain full control. Then you just have to back off. I think that's what Twisted Minds has learned time and time again. Now, Question Mark here, great, we can't go full aggro on it. If you can maintain full control, great, you're going to be in a great position, but here, nope, not going to happen. So Question Mark opting to try and take the brick building on the southern side as well. Maybe a bit of an overreach, and now the sharks in the water are going to smell the blood as Foot Esports are creeping on it.
Did pick up a second knock onto Question Mark, but it looked for a second like they were going to go full send mode, but kind of remembered where they were currently positioned in the standings and thought, you know what, let's play it a little more cautiously, a little more passive, a little more self-preservation instincts rather than just going out for blood, because Question Mark, again, in a position where they don't really have that much to lose, they would be more than happy to just go down absolutely swinging and take as many a foot down with them as they possibly could. So they're going to have to try and play it a little more safe, but Corexi from the north is going to put a bit of a spanner in that plan.
Yeah, Beamy has gotten all the way up to this building, and that is worst timing. Hello? Maybe the best time for Beamy turn around, buddy. There's one right there. Doesn't see him at all. No. Did not expect Batulins to go outside. He was given enough time to work with, but with 8C getting knocked, I think they halted their push for just a moment. Issue is, Batulins, fortunate enough for Twisted, saw Beamy before he saw him, because that was going to be the easiest kill for either of them. Whoever turned around first.
Yeah, I think we know which one plays with the higher in-game volume, hearing the footsteps first. Batulin. Maybe it was just the unfortunate situation that Beamy was standing on metal. Batulin's on sand. It's just going to be more difficult to hear. But that is painful for Beamy. He was in a prime real estate to do some ratting, but just the unfortunate timing for the knock to come through from FaZe in the north just really backfired on that push from Foot.
If anything, at least Beamy going down meant that they could save the res 8C. So, Beamy, you died a hero. You're allowed for 8C to live to see another circle. Potentially, at least with this one shifting towards the east once more. It really just wants to go towards Power Grid. And now, even more so than before, it's going to be hard. Look at the southern side. So many teams down here. Why not up towards the north, you ask? Well, because it's very damn difficult to really play around here as long as there are teams at center circle, and especially with Twisted Minds in that break building to the north of Power Grid.
Yeah, everyone who's tried has already been wiped off the face of the earth. It seems like Solo, DA, Howl all tried to make a move into those ridges, got completely obliterated. And FaZe, just on the far northern side, uncontested. They're going to hear the vehicles of BBL looking to try and creep into similar positions as well, and that's just the next targets lined up easily for Jeems, Gustav, and Fex, already putting some shots towards them. Actually, some assistance from Exalt as well on the Shanties, but that's the opposite side of BBL's split to the south, as the push from Foot will eventually breach the walls of Power Grid. They need an opening knock with these grenades. But look at the positioning of Dante and Besto. They're up on the high ground. They're not going to be picked off by any random grenades or Molotovs. Yeah. They're playing these angles so well.
These buildings are so hard to push into, and with you only having 2 really entries of approach, if you can't wrap around, it's you're relying heavily on the utility doing the damage before you're allowing you to push on in. I think for Foot Esports, they might be better off trying to wrap further north around. Issue is, with the circle closing in already, that's becoming practically impossible.
Mines have already started to make a bit of a move into a more central position in the Power Grid, and Navi doing the same on the south as well. So it seems like whoever wins this battle for the warehouse is probably just about to walk into a blender immediately afterwards, or maybe even before. Lou gets the first on the spray. Vard can't get through the door, doesn't even need question mark to do the damage, but they'll do it anyway. Dante will get the better of the drop shot from Besto, and the push coming in from Twisted Minds is not going to work either. It's Alia from downtown that does the damage onto Phil first, leaves Spyro all alone.
Now, Spyro just going to be forced to make the run on off. I like the idea they tried to kind of third party off the northern side of this, but try and run off, see if you can sit tight in this one. Now, after all, trying to force Michael off this position, able to survive with just the sliver of health. As Exalt now coming in, kind of helping up. Cleanup duty activated for Exalt as they now set the push back down the hill.
Molodox looking for the flank around the side. A little bit of damage into the smoke towards Hibaka would get the job done, but actually Artix has spotted out another threat just lurking on the opposite side. So Molodox, you've got to get this done quickly, if at all. No, Hibaka will sit him down before he even gets the chance. Aina, just too much to deal with. Now Michael's grenade might just get some retribution for Molodox. Push the vehicle down lower, and it's actually going to do more damage on towards Exalt. After all, somehow, just lurking down in the dips, are surviving. Fayorist gets the drop onto Michael as well. After all, how on earth are you still alive? They're going to get a placement point. It's super close.
I mean, they might just, they're close enough to it, and as you're saying, the fact that Ian and Hibako able to stand strong for as long as they did here, Michael, unluckily, Phil down with a nade in hand. Not going to make things any easier for him. And now, clear and smash. They realize they have to take the fight here. Base is still on the other side. And they're timing off by just a second. They knew that the pressure was mounting from the north side. They had to take a fight somewhere. And with Michael folding, I think they felt that now was the time to make the play. Only thing that they weren't aware of was that was exactly what FaZe was going to do.
Symptom of absolutely zero pressure on FaZe for the longest amount of time. After all, it's going to try one last crazy wild send, and it will send them out of the lobby just before the placement points. Painfully close, but couldn't quite outlast, and now Smash is in a pretty similar position to where After All were just a few seconds ago, prone in a dip with multiple threats on either side, grenades raining in, just has to get one close enough to land and he is gone, but for now he's holding on and actually outlasts Spyro as the push will come. Question mark towards the northern side, all that remains Bestalok, and that's a lot of grenades already flying towards him now.
And he's not a whole lot more he can do. When so many people are looking in your direction, he will fall. So will Smash as we make our way into the top 5. FaZe still in full control of the northern side of this one. Yepa has, I mean, they were one of the first teams to get up here, and yet have 0 kills. They have not really, I won't say they haven't been able to, but they have opted not to really peek out of this ridge at all. They've even set up a third camp. Issue is nades destroy these deployable shields, and well, they just got fed up a FaZe fan who is really feeling it right now.
The nades destroy the shields, but they're going to destroy Yepa as well by the looks of things. A couple more. Where do FaZe keep getting these nades from? They've got so many. Fex still has more as well. they just have like an infinite utility. It's like mortars are in the game or something. How crazy would that be? But yeah, oh man, the smokes are really the only thing that's buying them some time for the time being. But actually, Example is going to come in like a guardian angel from the east, sit down Fex and draw the attention away for now. FaZe can't overcommit onto this. The revives will come through. They'll get all 4 back up for Yepa. That was an unexpected. Well, never mind.
Wait, how did Medibane not die from that nade? Also, I love the fact that there's just extra vests lying all over the place. They've really set up a fortification. The issue is the nades already getting the better of them. And Alia through the smoke finds 1. Second nade now should get at least 2 confirms. Then we'll see how long Odin is bound to stay alive for. They are inside the circle. They have top 5 guaranteed. 1 or 2 more placement points would be amazing. And Artist still has to make a play as well. So there might just be 1 or 2 extra points up for grabs for this Yepa team, who desperately need points at this time. 18 in total, 0 points or 0 kills this game. It's not looking good for the Russians.
It looks a lot more like Yepa are the points up for grabs at this point. There's currently 3 4-man teams just encroaching on this position. Entropic coming up from the south as well, who've, to be fair, managed to avoid most of the adversity that we expected them to have to try and battle their way through, coming up from the low ground to the south, but they've avoided it pretty effectively. They've only got 4 kills on the board, but from their position, that's totally fine. Artix drops as well, so Yepa will survive into the top 4, but I can't imagine it will be too much longer from now.
Yeah, I think FaZe is setting up the ultimate push, and well, here it comes. 1 goes forward. They do take casualties, though, as Fex falls will get confirmed as well. Always the driver to fall off first, and now Entropic wanting to see if they can continue over the knocker they had in the first player. Nail up, driving full speed forward, finds Corexi just before Lukarux falls, but they will take 1 down, and now for Na'Vi, this should just be them on cleanup duty. Casualties on both sides. Na'Vi should just full speed send them into this.
Oh, we've got a bit of a 1v1 between Jeems and Nailup if Na'Vi will allow it, but for what reason would they allow it? They want the points themselves. They're going to ruin everybody's fun. But Jeems, he's still going to have 1 little more knock in the back pocket, but it won't be enough to prevent the 4-man push from Na'Vi, who swarmed the power grid from the south, claimed the full spot for themselves, and as soon as the opportunity arose, they pushed out and dominated everyone in those ridges.
They sure did. They sent it in, and they managed to kind of grab a foothold or grab a part of power grid, which usually they wouldn't have been allowed to claim as easily. But because the fight between Question Mark and Twisted Minds lasted for as long as it did, there was just space up for grabs, and they came in swinging, taking down both those teams in the center to then wrap out here in the end with a pretty simple cleanup duty kind of task ahead of them to bring home the win.
Huge stuff from Na'Vi, and again, much needed. There's so many teams that it feels like we can say that they needed these points to get themselves back up into the top 8, and they were one of them. They're absolutely there now.
Yeah, they sure are. They didn't look good during the rotation. They didn't make grand finals, and here they are trying to prove, or actively proving, that what you saw during the previous tournament was nothing. I feel like this tournament as a whole is a big proving ground for a lot of these teams. FaZe didn't make grand finals during PGS 1. Na'Vi didn't make grand finals during the rotation. It's a lot of teams that want to go out and show the world they're better than their most recent performances.
All right, guys, thanks so much for that cast. That was fantastic. What a great way. We were just talking about it, right? We're saying, here in this case, we need a team with double digits in a win and a mid pack, and then they're pretty well secured, and then Na'Vi goes out and do it, Saga.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge one as well. That puts them up at 60 points as well. I mean, it just feels like 60 points is just a recurring theme, but we identify it as a relatively safe position, particularly with 4 games left to go. Yeah, everyone just has that target in sights, and those who are hitting it are looking incredibly strong while doing so.
And another case of Entropic and FaZe Clan sharing mutual destruction like yesterday here, Toby.
I think both of them got a little eager to get the points in the bowl, and in trying to claim the points, as Saga put it earlier, they became the points themselves in the end of it. So sometimes, I mean, again, when you're in a team that's already thriving, already doing well, you want to get even more, and they just got a bit too greedy.
Yeah, Saga, you are either getting points or you live long enough to become a point.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I mean, look, Yepa, they did what they could. They had, again, coming out from Picado, they had the option to make an early rotate. They found themselves a spot where they could at the very least stack up some placement points, which had been lacking from a lot of the teams towards the bottom end of the standings. So it's good to see that they survived that long, but it's not going to be enough to give them the opportunity to break into the top 8 unless they're being proactive and picking up points. But it's still a little bit of a confidence boost potentially when it comes to the lower bracket to say, you know what, we can actually survive at the very least and outlast some of these other teams.
Yeah, and another case of utility being used as infiltration methods with question marks going into Power Grid here, taking one of the Twisted Minds down here. That kind of destroyed a little bit of the hope for Twisted Minds. They were not able to stay 4 guys strong here, Toby.
Yeah, and it's pretty rare actually that they failed to maintain full control, but kudos to Question Mark, came in, kind of caught them while they were looking the other direction and claimed a spot for themselves, and then to be able to both take out foot on their approach and fend off against Twisted Minds, who we've always kind of called them one of the best third-party teams. They were ready for it, they anticipated, so they dismantled foot instantly pretty much, to then turn around and take out Twisted Minds too. Very good performance from Question Mark.
Yeah,
another case here, Saga, with FaZe Clan being able to get another double-digit game in terms of kills on the board here. That's looking very good for them. But Na'Vi, of course, standing strong in the top, 21 points, 16 for FaZe, 11 for Entropic, and Exalt again, just securing those mid-pack points there. That's super important for them, Saga.
It really is. I mean, 8 points per game in a 12-game series will absolutely be enough to get you into the top 8. Probably sort of 5, 6 is about where you're looking at for top 8. So Exalt have now broke that threshold. They are in the top 8, overtaking Twisted Minds in the previous game. But, I mean, the top of the standings, the rich just continue to get richer. And the more points that go up towards these teams up at the top just means that our cutoff point is going to get tighter and tighter as the rest of the teams struggle to compete for the scraps.
Yeah, and the total leaderboard here, Toby, with Exalt and BBL still being those two teams that are being looked at to be hunted down in terms of getting into that top 8.
Yeah, it's it's getting more and more dicey, and with how many points some of these teams on the cusp are starting to rack up, maybe 60 points won't be enough by the end of the day. I think it's going to be pretty. I mean, DH just bounced up there. Na'Vi did now as well. If either BBL, Exalt, Twisted Minds, or After All have a game of similar caliber now, I mean, we might be looking at plus 60, 65 maybe even for a chance to qualify.
Oh yeah, it could definitely be. Like in terms of this, we're looking at 4 more games. We're probably looking at our mid-pack to have, a double-digit game here, Saga. So it could definitely be, 65, maybe even close to 70 in terms of the cutoff.
Yeah, I think it's pretty telling how, if you look at every single team on the board, as far down as Foot Esports in 12th, we've seen from all of them that there is potential there to have those big pop-off games, those 11, 12, 13-point wins on the board that would just propel them up to around, again, that 60-point mark, which I don't know if we're going to be able to continue saying that is a relatively safe spot, because if another team gets there and then, the next couple of games, 60 points is already going to be the cutoff. So it will be very, very dangerous if a team like Howl is able to make just that one successful send, rotate, and win a game from a central position where they thrive in the defensive spots. They just haven't been able to find one yet. There's still a lot to be worried about for the teams towards the top 8 right now.
Yeah, it still means DA and Na'Vi is kind of in that they want like 5, 10 more points at this point here, Toby.
Yeah, it's starting to be pretty difficult if you're sat 6th through 10th. There's definitely a amount of spots available starting to show themselves.
Right. And of course, 4 more games to go here for PGS2. The EMEA Qualifiers ongoing, the last day of the upper bracket. And we're going to have a little bit of a wild card in terms of Takeo up next here. Are you excited for that, Saga?
Oh, I am very much excited for it. It's been such a wild ride. Again, a new map being added, just the way that teams are picking up their loot spots and rotations, and the fact that there's just so limited options when it comes to crossing the river. If we do see a little bit of the river in play in this game, oh yeah, it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, well, are you excited for Takeo as well here, Toby?
Oh, it's amazing. Always is. Love the variety.
Honestly, in this case here, I gotta say, I love that we end on 3 Wrangle. It's the most consistent in terms of the players' performance. They know what they can expect. But then again, it's also dangerous for those teams in the mid-pack, because you're gonna have those teams in the very top, Saga, or your FaZe, your Entropic, your Question Mark, your Ascend, be confident, be secure in how they play, and they're going to get those points there. So there's going to be less points for everyone else in the mid pack, kind of fending for the last scraps.
Yeah, but you also have to hope that we're not going to see 3 more military island zones.
Oh, yeah.
And we are going to see a little bit of Toby's special variety TM. As much as it would be great to see another Ascend player pick up 10 kills from the observatory tower, I think it would be at least fair if we gave somebody else a chance.
All right, guys, we're going to go to a short break. We have 4 more games to go here for the upper bracket. And when we get back, we're going to have a take-home match ready for you.
All of that, I mean, they jumped from roof to roof. That was the advantage of having that big vert nade. Will they be able to take him here? It goes a little far. Wait, yeah.
Wow. Takes a little longer for it to spread, and they're just exactly in it. Just exactly in it. Friel with it.
Was able to pick up a bit of that up too. So now Entropic actually, he's got not too bad a compound. Exalt getting absolutely slammed here against all of these nades coming on. BBL just trying to do some big damage against the Molotov goes down as well. That'll be a finish off on someone. No, actually, behind the something.
Michael doesn't have the Orbist, and yet he's just going full aggro mode. I like it. Finds one more knock now as well. Not sure what Exalt was expecting. I mean, everyone knew where they were once they started shooting at the mid-air, and they've just kind of thrown it down in a dip. Now they're getting help from up above as Lookerbox is able to take out Michael on approach, and now, I mean, FaZe, they're just enjoying all of this. Oh, a third player opportunity. We'll take that for free. Mike, I'm not sure if that's going to help Ola, but they have 3 FaZe players currently going without vehicles and weapons, and there you go. One finds one, but no, the run over! The run over instantly after! And he gets the gun picks. So Vex, does he get to go away from it? No, he doesn't! No. You can see only now is coming over the ridgeline to help out. He was far away from the team, but now able to regroup and get back together. Teams does manage to find one, gets the second one as well, as it turns on to Lou.
Batulins looking for an opportunity here. Nade might come on through here from Batulins, but likewise, James realizes where Spiro is. Sends a nade on the way over towards that car. Does it actually go far enough? No air burst before actually hitting the location he needs. It's going to be Batulins on the off angle here. A finish off on Lou. Do they find an opportunity here against them? I don't think they know exactly on Batulins' angle, but they do certainly know on Spiro's. Here it comes.
Wait.
Oh
I thought they hadn't added mortars to competitive yet.
Well, none of the pros want it, and well, yeah, they're. Oh my God!
He just keeps on going. I mean, not bad. As when you're in that dip, he's like, guys, give me a nade. I got the angle down. Give me a nade. I know how to find them. Everyone is running over, or maybe they just want to do it themselves. He's like, guys, so
my turn.
Ein Unterhandgranat, and then that's all. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just trying to make an impression.
Oh
the guy
my!
Gets Welcome to Mortars.
Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers here. I'm joined by, of course, Toby and the body double of Kylaris, the bunt and stunt body double, of course, of Kylaris here, Rick Sharples, aka Saga. How are you doing, Saga?
Damn, you really got me with the full name. If you hit me with the Richard, I would have been really upset.
Yeah, I know, that's why I didn't.
How could you possibly be upset after the games we've seen? Na'Vi with a huge, big dub on the board, and we'd love to see that given the way that things have been a little up and down for Na'Vi recently. Not the case here anymore.
Toby, how are you feeling so far? We've got 4 more games to go. We're going straight into a wildcard kind of map here with Taco.
Yeah, I'm liking it. Again, it's honestly, it's pretty impressive to me. Maybe I'm just a little post-traumatically stressed from last time we implemented a new map to competitive PUBG. But I have been very, very pleasantly surprised with how well Taco has played. I know people were worried about, you know, this and that and not enough cover and all that. I really think players have got around it well, because they always do. They always find cover where there is none and find ways to play it. And honestly, I'm thoroughly enjoying the Taco games we've seen so far.
After the update and the iteration the iteration here of Taco, I think it's decent. There's still a few open areas, and I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen once we are going to be playing that out here, Saga.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of, should we say, high-frequency end-game positions as well, that the more that a team gets to play it, then the more they get to know it, but there is always going to be outliers, strange zones, like, for example, just an urban ending in Hosan. That's one I haven't seen before, so it's really interesting to see how teams have to adapt on the fly. I mean, there was even teams like, I think it was Afterult, who came in on one side and then rotated all the way out to come back on the other side, and it was chaos, it was hectic, and it's a lot of fun, but as much as we get all the practice in before PGS2, the better.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I think what's the players are the most worried about is obviously the lack of bridges, or still there's some bridges, but the lack of bridges and the amount of water up to that northwestern island there, Toby.
Yeah, it is tricky to maneuver through, but then again, I mean, the 2 times that I've seen games end on the northwestern island, the crossing themselves haven't been the biggest issue. Now, having said that, it was during the previous tournament, the rotation, where the spawn rate of emergency pickups was that much higher. So I feel like teams, they had a easier way to maneuver. But even with that, I mean, we only saw one set of bridge camps, because these bridges don't really invite for bridge camps that easily, mainly because the cover around the bridges is so little. So it's hard to set up and kind of prevent teams from crossing over as well.
All right, we're about soon to get ready here with match number 3 of today, the last day of upper bracket here for the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers that qualify you to the main event for PGS2 at the Gamers 8 Festival in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, in the middle of August. This is going to be Taco, guys. It's time for Tango. Is that what you said yesterday? Have fun with it, guys.
I like the effort. I like the try. It is indeed. You know, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna give James the pleasure of me saying something he has told me to say when he ain't even here. So quickly, Saga, come up with some sort of fun saying about Tago. Go.
I got a British one for you. You know, when you've been Tago'd, any UK gang will get that one. Woo! Love me a nice obscure little reference. But this is one of those flight paths that, again, not too much towards the south. A little bit of variety. Love to see it. And it cuts pretty much directly through the northwestern island. And actually, the flight path is about 50% on that island. So yeah, teams that are dropping towards the river, towards the crossings, are going to be profiting.
Now, I have been blessed with none of the games that I've casted on Takeover so far having ended in the exact same spot. Yes, some have been within a kilometer or so, but that's just the RNG of circles, and you can't be too mad about that. What I have yet to see, though, is the southeast. Down towards Oryang, down towards Kangyong. That area of the map, I would love to see an endgame in, because not only do I not, from a competitive perspective, know that area of the map too well, but I don't think the players do either. So it would be kind of fun, like in and around where Entropic is right now, maybe a bit north of that, like east of where Gustav is. That could be pretty interesting. Having said that, let's hold the thought for a second, as Howl and Solo want to battle this one out in the very center of the map.
Well, if there was ever going to be a team who's going to scrap you for a spot in the center, you could probably assume it's going to be Howl. Typically, they'll do it a couple of minutes in after all getting in vehicles, but now Schofield's just proning his way across through a bush with an AK in hand, and it might work out. He might get an off angle as Bombilova behind the rock, might not expect it. Ruin just tapping down from distance, just keeping them suppressed, forcing them into an unfavorable position.
Is that 3 players with UMPs? I believe it might be. I think I saw 3 of them, and that's just what are the odds. But we'll see if Sancho and Bumble come up victorious here. I do like Schofield's off angle as well, because you'd have to imagine that the one route to kind of transition up towards where Howl are currently sat would have to be past Schofield. But we'll see if he gets caught out or spotted in the open here, if it gets to chill out behind that bush for a little while longer. Priel essentially doing the exact same thing, but on the opposite side of the compound.
Well, you've got to be a little careful, though, for Schofield, because, I mean, the Wu have heard these shots. They're making a move. They're getting up on the hilltop behind. If Ibby has a scope, he will spot the man just lurking in that bush if he looks towards it. And Schofield has no helmet. He's one-tappable.
Yeah.
Sancho, not quite so much with the 3 gear. I'd hate to see that one hard drop.
And I mean, I guess when you're Howl, obviously seeing as you're getting hot dropped, or that you're actively hot dropping somebody else, you are mainly concerned with the parachutes of the opposition up close, but you also must have seen Wu land close on the west side, Face land close on the east. So they should assume, I mean, being as smart as they are, that there are the threat of third-party teams coming in if you can't finish the fight fast enough. So actually a bit surprised that Schofield is not opted to get back to the compound yet. But as you're saying, maybe he's just in one with the bush and waiting this one out.
Full commitment. He says, I'm holding this angle. I'm doing nothing else, whether we win or lose the game. For Wu, this full commitment on the push is an interesting one. It could either be a sign of, okay, boys, we've got to knuckle down. We've got to get some kills and points on the board. Or it could just be, you know what? Let's just go out there, practice our gun mechanics, practice our team fighting, and prepare ourselves for the lower bracket. Could work either way, but sometimes when you just lose sight of some of the sensibilities and just play a little more aggressive and recklessly, it can strangely work in your favor.
James is here all alone for FaZe. Now he's starting to shoot, and I think Wu is showing wait. Oh, there you go. I love the fact that our servers called that. Chris was like, wait, there's guys, there's what? Like, he scoped on him, scoped out, then scoped back on again. Like, guys, there's a guy in the bush. Do I just shoot him? It's like a free point. And then you look at the leaderboard, go, well, we have 18. Maybe it's about time we get some free points. And Schofield, well, he falls. Same thing happening on the other side, and now Howl down to just 2 as Solo. They wave out of the compound, go, thanks for the help. Or actually, they wheel drive from while prone, I guess. And Wu backs off, FaZe goes up on the other side, and just like that, Howl just kind of dealt with.
Yeah, again, it's another rough start for Howl. This time, they didn't even get a chance to get in a vehicle and make it rough for themselves. It just started off from the parachutes. They didn't really get aggressive enough. Maybe Schofield could have been a little more active when there was a couple out in the open behind rocks. Possibly. I mean, you can look at it a lot of ways, but all said and done, Howl is down to 2, and they still can't get out of this compound because FaZe and Wu are still lurking, and there's still no damage dealt to Solo either. So it looks like this might be the end of days for Howl on Takeover.
Yeah. Sure could be, and they have to make their way all the way up towards the west side too. Not exactly making making the situation any easier for them. We talked about the bridge crossings. Most teams, or not most, but most of the teams that were in and around the river have already managed to make their way on up and across. The issue now comes for the next kind of set of teams to transition over. We do have the double-decker bridge out on the west side. I've actually seen 2 teams rotate at the same time without seemingly noticing one another before. So a bit of a fun change of of architecture in a PUBG map there. But overall, I mean, the bridge crossings haven't really caused the biggest issues so far. We've seen, I think it was DA and Afterall during the rotation. They were fighting on the bridge, but DA already now have crossed on over, and they're pretty comfortably sat on the other side. I wouldn't expect there to be too much other commotion around the bridges, as I said, simply because look at the cover that the people camping here would have. If you're sat on the bridge here where Afterall just crossed, just ready and waiting, I mean, there isn't any cover, and it's the same thing. I know it wasn't the same river, but still, the bridge is up there. There's no cover around them, no compound right next to the bridge to make it easy for you to camp it.
It really seems a lot like the teams that do drop close to the river. They tend to go for a split with at least one player on the opposite side. Not so much for camping purposes, but just to secure themselves a safe passage should the zone be decisive as to which side of it will be going, as it has here. There's no way this is not going to the Northwest Island, so teams like Twisted Minds, who drop in Palace and maybe have one on the opposite side of the river towards Fishing Camp, they made an early rotation and they're happy with their spot. And Tropics, does that even, are we considering that a drive-by? That was kind of just sitting in the passenger side of my best friend's ride, trying to holler at Navi. Didn't quite work out.
I don't mind it, though.
Yeah, he's had to call the boys to come back, actually, because he's being chased.
And that's the thing, right? I was going to say I don't mind it for Entropic. I mean, they are very passive with the new approach. Not that it's not being successful, because they're currently set in second place, but I like the idea of them going out there. You know, not going past us, and not just allow everyone to come through. Issue is, sometimes you take the fight to a team that you shouldn't have, and this time around, it might just be Navi. Found one, found two. Let's see if they find the third as Nate up tries to touch and weave to get to safety. Is he able to get out of here alive with that HP? Melman missing crucial shots. Could have been a third down, but here, damage is already done, and Nate does finally fall as Melman finds him. So just like that, you take a few shots on your right arm forward. Well, just like that, your team is wiped.
Now, there's a question of whether this was intentional for Entropic, knowing where Navi would have dropped and seeing a team in rotation. They say, hey, this is a team that we would prefer to not have to face off against in the grand final. So if we can cause them some problems, let's just full commit to it. Again, Entropic probably over the cutoff point for top 8, so they have the freedom and liberty to be a little more reckless and a little more aggressive and maybe target some high priority teams to take out of the lobby, but sometimes that kind of action can backfire.
Yeah, which it very clearly did here. I think Navi, are they going to continue forward, or are they going to just wrap around here and try and see if they can find Lugarooks? I'm not sure. Seems like they are. They're fishing. They're looking for him. They're not letting Entropic get away with this one.
A lot of bushes to check. I'm sure they'll sniff him out eventually. Few options for what Lugarooks can actually do. Might be able to catch Uber, though. I'm not sure if he has a vehicle right next to his rock. He's got the deployment shield. That's just about it. But he's given away his position, and eventually he should be cleaned up. But can he take him one down with him? No, he cannot. Alia from distance will take care of him.
Yeah, easy peasy. In the meantime, over towards Solo and Howl, the fight that will never end. It seems Ruin now falls as well. So Lhasa, single player left alive with just a tree for cover up against the entirety of Solo. Ain't exactly a place you would want to be. But for Solo, I mean, sat currently in 13th. Really want to start climbing up this leaderboard with just 3 more games to play after this one.
But get whatever you can.
Yeah.
Laza, last man standing, so said I'm not sure he's loving the idea of taking the fight with the shotgun, but Sancho might be more happy to do it on a drive-by. He's been tagged down low enough that Laza could take him out in the slowest vehicle in the map, but never mind. Sosa gets it done with the M4 and Howl. It's a 0-point game for them. They cannot afford to have any more of those when we get into a wrangle.
Yeah, it's not looking good for how I say that. I mean, of course, still very doable, but 34 points this many games into it, not what you would expect from a team that played as well as they did both during the rotation and also, of course, coming up victorious during PC Spring. Circle shifts down towards the south, centering up in and around Yepa and Twisted Minds and the hillsides there. We will, of course, eventually shift away from water, but right now that's not really a big factor, and also the water as a whole ain't really a lot of it either. So this one is going to be interesting, though, as we're centering up in kind of an open area. It's going to be way more open area ending-y, unless, of course, if we shift up towards Godok or Palace come the next 2 circles.
Maybe this is one of the parts of the map where people did have a couple of concerns just about how it would play out necessarily. There's plenty of ridges, but the hills are much less harsh than they are on a map like Miramar, where if you're saying you're playing a ridge, you can probably crouch in it and be fine. But here, it's prone or nothing, baby, and a team like Twisted Minds with a split across 2 segments of potential high ground, yeah, they're gonna be on your case.
But I'm gonna go out and say this: a PUBG map needs difficult to play areas of the map in order for it to be relevant. I mean, we just had a game on Miramar where all they had were hay bale stacks and a mountain where they were getting shot from. That ain't exactly perfect area of the map either, right? And here you have trees, you have rocks, you have cover actually. And there ain't that one team that can sit 500 meters up high and see everything. So I'd say, I mean, yes, there might be open areas, but those open areas make for a good map.
Well, Twisted Minds will come under their first bit of pressure. It's Lou on the opposite side of this ravine. He has no angle towards this. Those ridges are working in favor of Exalt, but they're also just funneling grenades down in towards them. Arctic's a little bit of damage from one, but it's Lou on the drive-by from distance who pulls up behind Fairis, sits him down, and Exalt just get completely wiped. A doozy contributes a headshot, and that's more than enough.
Yep, and this is where a lot of these fights have been taking place on our takeover matches already, and now do again in and around the roadsides where there's a bit of a gutter on either side, allowing for teams to fight across. We see it time and time again in on Miramar as well, in similar fashion, kind of roadside battles. But this one, I don't think, I mean, I wouldn't expect that Ascent's ups to cross over.
I would be surprised if they were even allowed to do it. It was question mark third partying into the fight, picked off the final player of Exalt, and then from all the way in the distance, those little blue dots way over there, they actually got the drop onto Mika as well, who has thankfully fallen back into the compound, but that's a car that they're not going to be able to retrieve at least safely, and especially now that Na'Vi have made their entrance over the southwestern side onto the northwest island over that double bridge that you were talking about earlier. Now they're going to be throwing their name into the ring for any teams who want an engagement in some of this area.
Braxco just letting BBL know that there's no reason for them to look in this direction. If they do, they will be met by bullets. But of course, they heard the commotion, they saw the knocks and the kill feed, and BBL, well, right now they're set in top 8, sure, but they ain't really guaranteed yet either at 47. They want to get every free point they possibly can, and this might just have been one of them had they been down here 30 seconds earlier. Next circle pops, and well, I guess BBL don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, they'll be more than happy with that. Again, some of those little ridges along the roadsides in the fields, it'll do. Clib is there. He's actually got a little bit of extra cover in the form of an airdrop crate that it's not going to be there every game, but you'll be more than happy to take it while it is. Na'Vi, you can see them just on the left side of the big map making a move, going a little direct towards Ascend.
They should have heard the shot. I mean, of course, Na'Vi did rotate in very late, so it might just be bad luck. Now they see one Mailman. Oh, headshotted as well on approach. That is just worst timing possible. Good thing for him is he gets to live with the scare. Gets to back off. And for Na'Vi, I guess I was wrong in saying that they should know, because they're only now approaching the north side of the river here. So playing it slow, playing it careful, and luckily for them, keeping 4 alive.
Thankfully had the covering fire just to make sure that there was no follow-up on that initial headshot, so they'll be keeping Mel in action. I mean, if he got knocked on that side of the road, there was no retrieving him, so they did manage to get him back and in safe hands. Twisted Minds still holding on to this position with Lou on the southeastern side of the zone, very separated as a solo, but no one putting any pressure on for the time being.
No, Na'Vi just taking a few shots, trying to figure out what their approach is going to be. And maybe, I mean, with a lot of teams, I say a lot of teams, Wu really the only ones down here now with Solo approaching too. If Na'Vi can hold back Wu long enough to force a fight between Wu and Solo, that would be, I mean, perfect third-party opportunity, kind of established on their own down here.
He's just getting completely crunched He had to make a bit of a play, and this is one of those open areas that doesn't have the cover that you require. That little bit of high ground, the rolling hill, is enough for Batulins to find an angle down below. James picked off. The smoke came just a little too late to prevent the flush. Vex can do nothing but loot the rest of the utility of his teammate's corpse.
But also just one of those open areas where, I mean, you would never see anyone stand out in the middle of the open on a angle. You go, oh, why is he doing that?
No.
But that's because we now know all the areas and what you're visible to when you're looking at it. Let's see this 1v4 jousting event. Eevee spots an entire team go past him. Somehow it goes completely undetected. Or maybe they heard him, but Solo just wanted to move further forward. But to go back to my point, I mean, there are so many areas now where it's going to look like a player is like, what are you doing there? But we just haven't found all those perfect dips and perfect spots to play from yet. And they, unluckily, most of the time find those spots by dying, either in them or to them.
Yeah, you gotta cop an L to learn, I suppose. Maybe look in the VOD review, look around for some better playable areas, but this isn't going to work out for Solo. They saw FaZe lose one. Solo going to one-up them in a negative way, maybe two-up them, as they've lost 3 different players to 3 different squads. Just couldn't find anywhere that was suitable enough to pull up, and it's just so costly. Just not knowing this area of the map to the same extent. It's so dangerous.
Are we going city ending again? Is that what this circle is alluding to? If this next one hard shifts northeast, the game is just rolling at this point. So well, let's not take that for granted. Let's not assume the worst. There's now Wu and Foot taking a fight here. Both the teams desperate need for points. Both the teams wanting to come out victorious. A8C already fallen. EB on his knees, but should be resible. As I say that,
holding the low ground. They're coming through again. We already talked about them, and if we do get the urban ending, they'll be pretty disgusting. But for now, it's enough to force VOD off the cover of the rock, and a quick peek around the side. Cleaned up for the Wu.
Yeah, FaZe eliminated as well. That's on BBL's hands as they find them. T-Bone Beamy. I mean, they must be aware that it's a 2v2. Yep, they're committing to this fight. They're pushing over, peeking forward, finding Keanu instantly, and now just Quizzy left alive. But Twisted Minds, you can see in the distance there, are slowly approaching here too. So even if we become victorious, they might just die instantly after. Quizzy able to find one. Doesn't get the flush. Now he does get the flush in return. Still far from placement points, but this fight seems to be over.
Well, 4 points for kills is not bad at all. It's not going to be enough to close the gap, and for Foot as well. They're going to claim the exact same, but they're both down to a solo, and as you say, Twisted Minds is setting up the firing line to prevent either of these solos making it in towards the zone. And, well, Twisted Minds, they know that that's the team behind them. They do not want Foot to claim any more points, and they need points themselves, so it's a perfect win-win for them.
Let's see now. It's a doozy. Tries to wrap on over question back also. Kind of in similar fashion to how Na'Vi were playing it before, trying to find their approach. Just kind of poke a little. See if they can find a hole in the wall. Breach through somewhere. In the meantime, on that same edge, Ascent trying to decimate Na'Vi. It's down to just Brex on Killiak, though it ain't gonna be easy. Now, oh my lord, question mark, just full speed sends it into Afterhold.
I feel like I've seen this one a couple of times before, but not on this map yet. Klim, caught in the corner, actually. Survives on a single little bit of hit points. And that grenade might just get him done with, but elsewhere, it's a very similar scene. Just on the opposite side of the road, Na'Vi dealing with Ascend, but oh man. Now that they've just got to cross the road themselves, there's more to clean up. Ayunan gets the job done. Might just about... No, he's got no chance of getting that revive, but... Oh, is he going to drive into a nade?
Oh, that would have been the most random nade kill ever had that actually happened. Melman lobbed that nade across the street to take out a doozy like, I don't know, 10 seconds before Enum was even there. Had he gone down in that fashion, that would have been absolutely insane. And this circle actually goes into the city.
91 damage. If he wasn't full HP, he would have been dropped, but he's had a chance to heal, and he's caught Mel as he's been forced across the road. He knows Uber has to come over eventually at some point, so a victory from the jaws of defeat maybe for Ayunan, but it's maybe a hollow victory. There's not going to be too much more. He'll get a couple extra points, but making an entry into Oh, and another urban ending. I mean, I think we must have jinxed it when we started talking about how good the blue zone nades are in buildings, but they'll at least get the placement point for Uber's demise. Now Ienan, he's got a tough road ahead, but there's plenty of space on the west.
I mean, there's plenty of buildings for them to play around, right? We are doing a kind of a pseudo city ending here with a half-half split. Funny thing this time around is we don't really have the players left for a proper city ending, but they've all died before even making their way up here. So it's just 6 teams left at phase 5. Not something you see too often in a competitive game of PUBG, but of course, pretty chaotic approach for the majority of teams in trying to make their way up here.
Big nade from Clib, almost a full 100 meters onto Perfectix as he's just pulling up into the shack, trying to find some sort of avenue into the zone. Should be able to be revived unless he's got another one in the pocket. If there's a blue zone grenade, that would be big problems, but it doesn't look like he's got one to work with, so they should be able to grab the revive. Sparrow and Lou have sort of leapfrogged ahead into the zone, but they're actually under pressure now. Smoke Wall has found an angle towards it, and Clib with the re-knock with the grenade as well. Oh, Twisted Minds, one up on either side.
They saw them cross, and I think because they got the knock on Lou as well, they're figuring that they can actually commit to. There's so much utility in the hands of BBL. They took out Face as well. I think they got some loot off of that too. And again, I mean, BBL, they want the points. They're looking good right now, but 54 ain't gonna be enough. So they want even more, knowing they have a solo player set on the other side. That is exactly what they want to go for. Also, importantly, Twisted Minds is the team right behind them on the leaderboard. So if they can take them out now with just 3 games left to play, that would be huge.
Every single team, I mean, looking at the teams that are still alive, all the ones that are quote-unquote safe are already eliminated, so huge points available for every single remaining team. I mean, maybe Smoke Wall, maybe Yepa, it might be a little bit too far gone, but unless this is the start of a miraculous run of games towards the end of the upper bracket, it could still work out in their favor for anyone who's still left standing. But BBL and DA are the ones that need to hold on to their lead. DA have been so passive this game, all the way up north, completely avoiding every engagement, and look at the zone they've been rewarded with.
I mean, I was just gonna say they wrapped around the northern side of it, and well, if you're like, oh well, yeah, we got another one. Oh well, we got another one. Let's just, I mean, you ain't gonna go out and die on purpose just because you get circles, you know. So might as well just sit tight,
2021,
enjoy the free placement points, and wait it out. In the meantime, for Ienan, well, those tires ain't really there, and your head ain't there either, I guess. So, Batulans finally able to take him down as Twisted Minds stays put with 3 out of 4 up.
And there is scope in the zone for them to make a push up towards the west themselves. They've only got 1 vehicle left to do it, but Batulins is already off on foot and hasn't seemingly been spotted by anyone. So there is still some position available. Doesn't look particularly like high ground, but a hefty ridge that might be somewhat beneficial. Yepa just looking to sweep around the northern road of Godok and make a push into the zone. They're going to hear a whole lot of shots just to the south of them, and actually they get caught out on the cross. Denderloss sat down by Lyron.
Yep, so far during this tournament, DA has been very good at kind of finishing off the games where they've been given opportunities to come out victorious, and this might not be any different. BBL, of course, still 4 up, trying to wrap in from the southern side. They are still technically already inside the circle and want a better foothold depending on where the next circle shifts. And Twisted Minds, in the meantime, have yet to really get that foothold. They do have... Oh, is that a ridge they can actually work with? It seems like it might be big enough of a ridge, or is it just the rock that Batulins has? Now there's enough of a ridge line there. They can work with this. They can work with this.
It's the on the roof position of Lyron that's maybe giving some pause for thought here. There is a ridge over to the far west that maybe if they wanted to risk the send, but who knows? I mean, Lou has 5 grenades, so it seems like the plan is get close as possible for Twisted Minds and just bombard anyone who's in your way. But I'm not sure there'll be anyone left by the time anyone has to leave the city.
True. Clip now. Finding Surfy as well as, I mean, we talked about DA wanting extra points at BBL too, but Smokewall, I think this is the first time we see them in a top 5 situation. They really want to get something going, but 0 kills. Again, similar fashion to how DA came to this end game, just kind of sitting around. But now that the opposition has arrived, you better be ready to start clicking some heads.
This gun is not one you want to come up against in a close quarters engagement. That is way too many bullets. A Fright can't do anything. He will be dropped. Surfy's got an LMG of his own, but it's infinitely inferior to what Rust and Mars bringing to the table. They could still do some damage in up-close engagements should the situation be right. Shiplist will be revived for now. Zerfy's just holding the wall. He could hold it for days with the amount of ammo that he has, but no push to come through, so nothing yet to hold.
The competition of who's forced to reload first between him and Rustin Ma. We'll see who gets the better of it. Blue zone nade lopped on forward. Will force BBL to maneuver at least a little bit, I would imagine, further north as the circle once again swings west. It's actually going to keep Twisted Minds in, so they get to sit around. Curious to see if any other team is going to try and wrap out into the field. Maybe Yepa will do that rather than take the fights. DA issue is, with how they're currently positioned, it's going to be very hard to make the crossover. We're actually loving what we're seeing from Atralius right now. He's trying to go out to prevent just that from happening.
Yeah, huge move. That is a massive off angle. And look at Huth as well, holding the close range. So if they do manage to cross the road with a smoke wall, with just lucky timing, whatever it is, he's just going to one pump them and sit them down immediately. But BBL looking to do the exact same onto smoke wall. Grenade spam coming through. Blue zones in effect. There's going to be little space to play.
So many blue zone nades lopped on in. For now, BBL able to dodge and weave, but for Kasu, not gonna happen. Zerfy taken down. Kasu pull in here as well, as the blue zone nades really making the life inside of houses a miserable hell.
I think they just threw 4 blue zone grenades. There was barely any space left, but yeah, I mean, he managed to find it. Shipless just about survived, but can't survive a headshot from the MG3. Rustin Ma will provide. And look at that now. Top 8 for DA, BBL, and Twisted Minds, and a massive opportunity to increase the gap on everyone who's looking to chase.
I mean, really, really big, especially also considering that we have, top 5 eliminated already. So for both BBL and Twisted Minds to mitigate that gap up to the top, really, really big game for them here. Potentially, we'll see how this one pans on out. Hewitt spots one over the top. Voldemort headshot it. Pulls a bit of distance to it, so not going to do that much damage. Second time around, though, Lyra actually from the side steals that away. And what a performance he has had throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, it's been definitely a massive performer for DA, but Rustin Ma again. I mean, we can't talk positively about anyone. Rustin Ma just deletes them immediately. 1,000 damage again. Still got 38 bullets to work with. He can empty that in about half a second. Huth, you better hope the shotgun comes on point.
This weapon was created with the purpose of being loud and shooting a lot of bullets, not necessarily to be precise with them. But Rustin Ma making it look as precise as any weapon has ever been on his approach here. Still 38 bullets to work with. Hughes, though, has a shotgun. We'll see what he can make of it. Not a whole lot damage done to clip. 3 HP. The level 3 helmet really working out for him. And now, Twisted Minds. Oh, instantly Michael swings on him. This is the game that BBL needed, for sure.
Yeah, that's a huge knock as well. I mean, we mentioned earlier, Twisted Minds, while they're out over here in the field, not really pressuring too much, but their back pocket's carrying a whole lot of grenades, and I'm sure they've probably got blue zone nades in there as well. Lou has already crept close as he will possibly dare. So if BBL were able to get the knocks from distance, keep themselves safe, but this is a potentially massive off angle.
Yeah.
If Clib gets caught with this grenade in hand, if he gets knocked, that should be an instant flush by himself and might even take Rustin Ma down with him.
It's all 2 now. When do you shoot? What is the perfect situation for you to engage in? They do get the rest, and I think that's part of the reason he didn't shoot. Don't want to attract the attention too early, but Rustin Ma swings on him, gets the double headshot confirmed, and Lou falls. That was the off angle. That was the ace up their sleeve, and now Batul and Spiro backs against the wall. We'll see what they can do here, but 2v4 might just drive out into the blue. We'll see if that's what Batulins is opting to do. Of course, he wants to get as many points off of this as possible, but knowing what team is in front of them on the leaderboard, knowing who they're potentially giving points over to here, what are they gonna do? Nothing is to be done. Clip finds the first one, pushes forward, almost gets the second as he continues to push further in. Batulins does manage to get the knock onto Michael, but that is post-mortem. It's just Spiro left alive in a 1v3.
And unfortunately, not only do they lose the off angle of Lou, but all the grenades he was carrying with him have gone as well. Spiro, he's running out of options very swiftly. And as soon as he tries to make an exit out of the smoke, there's a whole lot of bullets waiting for him.
Yeah, there you go. Not too much to do. Smash finds it in the end. 14 kills for BBL. A much-needed win to really get the momentum going. Now set up in 4th place. Huge performance for the roster who at times have looked phenomenal, but just overall haven't been able to consistently put up these sort of numbers.
Another one of those teams where, still took a little bit of a while to find some feet, a little bit of success in some sort of lower tier community type tournaments, but to finally get it looking good on the main stage at a perfect time to do so as well would mean so much for this squad.
To think that this almost became like a proper urban ending. So it kind of did. I mean, Edge City ending, but looking at how phase 1 kind of popped, I was not seeing that coming, but the game truly wants to throw curveballs at these players today. With just 3 more games to play, you really have to make the most of any situation you're given in.
They absolutely did as well, playing it so well. Rust and Mar in particular, that MG3 was absolutely singing. It was singing fast. It was like rap god, but my goodness, it was hitting the keynotes and the heads as well. There's nothing you can do against that.
Yeah, really not. Really not a whole lot you could do. And Martin, what about you? How do you like this take-home match?
I love Tego, guys. Let's get 6 Tegos a day. No, I'm joking. We're not going to go the recurvy way of putting even more crazy stuff in. But great to see BBL pull up here. And again, another case we've been talking about, guys, a double-digit win for some of those mid-pack teams, and they're going to put themselves in a fantastic situation, Zaga.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we're repeating ourselves over and over again, but it's happened 3 times already, and we've got 3 more games to go. Who's to say it doesn't just keep happening for the rest of the day?
Yeah, it's making it super rough for Twisted Minds in this case. They're going to be like 15+ points away from the 7th team, so they're the last team that's kind of going to be in the hunt here, Toby, for that 8th place, probably.
Yeah, it's worrying, but at the same time, even when Twisted Minds doesn't come out victorious, they still manage to rack up a ton of points. They got 11 kills in the previous one. Now they come out and get a 2nd place here in this one too. So they might not come out with the wins, but they're racking up as many points as you almost possibly can without getting the wins to boot.
Yeah, 9 kills here for Na'Vi. Saga kind of secures them a spot in the 70-point club here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'm at the point where I'm going to start suggesting the 70-point club isn't safe, but I'll tell you what, I'm not a million miles away from it either. But Na'Vi, again, like all they really need to do is continue to pick up a few points a game. They don't really need to go all the way to the end game. It is just the top 8 that we need, and they're going the right way about making sure it stays that way.
Yeah, with 3 games to go, Toby, it's 26 points from 9th place up to 7th right now. So it's kind of like it's a really good game, or it's 2 or 3 pretty decent games to catch in. So it could be a world where we're talking like a cutoff that's maybe 72, 73, 74.
A lot higher than what we were anticipating, but then again, that's because yesterday we saw so much bunching from FaZe and from Question Mark. Today, not really the same thing happening. We're seeing new teams, mid-pack, lower mid-pack teams coming out here and really putting up big numbers. And honestly, I'm all for it. The more we see of this coming into the last match, the more teams we'll have in that race for a qualifying spot. So just keep it coming.
Which also makes it even more fun, right? Because the 2nd place on Question Mark for 75 and all the way down to a tied 6th and 7th for 70 points for Dia and Na'Vi makes it super close. Like, they need to have 3 games where they get a few points here, Saga. Otherwise, they could be still in that danger spot if it is the teams in that mid-pack or bottom to mid-pack that is going to pull up and have a big one. Right now, Exalt, after all, has to beat it. But here, the leaderboard for 3rd match here for Tego. BBL pulling up, doing 24 points. 2 more double digits for Twisted Minds and Na'Vi here, Saga.
Yeah, I'm just looking again at the teams that are on the full left-hand side of this. It's teams that are already pretty much safe, or at least have put themselves in a very solid position. And then the teams in the middle column is a lot of the contenders who need to stack up the points. And it just keeps making it closer and closer the further we get on.
And FaZe safe and sound here, as we can point out, and as I said here, 75 points for Question Mark, and all the way down to 7th. There's only 5 points difference, so a little bit points for them, but then the huge gap comes up here. 17 points down to 8th. Twisted Mind still currently safe, and then 9 points down to Exalt and Afterall with a tie, and Foot on 38. And we know they can frag out. If they're able to frag out in just one of the games and pop it with a top placement here, Toby, they could also be a team contending for that 8th spot.
Yeah, one of the worrying things about Foot coming into this one now is, I mean, 7 placement points over what? That's 9 games played, just 7 placement points. That is just not good enough. I know they've had some technical issues here and there, but still, for Foot, a Rust that we've seen just come out plowing teams from start to finish, not like really making it look like a hard business at all. They really need to do something here in order to turn that boat around.
Yeah, they've been fragging out. Still 31 kills is pretty respectable. Like, if you look at 3rd place, only 36, right? So placements really need to come in here, Saga. And yeah, that's definitely what we're going to be probably seeing. But then again, Twisted Minds is a day 2 team, so that's scary for all the other teams chasing.
Yeah, there's a whole lot to be said about just the different ways to play the game. I mean, you can get pretty far in the game just on pure gun skill, and you can also get reasonably far on just pure survival instincts, but if you want to reach the top, you need both. And that's kind of why you're seeing a team who's picking up a lot of frags like Foot Esports, or a team who's doing a little more of the survival and not so much of the fragging like Yepa, both struggling as well.
And with BBL in this game here, Toby, I gotta say, they were so proactive with their movement all the way through. First,
Yes.
then they take kind of the middle where they took kind of the fields. Then they went in and they were proactive at cleaning the city. This game here was well fought and hard fought for, and they pocketed early on by being so proactive with how they moved.
I mean, it's clear to see what the game plan was. Let's just take every single fight we can from a distance. They were never really in any up-close threats until they had the final fight against DA in the city proper. So they engaged on, tried to engage on after all down in the early game, backed off when Na'Vi forced them back. Then they take out FaZe in the open, then they wrap around the backside of that, hold off, at least take out 2 of the Twisted Minds players. Really smart approach to the game, something I want to see them do more of when it's not just kind of on the games that are on the line, but for them to continue to do so many times in one match here in an area of the map that we're all kind of unfamiliar with, that was very impressive.
Yeah, and with the Circle doing a little bit of a switcheroo, going back to Go Duck, there was a lot of teams on that southern side, Saga, that got caught. I counted like 6 or 7 teams that were on that southern side, while there's only like DA and some of the other teams that was in the city kind of trying to go through, trying to get a safe side, and then they went north.
Yeah, as Toby said in the cast, very different to the urban ending that we had in yesterday's matches, where, you know, by phase 8 there was still 8 or 9 teams left standing. This time the vast majority were already cleaned up, so the teams that were in the city were pretty competent at holding down their entrances, making sure that no one else could have a chance of getting in some sort of entry. But BBL coming up from the northern side really just found their way in, and once Rustin Mar got that MG3 in hands, there was nothing you could do up close.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing we've been preaching for way too long. Don't go into a city unless you know it's going to end there. In this case, nobody knew, Toby. There were all teams that were like, oh, damn, we should have went there. It was open. They're going to look at the map stream later, and they're going to be like, what, there's only this one team?
Yeah, exactly. It's I think, especially when it's on a new map too, teams just don't want to go there because you barely even know the layouts of the city proper, because you haven't had to fight through them yet. So makes perfect sense that a lot of teams are very, very hesitant to try and go into the cities when they're not completely sure whether it's going to end there or not.
All right, guys, we are halfway through the last day of the upper bracket here for the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. We're going to be going into 3 Wrangle games, and right now it's only Twisted Minds that doesn't look too safe. So guys, take it away here to the grassy pastures.
Thank you so much, Martin. And yeah, Saga, I mean, we're ending the upper bracket on the most home turf soil for, I believe, any of the teams that we've got to play here. Wrangle is where it's going to go down for the next 3 games as we once again take to the battlefield. And we saw a bit of commotion in the previous game between Howl and Solo that we didn't see yesterday. Now I'm starting to think, are we gonna see any fighting here? Are we gonna see FaZe get chased down by Na'Vi? Well, with this plane path we sure won't, but would this be the time now where some of those teams, Saga, that are already solidified in the top maybe start trying to force teams into lower bracket, or is it just not worth the risk?
There's definitely some high value targets that are still looking to chase. I mean, the likes of Foot Esports probably will have a bit of a bounty on their heads coming into this one. Maybe not so much to the point where anyone's going to hot drop and risk their game based on it, but if you see that Foot is fighting close to you, you may well want to send someone out to look for a third party and just make sure that they do have to make the lower bracket run, where, who knows, anything could happen.
Now, I like to think you're a pretty good analytical mind of PUBG. You follow a lot of the different regions and stay kind of up to date on most things PUBG. I have a question for you. Do you think, with how, I mean, think of 2018, 2019 PUBG, where we at the time thought that was the best PUBG could be in terms of the meta, in terms of what teams did and how they rotated and whatnot. Do you think we are at peak PUBG in terms of the meta, in terms of how teams play, or is there still things to be done? Are there still new things to be found, like new ways to do things in PUBG that we've still yet to figure out?
Even if we bar the addition of new maps and the new
well,
tools,
of course, those are always going to change things, but
that,
just overall skill and like game mechanical level.
Yeah, for sure.
knowledge.
I mean, there's so much variation, so many variables, and so much adaptability that has to come through. That, you know, if you are a team like Twisted Minds who was pioneering some crazy strats like Batulin's up on those rocks, everyone's doing that now. Back in the early days, Ents was the ones pioneering playing from the edge and like making these wild, crazy rotation sends, and a lot of teams, that is kind of their identity now. Ascend typically being one of them, but this time they're just straight down the middle, so they'll be more than happy. A little bit of adaptability on show right there. So I suppose by the end of this game, we'll find out whether or not it's good to switch things up every now and then.
Now, you're really politically correct, but I'm going to call you out on it. You didn't answer my question.
True.
Do you think we're at peak PUBG performance level now?
I'll tell you what.
Or is there a level we have yet to unlock? Maybe a level we don't even know what is before we see it happen.
See, that's why it's so impossible to not be political, because if we don't know what
You
it is, how
you
am I
just gotta
supposed
go.
to tell
What is your
what it
Saga
is?
gut? What is
Okay,
Saga's gut
I'll tell you
feeling?
what.
Tell him.
We've had both NA and EMEA win a global championship. So, I mean, have we really hit the peak unless we see APAC get a dub as well?
Oh wow, wow!
So,
That's where we took it.
You told me no APAC.
That is where we took it. Okay. I thought you were gonna do it if NA can win it, everyone can win it sort of joke, but
no,
but
we peaked in 2017 in that case.
Wow. Okay. A lot of memes coming in here. It's fair enough. But you know what? I think in all fairness, I think APAC is bound to get a win of some kind eventually. They've won a place in our hearts. That's a place to start. But they aren't. I don't think they're far from global. Not necessarily dominance, but
competitiveness.
Well, no, but the thing is, now we're getting more and more of the same players, the same teams from APAC, like return time and time again to these global events. And I feel like where in the beginning, pedal to the metal, YOLO, let's see what happens. When they figured out that didn't work, they still now keep that same aggressive mindset, but kind of fit it more into the, let's call it the global lobby playstyle of PUBG. I feel like APAC is just a matter of putting a couple of good games together in the grand finals, and that first place ain't impossible to find.
No, it's as you say.
That's what I'll give you. That's what I'll give you. The number one APAC
so,
fan. There you go.
Won a place in the hearts of many, but my Cerberus jersey still has a place in your drawers somewhere in your house. I'll have to start to get that
collecting
back at some
dust.
point.
Yeah.
Well, a VSS would be pretty embarrassing to get knocked by, wouldn't it, Thunderlost? Find that out the hard way. Kill Yakai will get it done with whatever he has to be forced to put bullets down range. It's more than enough for that man. Absolute fragging machine. And Yepa, tails between their legs, they're going to have to smoke up for the revive, and at the hands of a 9mm DMR, it's not ideal.
What does Ascent do with this knock, though? I'm kind of curious. I think I think Braxco was trying to wrap further around, but kind of fell into the ditch.
Oh, they're pushing.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I thought he was going to wrap on it, but then he kind of crashed into the ditch and maybe couldn't really time his gauge out a bit. But again, Ascent, nothing to lose here. Set at 71 currently. Might as well see if they can claim more, but luckily with a... oh, no, I'll say that too soon because there was a tree there. And okay, we're safe. Get away from that APAC. We're trying to talk about APAC here. Don't make things exciting early on.
Yeah, they gave it... Well, yeah. We have to...
Wouldn't that be the APAC way, though? Making things exciting early on.
Yeah. Maintain a reputation as the disciplined region where we have 64 players alive in Phase 5 out here, for sure. But Tulin's, I don't know, he might be looking to switch things up a little bit as well, or be switched up on. Doesn't seem to be aware that T-Bone is creeping, despite the fact that he's up on a rock. He's doing some scouting. But maybe that gives it away. If Vard's putting shots in close range, they know that something's up, and Solo... just not having the best of days, are they?
They are just looking lost. I mean, and the reason I feel like I have the... Okay, HC, you don't have to do them like that. That's... Okay. You know what? If those are the shots you're gonna hit, Solo, I am not even gonna fall. You know, this was not embarrassing, but this was tough enough. I mean, stop punching them. They're already dead, so sort of. I'm not gonna punch them anymore. Solo, come back strong the next 2 games. I believe in you. All the brutal honesty that I was gonna give you now, I mean, 80 just made that completely unnecessary.
Yeah, he really just get out of jail free card by just spraying him down with suppressed ace from that kind of range. But T-Bone creeping up onto Everest was eventually sniffed out, and Twisted Minds ain't having any of it. But the rest of Foot is actually already ascending their way above them.
Wow.
And if Twisted Minds isn't aware of this, this could be a big problem. Oh, there you go. A spray. They are in fact aware of this, and the grenades uphill is going to be difficult.
Well, but they're going to be close.
Almost.
And you'd have to imagine that... I was going to say Foot stays. I mean, I don't see a reason why they leave. Yes, they lose T-Bone, but... No, okay, with that, I was going to say if they peak that same position, it's worth sticking around for, but now that they've given it up, might as well just run off. At least up to the next level. Now they kind of put the next decision to be made in the hands of Twisted Minds and go, if you really want to push through this open field, you're more than welcome, but... We'll stick around. You didn't see it, but 8C is like, I just hit a pretty good shot at 300 meters. So come at me if you wanna. I'm ready for it. My Ace 32 with a suppressor on it and a red dot hits those headshots at any range. And
he hits body shots as well.
And apparently the Mosin ain't really too bad either.
There's some third-partying shots from Gatka at the hands of DA that was making it a little awkward for Foot to be maybe as aggressive as they were hoping to be, making full optimal use of the high ground. So they will be forced to just settle for turning Twisted Minds back the other way and claiming Everest for themselves. And that will just have to do.
Meantime now, BBL heard the commotion. Don't really want any part of it. Might as well just wrap around here again with 4th place, 71 points. It looks good. But they're 1 point ahead of 7th, and with how we've had some of these like on the cusp teams just continue to rack up wins today, I'm sure Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, Exalt, I still don't have my hopes up for After All yet. I just haven't seen enough from them. But Foot might be able to do something despite the fact that they've lost T-Bone here too. I still don't know if 71 points is going to cut it.
It's going to be extremely tight for sure. It would require maybe After All or Exalt or Foot to have a massive Erangel performance to round us out to dislodge any of those teams on 70 plus, but it could still happen. And Tropic almost walked into a bit of a trap. Lazar just loses a couple of shots before Ruin gets in a position where he can contribute as well. But the Mad is actually going to force Ivas back, and Ruin does manage to spring the trap this time.
Why does Ivas opt to stay when Nayla is sat that far down below and the rest of the players are leaving? I think he might just have been caught in a weird position where he wanted to get into the car but saw the shots being fired towards him, and then he was like, you know what, I'm not going to get out of here. Might as well see if I can get a knock, and that way we can maybe re-engage on this. Circle towards Chopsticks, towards Gatka. It's going to be a field ending. We just talked about, endings and no cover on take, or la-di-di-la-di-da. Well, look at everything between Ascent, Smoke Wall, and DA, and tell me that you have cover there. Also, thank you, Mexi, for looking at the plane, because there's the player flying in it. It's Teams, again.
Oh, always good to check. Yeah, FaZe Clan was sort of setting themselves up for this coordinated push, James being the scout from up above. He should be able to regroup up with the rest of the squad on the ground. Saw a bit of an early potential move from DA. They saw the zone. They immediately turned back around and went back to Gatka to hold down that position. Smoke Wall not quite so fortunate, but they do have Kasu holding down the Wizard Tower, and he scouted out a free spot just ahead of Ascend, so the rest of the team has made a push in that direction, and thankfully FaZe doesn't have them in the line of sights. It's going to be Exalt, but that's a big pre-nade.
Yeah, really well timed. One through the building, one off the side of it. Correxi nowhere to run in response to that one, and now one falls down, but still 3 very potent players to face over here, ready and waiting. Issue now becomes that Na'Vi off the side want a piece of this action too.
You really can't be feeding kills to Exalt right now. That's one of the teams that is dangerously close, but they're going to absolutely demolish FaZe without even conceding a knock of their own. But, well, immediately as soon as the fight is over, Na'Vi are here to put their own little spin on things, but they're not going to overcommit. They know that this fight is over, that it's not a third party anymore, it's just a straight up push, and they don't want it.
And that's one of the worrying parts of the emergency pickup, right? Because they fly on in, they scout forward, they send it center with little to no info, and then I know 3 of them come via vehicles, but there's no chance for James to really scout anything. And even if they hadn't heard the vehicles, they see James parachute down, and they go, well, they're probably going for this particular spot, and Exalt just ready to respond. Also just, I guess, unlucky timing in that Exalt were just 5 seconds ahead of them on that rotation.
Very little now that a team like Exalt can make really work in their favor in terms of getting more kills on the board. They have like Na'Vi just to their west, Ascend north of them. Neither of them ideal in terms of pushing for kills, so just gonna have to wait and be patient, hope the zone favors them. That's really all they've got for now, unless it does come down to a crazy send if they're forced to make a play to try and get some points on the board to close the gap to Twisted Minds. Not ideal, especially given Twisted Minds' position. If the zone favors them up towards just the southern foot of Everest, they're in a prime real estate to stack them up this game.
For the viewers that don't get why people are running around just desperately looting in the middle of the blue, that's usually because they're looking for emergency pickup. They don't want to have to drive through everything that, after all, is currently looking to have to go through. Guys, just find a freaking emergency pickup. We need to get to the circle in a different fashion than buy vehicles. And unluckily for them, seems like with them going back into the cars, they did not manage to find one. In the meantime, Howl on the southern side, able to wrap around, wait this next one out for another 7 seconds until the third circle pops.
Headshot with a bolt action, and Solo's unfortunate spree continues as it's immediately finished off by another party entirely. It's Smash up on the high ground. We'll take it out. Priel is the last man standing. Na'Vi, of course, didn't need to do any extra looting. They had an emergency parachute with them. Now the question is, where will it take them? There's a bit of a juicy 2-2 split, but no one really can tell that from the air. But
yeah,
the Woo would have been vulnerable to an aggressive play, and Solo's trying to make a play for the ball himself, but Na'Vi gets there first. Surely he's seen that, otherwise he's just going to drive straight into a blender.
Yep, into the pit they go. As they get to safety, Priel will have to continue further forward and flip. And that's where his journey ends. Not able to go any further forward now. He's going to have to sit tight and wait this one out as a solo player left on the team. Bragscope runs on up, wants to clear the dip altogether, and this one should be, oh my lord, perfect.
That'll do it. Where's BBL going?
They're going to say hello
into
to
the
dip. Millman finds one, finds two, Rustabout did find one, and Michael goes across. Does he just go down into it now and concedes it? Yeah, he does. And somehow Na'Vi only got 1 kill from that. Everyone out here feasting.
Oh yeah. Well, from riches to rags for BBL after a massively successful Tego. This time the bowl was not free, and I mean, again, we've already talked about how this zone has pretty much nothing to offer for cover if you're not already in one of these positions. And you know, while Na'Vi does only get the 1 kill point on the board, it's enough to keep them alive. All 4 standing, they'll be okay with that for sure. And there's still plenty of other teams around the edge of the zone that are eventually going to have to do something very similar to what we've just seen from BBL, and just hope that it goes better for them.
Just think about all the nades they just got themselves for late game smokes as well. I mean, they're going to be pretty satisfied with the extra loot they have been delivered. In the meantime, teams have still yet to really make a proper decision, I suppose, on where to approach this one from. But then again, when you're out on the edge, waiting for the next circle to pop still, they ain't really in much of a hurry. Entropic lost Ibis earlier, so they're going to play this one a bit slower, as we've come to know them, I should say, in their more passive early approach. Question Mark in the meantime trying to fend off here against Exalt, or maybe it's the other way around. Question Mark wants to get a foot in the circle, but Exalt ain't making it easy for them.
Again, the alternative route for Question Mark is to play the fields, which, I mean, you can probably lurk on the southwestern side of the field, out of the vision of Smoke Wall and out of the vision of DA, but if you leave Exalt the freedom to play this entire hilltop, they're going to be the ones that cause the problems. So the direct approach for Question Mark, it will have to be, and again, they're in a position where they're more than happy to do that. They've got very little to lose in this overall upper bracket series, whereas Exalt, they have everything on the line. Everything's riding on this fight for them.
Yeah, well, Howl needs points. Yepa needs points. Wu needs points. They just got themselves a gift of a circle, and now Na'Vi, well, they've just dislodged EBL. This time around, Apple trying to come and say hello. But Na'Vi once again fending teams off. Mika does manage to get a knock onto Uber, but shouldn't be too much of a concern. What is concerning, though, is that Enon is currently upside down, and I don't think he's bound for this world. Nope, gets knocked. And points going over to Wu here. Much needed points for the team.
But there's always the rebreach possibility. Oh, what is that spray? Mika just deletes two. As DA just flies past, looks like they're chasing down. They want the same shack as Danimon, but they're going to meet pretty much the same fate as they go for it.
You'd have to imagine in the meantime now, the final two question mark and Exalt had to happen eventually, and once question mark engaged, well, Exalt couldn't really do a whole lot about it. Fate forced to make the runoff. Maybe he sticks around for a bit. Nah, already on the 3-seater, trying to get out of this position as fast as the vehicle will allow.
That's not very fast on a 3-seater. It's a bit awkward to... Oh, okay, well, this might be a little better. Little more difficult to shoot you out from, but that generally isn't an issue for most of the players in this lobby. What will be an issue is, like, where do you even go? Like, the shack is occupied, the spot next to the shack is occupied, all by solos. Fate's running out of options, but Howl all the way to the east, just trying to defend against Foot. This is a big fight if they can win it.
Yeah. Sure is. They get the knock on T-Bone. Oh, they get the knock on Beam, and T-Bone fell down earlier. So just two on their feet to try and fend off here. Vard going off the rest for a second. Maybe with the smoke deployed. Oh, perfect. He's at least going to find last. Indeed he will. Ruin down to half HP as well. It's going to force him to run off.
I think he heard the step as Ruin was approaching, and then Ruin changed his mind and went back to try and grab Laza before he bled out, but no chance to do so with the grenade placed where it was. Now Foot is actually back to 3. They have the numbers advantage over Howl. Looking to isolate. Schofield holding the rock, but he just gets demolished. The spray from Vard is just that little bit better, and it's all it takes. Ruin, last man standing, 1 versus 3. No support, no third parties.
H has just fully embraced the suppressed Ace 32. I'm all for it. Maybe that's the meta. Maybe that's the evolving of PUBG that we have yet to see. The AR suppressed as the main selection. We'll see now. Vard looking for Snakes. Ruin down to very, very, very little HP, and Beamy will be the one to find him. Then down they go, and Foot again, very needed points here, able to rack up a few extra.
So many teams that need those points, and it's just not working out for them. Howl dropped out again. Exalt dropped out again. After all, down to just a solo in a shack. It's not ideal. It's far from it. Howl, I mean, Foot at the very least still with 3 standing and an okay spot in the newly popped zone. 5 kills on the board already, but it's Twisted Minds that are actually wrapping around the north to the eastern side of the zone that are going to be the next threat, and that is the prime real estate target for Foot Esports. They have to wipe them out. They have a great opportunity to do so.
They sure do. Spiro thrown down, getting boosted on up as Perfectix holds the line. Do they know that he is grabbing a thing? Spiro just saw him. Yes, indeed, he did. Perfectix able to swing on him. Vard, though, instantly there in return takes one down of his own.
Spotted Lou holding the angle from the back line, but what cover is there? Not a dang thing through the trees. And the shots will go, and they have forced a bit of a stalemate. They will both go back and grab the revives each. 8Z just holding down, making sure Lou doesn't try anything silly as Perfectix gets a little bit of a medivac to a safer place out of grenade range for the revive to come through. And it will just be a reset on the fight. Mexi maybe watching the Wu make a move out of their compound. Might be tempted to push up and look for a third party, but time being, he's more than happy where he is.
Yeah. In the meantime, Smoke Wall just cannot get anything going. I mean, whatsoever. They're having a hard time and time again. Whenever they finally end up fighting, there's 3 teams shooting at him. And down they go once more. 10th place is where they fall. In the meantime, Na'Vi now taking the fight to Ascent. They had to do it eventually. The victors of the gutters would have to be found. And this time around, it's going to be Ascent once more. 10 kills as they continue for the Wu as well. Able to take out Danim on the last player for After All. So more points being racked up here by the team Sonida.
2 points is the total for After All. It's not enough to close the gap onto Twisted Minds. They've only got 2 chances left to try and do it, but Foot Esports the more direct, but he can't get more direct than that from a doozy. Full send, slams himself into the wall, but he can trust in Bestelok to get the trade.
Let's see if they can fend off. Yeah, but that is, with Metabay down already. Odin jumping for info, knowing there's a knock play on the other side, knowing they had one just before. But Bestelok fend this off on his own. We've seen him play phenomenal PUBG, but it ain't gonna be enough as Voldemort wraps around, finds him, and maybe, just maybe, 32 points currently, this can be the change of momentum that Jeppe needs in order to make a not impossible, but a difficult ascent to top 8 with only 2 games left to play after this one.
Yeah, I mean, from this point, you're what, 25-ish points behind with about 2 and a bit games left to go. It's doable, but it will be a struggle. Woo, oh man, they are struggling themselves now. They made the push onto the shack, but now there's 4 targets to look for. And Ascend are creeping forwards with a smoke wall of their own. Entropic in a better position to just punish the Woo. But up on the high ground, it's Twisted Minds once again that are stacking up the points. As soon as this team gets given an opportunity to farm from high ground, they're going to take it. And it's always going to be lucrative.
Yep. Let's see now, Kiliakai. Deployer pulls shield to work with, but not a whole lot outside of that. Blue is going to be closing in real soon as well, as I think his days are going to be counted. In the meantime, Jeppe finally flexing out of the compound, knowing that they have full circle control. Might as well get up on those ridge lines and see what they can get here.
Wu did, at the very least, manage to get back to 4 strong, and Kiliakai is under a lot of pressure from Odin Mavis. He can't quite land the final shot, but that's a solid wall of angry eyeballs staring at him from that shack, and it doesn't look like Ascend will be making too many moves further into this game, but yeah, I mean, you can't complain. Top 6 and 10 kills, they're already well into the safe spot. They'll be happy with that, I'm sure. This little tease of this engagement to come through. There was a trade before and everyone fell back and reset. Nobody wants to get over aggressive, but Foot, they have to clean up Twisted Minds. They have to get more points than them from this game. It has to happen eventually, but it won't happen before Kiliakai gets cleaned up.
Nice little flicker up the other side of the tree. Maybe there. Takes out Kiliakai. And now, Entropic trying to make this cross on through for Wu that much harder. Not a whole lot of cover for him to work with, but with no one in the hills really doing damage towards him. Looking much more possible. Entropic continuing to do damage now. This time around it's onto Twisted Minds as they try to make their way on closer. If one nade lands, if this vehicle blows, that could just be all of Entropic down as Mex is the next to fall. That's a good
Counter nade has come back. Nalok playing inside the shack will survive a little longer. The Molotovs won't do the damage required, and that smoke really being the only thing that's keeping Entropic alive right now. The line of sight from the Woo, if they could see through the smokes, he would be doomed, but he's doomed anyway. The grenade will absolutely put him in the bin, and Lu will claim 2 additional points, and the gap again between themselves and Foot increases.
Yeah, a lot of help coming through here from Entropic in kind of preventing Wu to get a better foothold in the circle. The issue for them is they've forgotten about Foot up above, and Spiro is going to be the first one to feel the pain from that.
No lethal utility for 8C would be fantastic if you could just toss a grenade down there. It would be a perfect funnel directly onto the vehicle, but just does not have one available. He's running pretty low on ammo as well to look to try and get the spray down. Beamy has an AWM in hand again, and earlier on that thing was absolutely slapping, but even if it can get them with a win here, Twisted Minds have farmed plenty of points that the gap is still going to be more than negligible. A couple of games left to go. There's still a lot that rides on particularly 2 of these 3 remaining teams, but we can't discount the game that Jeppe has had. A top 3 and 7 kills, huge for them. But unfortunately, the team that is the 8th place cutoff is still alive and still stacking up points alongside them.
Beamy with the Orm in hand. We've seen him do really, really big things before, but so far, only 99 damage on this game. We want to hear that Orm sing, Beamy. We need much more damage out of that weapon when it's in your hands. He was one of the for a while where no one was playing bolt actions. Beamy was one of the few that actually stuck with it. So expecting to see him land some good shots here in the final moments of this one.
He's got whatever semblance of high ground you could really call it that remains in this zone that they have to try and put to some use. Twisted Minds cover is sparse for sure, but the rocks will work. The ridges, not so much maybe for Perfectix, but it's getting the job done for now. He's managed to creep himself close up to the compound of Yepa. First sort of probing flashbang grenades to clear some angles. Won't find any targets. They are playing extremely passively in the buildings themselves, holding down a fortress, not giving any opportunities.
It is pretty wild when you think about how today's games have unfolded, how much we've been out in the open. Now, I know that like the Sego game technically finished in and around the city, but everything that led to that was very open. We had the Miramar ending out in the fields, and this one as well. I mean, once you circle around Chopsticks phase 2 and then just keep kind of going into that area with the circles to come, it's pretty insane. And it also has given us end games with very few teams alive compared to kind of the flow that we're normally working with in competitive PUBG. So fun for variety, but for players here, of course, very, very difficult to maneuver.
Yeah, very stressful, but somehow it's still worked out with the leaderboard being in the state that it currently is, with every single game being picked up by a team that was on the cusp of top 8 and is in their way to plus points. And it looks like we're here as well.
It's pretty much guaranteed to happen, regardless of which of these 3 teams are victorious. We'll see here as Vard continues to keep, or try to at least keep this top floor of the barn on lockdown. Don't want to have to make a move further forward just yet. They know once they clear this ridge line, they're going to be in full vision to Yepa all the way down to, well, really that tree, which even then won't have a lot of cover. And I think Twisted Minds knows as well that Foot is going to be the next team to have to make a move. Might as well see if we can take the fight to them without Yepa being able to kind of third party us.
Horrible catch-22 situation for Twisted Minds, because the last thing that they want is to give the kills to Foot and have them win the game, closing the gap and putting them in danger of being the team that's sent down into the lower bracket by the end of the day. But they can't commit to making the push up towards them to flush Foot out from that position because of the position of Yepa, and vice versa. They can't push Yepa because of where Foot is positioned, so they really just have to sit back, be patient, and hope that Beamy can put that AWM to some solid use and start the fight between themselves and Yepa and open an opportunity for Twisted Minds to maybe do something.
I like that Twisted Minds wrapped around the northern side of this one, though, because they know that there's only really one proper way that Yepa can get out of this compound, that is wrapping left around, essentially over towards where Twisted Minds now is. So set up the potential gatekeep or prevention from them crossing forward before the plays even started. In the meantime, Beamy wrapping down the other way is effectively just forcing, well, Yepa really to be the first team to have to make a play, hence the team that has to leave the compound.
This was exactly what Twisted Minds were hoping for as well. Foot have committed down into a position where the only team that they can really take a fight against is Yepa, and Twisted Minds can then sweep through and look to clean up whoever survives, or maybe both at the same time. Denderlost on the roof needs to be a little cautious, because Perfectix has crept his way up to a decent position with a bit of elevation. Could just peek up over the top, and a headshot or two might just kick off the fight in earnest. But Amy for now just seems to be happy to lurk with his head down in the dip. He does have plenty of grenades that, if he gets close enough, if Yepa start being forced out of this compound up against that wire fence, they're going to be bombarded.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that they aren't long for the win if that's where they're ending up sitting. On the other, like, the flip side of that is, though, what else can they do? I mean, there's not really a whole lot they can actively do to try and force a fight between Twisted Minds and Foot Esports the way that they're currently positioned. So I think, but just kind of have to not concede, but accept the fact that either this is gonna happen, that they're gonna get naded, or they would have had to try and make the wrap onto Foot Esports earlier, which would have probably led to their death anyway.
Perfectix got spotted out on the high ground and dealt with, so that's the off angle that could have been a big problem for Foot Esports, taken care of early on into the engagement, and Beamy's closed the distance. He had 3 nades and 2 Molotovs, and they're good. Lou, last man standing with it all to do. This was worst case scenario for Twisted Minds, but it's come to pass.
Able to find one. There comes a second, and just like that, yet another team that desperately needed the win comes out victorious. Now just 10 points behind Twisted Minds up there in 8th. But they ain't done fighting yet, Saga.
They really are not, but the big issue again, Twisted Minds just being the team to make it in second place and matching the frags every step of the way. This is probably the first time today that we've seen a team who was close to the top 8 pick up a win and not immediately be in the top 8, the safety of going directly to the grand finals. But Twisted Minds has just been keeping up the pace the entire time, making it really difficult for Foot to catch up.
Yeah, but that's still going to be worrying for all the teams that are currently set up in that top 8, right? Because they're just allowing more and more teams to get, like, to make the final 2 games that much more close. It's really going to be a nail bite all the way down to the else. I feel like PUBG at this point always is.
Yeah, that's one game that knows how to raise the tension in just about every situation. And I'm pretty sure yesterday you and James were talking, is it going to come down to the final game? I will tell you, your answer was yes, and it's looking like you might just have been right.
Especially with both Foot and Twisted racking up points here. I mean, Martin, this one is getting as close as it always gets.
Yeah, welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifier desk here, guys. Thanks for an amazing cast. And what a game here. It couldn't be the more of the 2 perfect teams, Saga, to fight this last one out. But still, there's 2 more games to go here. If one of the teams gets a great run for the next one of the other teams are going to be chasing here. But Foot taking it home.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Again, Foot was a team that looked so dominant earlier on this year, but just hasn't been able to match it so far in this event. This might have been the first sign of a sparkle in their eye, but Twisted Minds, man, just that devious glint, just keeping them at arm's length for the time being. 2 more games to try and change that.
Yeah, and smart pushes with both also utilizing, putting a knock player in, pushing Entropic here. Toby worked out really well with Twisted Minds to get them into the deepest stages of the late game.
It's interesting because it's an area of the map that we've had games finish in a trillion times before, but it just doesn't make it any easier. We always see these like tons of fights happening throughout the game because of how open the terrain is, and it's so difficult, if not near impossible, to consistently be good in this area of the map because of how much things change every single time. But the fact that Twisted Minds get up on the Pachinki Hill and then get to push down and survive for as long as they did, that's not something you usually see teams manage to do for as long, a similar fashion in how Foot Esports approached it. Not oftentimes you see those 2 teams be the ones out victorious.
You'd also see during this late game here with Yepa still being alive, Saga, that they locked down that barn. They knew that was kind of the last play that Yepa could potentially open up. And then once it was out and they make the smoke path, they just ran for it and it got so much more terrain and control they did in this late game there.
Yeah, it was a big move, actually. And earlier on, when there was that hint of an engagement between Twisted Minds and Foot, and we were sort of questioning, should they have committed, should they have made that play, wiped out Twisted Minds earlier? Probably would have come at the cost of at least 1 player, as Beamy was caught out on the flank, and maybe then they wouldn't have gone on to win the game. There's a whole lot of questions and butterfly effect situations, but I mean, when all said and done, the gap has closed, but not by a significant margin. So Foot Esports, they made some progress, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, the question is, can they hold down or try to catch up to a day 2 Twisted Minds here, Toby?
I mean, even if they can't, there's with how Twisted Minds are currently playing, they're probably going to surpass a team or 2. And then it doesn't matter that they haven't caught Twisted Minds. They have caught top 8. They have caught all the teams. They have mitigated the gap that they had to in order to make their way up there. So I don't really care what team they're hunting. They're hunting top 8 as a whole. And right now, they're just outside it.
Yeah, and the big question is, if Twisted Minds and Foot continue to have this momentum here going, it could be the next team that is going up. And as we saw before the game started, we pointed out, it's literally 6 teams that was within a 5-point caution from second place down to 7th. So there's still a lot of teams that are not safe yet here, Saga.
I mean, Twisted Minds is now only 4 points behind Digital Athletics. So when we say that Foot Esports is 10 points away from the top 8, they're about 20 points away from the top 3. So it really has been a massive turnaround for them. And it just continues this trend of teams just putting their names in the hat. And not to brag or anything, but we've seen what Foot Esports has built in Istanbul, that team house. This is a team with ambition, a floor-to-ceiling trophy cabinet that they want to fill. So Foot Esports is going to be making a huge run all effort in the final couple of games.
Yeah, and here we see the leaderboard, of course, for this match leaderboard, as we pointed out. 19 points for Foot, Twisted Minds 14. Yepa also with another good performance here of 12. Doubt that it's going to be enough. Ascent, though, to put themselves even better position here. 12 points, they're going to be 100% guaranteed. And a good showing from Wu here, Toby, with 10.
Yeah, I mean, finally getting some things going again. Circles went in their direction, but it's always hard to play that position, especially when you have to move out of it. But able to stay alive for as long as it. Really, really impressive performance from Ru. Still a long run to the 70-point club, which is now where the cutoff is for Ru, though, down at 32.
Yeah, really close leaderboard as you see it here. All the teams, I would say, at 77 plus. That's going to be definitely guaranteed safe for them. There's a big doubt in me that we're going to see 2 teams from the bottom half now catch it. I think the Foot roster now is the last team that my eyes are on to maybe take over Twisted Mind or push out, DA or PBL if they have a really, really bad set of games here for the next 2, Saga.
Yeah, it could well be. And I think the fact that teams that were dominant in day one, the likes of Question Mark, FaZe, and Tropic, haven't really lived up to that same level on day number 2. I mean, Question Mark, it's not been a bad day by any stretch, but they're sort of averaging around 5 to 6 points per game today, which is nowhere near as dominant as it was in day one. Those other points are now being distributed across the board, and that's exactly why we're seeing things in the current state that they are.
And the big game plan for the next teams here, Toby, that are in the top, that currently are in +8, they just need to get a few points here. We're talking 2-3 points for the next 2 games, and they should be safe.
Yeah, it's gonna be very close, but I also feel like whenever it's we need 20 points, teams tend to come out and get it. When it's we just need 1 point, guys, it's fine. They got in 16th without a single kill. So hopefully for those teams currently set in, I want to say like top 5 territory, they can get that little bit extra. But there are also those teams currently on the hunt that, if history is to be repeated, will come out swinging in the final 2 games.
We've seen another tournament as well where BBL, they were looking good, and then on the last day they get pushed out by some teams that are doing extremely good here, Zaga.
I think it's very fair to say that any of the teams that are particularly towards the lower end of the top 8 as it stands do have need to be concerned about the teams that are looking to close the gap. But it's also probably fair to say that all of them are going to be safe regardless of who goes through to the lower bracket. I mean, with how tight it is for teams at the top, with 10, 11 teams all contesting for these spots, there's surely no way that things can go that disastrously wrong in tomorrow's matches, right?
It definitely feels like we have like 9-10 teams each that are going to be very consistent once we get to the grand final. It definitely feels like these 9-10 teams, including Exalt maybe with the 10, Toby, that's going to be the teams that are going to be dominating the finals too.
And to add to that only, I mean, of course, depending on how many of the GBT teams make top 2, but to add to that only top 2 makes into PGS 2, that is, I mean, that is a very, very small amount of space for a whole hell of a lot of teams trying to prove that they're capable of bringing that home.
Yeah, that would currently be Question Mark and Entropic if that was the case, or I guess that's when without calculating the extra points there, but FaZe would actually be in there and pushing that down, so that would be top 3. Yep. And I was talking a little bit about it with Ko actually, and he's like, yeah, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to see one of the GPT teams in the top. I feel like they, especially with what we know Na'Vi is capable of, but also with what FaZe has been showing us so far. But guys, that is 2 more games to go here. We are 4 way through out of the 6 today. It's going to be wrangled for the next few ones. We're going to take a short break before we get ready and get started with the penultimate game of the day here. So see you then after the short break.
All of that, I mean, they jumped from roof to roof. That was the advantage of having that big vert nade. Will they be able to take him here? It goes a little far. Wait, yeah.
Wow. Takes a little longer for it to spread, and they're just exactly in it. Just exactly in it. Priel with it.
Was able to pick up a bit of that up too. So now Entropic actually, it's got not too bad a compound. Exalt getting absolutely slammed here against all of these nades coming on. BBL just trying to do some big damage against them. Molodok goes down as well. That'll be a finish off on someone. No, actually, behind the something.
Michael
doesn't have a or best, and yet he's just going full aggro mode. I
He can find one more knock now as well. Not sure what Exalt was expecting. I mean, everyone knew where they were once they started shooting at the mid-air, and they've just kind of thrown it down in a dip. Now they're getting help from up above as Lookerbox is able to take out Michael on approach, and now, I mean, FaZe, they're just enjoying all of this. Oh, a third player opportunity. We'll take that for free. Mike, I'm not sure if that's going to help a whole lot, but they have 3 FaZe players currently going without vehicles and weapons. And there you go. One finds one, but no, the run over. The run over instantly after. And he gets the gun picks. So Vex, does he get to go away from it? No, he doesn't. No. You can see only now is coming over the ridge line to help out. He was far away from the team, but now able to regroup and get back together. Teams does manage to find one, gets the second one as well, as it turns on to Lou.
Batulins looking for an opportunity here. Nade might come on through here from Batulins, but likewise, James realizes where Spiro is. Sends a nade on the way over towards that car. Does it actually go far enough? No air burst before actually hitting the location he needs. It's going to be Batulins on the off angle here. A finish off on Lou. Do they find an opportunity here against them? I don't think they know exactly on Batulins' angle, but they do certainly know on Spiro's. Here it comes.
Wait.
Oh
I thought they hadn't added mortars to competitive yet.
Well, none of the pros want it, and well, yeah, they're. Oh my God!
He just keeps on going. I mean, not bad. As when you're in that dip, he's like, guys, give me a nade. I got the angle down. Give me a nade. I know how to find them. Everyone is running over, or maybe they just want to do it themselves. He's like, guys, so
my turn.
Ein Unterhandgranat, and then that's all. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just trying to make an impression.
Oh
until the guy
my!
gets it. Welcome to Mortars.
Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back here to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers desk here. I'm joined by Toby and Saga. And guys, we have 2 more games to go to decide the top 8 teams that are going straight to the finals. Is going to be playing from Friday in next weekend. And it is really, really close. And we're in for some really exciting matches here, Saga.
100%, and well, there's only 2 left to go, and if today is anything to go by, you are 100% right, Toby. This is going down to the final game, regardless of who it's going to be that's competing for that final spot. Maybe even potentially if Exalt can pick up a win in this penultimate game, they could throw their name in the mix as a late candidate as well, but there's going to be so much riding on this next couple of hours.
And even of what those 8 teams are, Toby, we are already seeing kind of what are the teams that we're expecting to do well in the lower bracket. If it's Foot, if it's Twisted Minds, they are going to be absolutely dominating in the lower bracket and go through with ease.
Yeah. I mean, you'd have to imagine, but then again, we have seen it before where those teams that, oh, they made lower bracket, but it's no problem, they're going to be fine, run into some of these teams where maybe they don't really know what to expect from them, and they actually have a hard time. Not saying that it's, I mean, very unlikely for either Foot or Twisted Minds, should they not qualify, to then, I mean, make it through from lower bracket. Just saying that we've seen it before, where some of those teams that we expect to plow through the lower bracket actually have a pretty hard time because the game is completely different.
Yeah, and I remember a clip from BBL tweeted, all right, we go lower bracket, it's just extra training. And if you could plan that, if you could have that extra training in the lower bracket, that would be the best training you could have, because like, it's better quality than the scrims are. So if you could guarantee yourself that you're going to go to the finals by playing the lower bracket, like BBL kind of did in one of the last tournaments, then of course that's what you want to do, right, Saga?
Not a million miles away from getting the run back either is BBL. They're 5 points clear of Twisted Minds in 8th place, who again only 10 points ahead of Foot Esports, so there is still plenty left to be decided, and we've got 2 more games to decide it all.
We got 2 more games to decide, and it is PGS 2 here, EMEA Qualifiers going on. I'm super excited to be here along with you guys, and of course it's going to be 2 more Wrangle games. We just had an exciting one. I gotta say, I love the kind of open endings, as you guys pointing out. The question is, are we going to get more? Are we going to get more military? Not sure. It's not jinxing it. I would love to see a Stalba ending. That's the big one for me. But guys, of course, PGS 2 here for Gamers 8 in August. We're going to be going to PGS 2 there. I was there last year and it was absolute pressure, but it was 50 degrees hot here. It was crazy. So you got to bring your shorts if you go there. Guys, take it away. Have fun with the penultimate game of the day.
Thank you so much, Martin. And it's, yeah, Martin, I mean, just like you, Saga, maybe it's the analyst desk sort of thing where Martin's like, oh, I would love to see an open ending game. Maybe it could also be fun with a Starboy ending. Maybe, you know, what about a military? And it's like, you can't just predict all the areas of the map. That's not the, oh, guys, I predicted the circle. If you just say every single spot there is on the map. But with that said, Saga, you can only mention one. Where would you like to see this next game go?
Tell you, first of all, I'd say I would like to not go to Riyadh in 50-degree heat. I am ginger. I would melt, so good luck. Whoever's going over there, man, it will be pretty disgusting. But given the flight path that we have, I'll tell you what, there's one set of fields that we haven't really given any attention to. The eastern side of Yasnaya would be an interesting one. Plus, that would give Exalt a pretty solid shot at getting some priority spots for themselves. And that would just add an extra name into the mix if they were able to pick up that dub and make that final game all the more exciting.
You are not wrong. That would make things pretty damn interesting, that's for sure. It's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities as we wait a little 30 seconds longer for that first circle to pop. After all, wouldn't be complaining about that circle shift either, but their run for top 8 is that much more difficult. So they pretty much need like back-to-back, not just decent, but pretty damn solid games if they want to make their way all the way up into the top 8 echelon of this one. We'll see now. 8 seconds to go. Where is this first circle going to take us?
Looking actually over towards Hospital, it looks like Smokewall are just using Foot Esports and the fact that they're kind of on the precipice, just forcing them back and taking away some spot just from underneath them. They were maybe considering a contest, but given their position in the standings, they thought better of it. But thankfully, It's got them an okay spot in the zone. Pretty similar, in fact, to what we saw in the previous game. Slightly more north, slightly more west. So a little bit more of a possibility that maybe we'll see some radio terror action this game.
Looking at the leaderboard right now, with 2 games to play, I mean, if you're Na'Vi, if you're in Tropic and you die early in this one, and I don't even want to say the stars align, because it doesn't even take that much for it to happen, but just a few teams rack up a somewhat decent game, all of a sudden you're the team on the cusp of not qualifying, and that's falling from top 4 and down. But because that 70-point kind of club, as you've called it, is so close, as we're seeing right now, it's really, I mean, it's really impossible to call who is going to be the team sat in that 8th place spot, with Foot coming off of a win and us knowing how well they tend to play when the momentum gets going. It's just going to make it that much more entertaining here for the next, or final 2, I should say, games of the upper bracket.
You imagine how much pressure you would be feeling if this was the grand finals and it was this close and all of the PGC points and the PCS slots were on the line. And I mean, I think back to PEC Spring, it was only 2 points that decided whether or not it was going to be Ascend or Exalt who we were sending to the PGS 1.
And it decided it in the final 30 seconds of the game too. So.
Yeah, literally the last couple of kills. So
yeah, it's tricky, man. It is tricky.
I'll be honest, you know, there's a lot where sometimes, even if you've been casting for a while, nerves do appear, but I'll tell you what, it's got to be much worse on the behind of the PCs that those guys are playing at.
Oh, yeah.
I'll stay here any day. You know what? After all, is this the first time we haven't seen them make like a 19-kilometer rotation? They're going direct. They're just taking the emergency pickup. They finally found one, Toby. They were desperate in the previous matchup, and they've got one right off the bat.
Question now becomes, where are they planning on going with it? Because they're going to be coming in very early. That usually is, I mean, for the little sample size that we do have of emergency pickups being used very early on, that's where teams punish split positions. Whether it be Gatka, whether it be towards the west of it, you know that teams aren't anticipating a full-on pull-up, especially not from parachutes this early on in the game. So if you aren't ready for it and your team currently still somewhat split looting around the center of the map, you might get caught by surprise by the likes of Afterall coming full speed forward towards you.
And also be caught out by a nasty surprise as Foot is not happy that Smokewall has tried to make the best of the situation that Foot finds himself in and creep their way into hospital, and that is just instant retribution, double headshot, almost at the same in-game tick. Shipless never stood a chance.
Nothing he could do in order to try and regroup. Foot Esports knew exactly where and when they were playing this one from, and made them pay for it.
Already got themselves a little bit of a split as well. Kasu was over towards the southeast, maybe just poking his head around what is a bit of a split from Entropic, so had his attention turned elsewhere, did not spot the push from Foot Esports, and that is 1 point secured already for Foot. 9 point gap.
That's Foot out hunting, right? That's Foot now feeling it, saying, you know what, it's actually within reach. We could actually go out and do this. Let's just keep the momentum up, and we do so by going straight back into fighting as soon as we came out of the previous one. In the meantime, after all, are they going north, George? Yeah, it seems like they might be. I mean, I guess it's pretty safe considering how the plane path was and the fact that no one's really gonna be, or expected to be around there at this point in the game. So, North George, grab a vehicle or two and wrap south. Not exactly the worst play.
Hopefully they'll still have a couple of cars there, because if After All can't make their coastal rotate, I think they'll just have a mental breakdown, not know what to do with themselves. So hopefully they'll find a car there and have the opportunity. Solo full send, style points for sure. That didn't really stick the landing for Sancho. And I don't think he's getting a boost to flip that over, but hey, at least they've got another car.
It's flippable, I'd say. It's it seems like there's a bit of a slant. You can maybe, if you bring a shovel as well, dig down underneath on the other side. And well, let's see Bumble if he can flip that one over. Seems like that's what he's going for. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1, and a boop. And now it's just even more upside down. There you go, Bumble.
Okay,
good job.
well.
Let's just stay with this for a second. See if you can... And
Sancho just clapping him is the best thing I've seen all day. Actually, you know what? Can
we don't get enough emotes.
Sancho clapping.
And now he's gonna. Oh, imagine if he actually
that's
ruined
amazing.
that one too. We don't get enough emote use in PUBG. I feel like it's here for the sake of BM and having fun with it, but we don't see it utilized enough.
Yeah. I mean, there's been some pretty highlight moments of full teams doing some of the victory dances in in-game lobbies that occasionally get flashed up, but no, that was some pretty good mechanical performance from Sancho there from Solo. I'd give him an extra point for that if it was up to me, but unfortunately it isn't. So well, similar zone to the previous game, as we've already mentioned, but things have gone a little different in terms of where teams are positioned. Ascend no longer holding down the area by chopsticks. Na'Vi actually beat them to it and stole that away for themselves. Nobody in Gatka itself, and Tropic just split around it, so that is an entirely free area that DA has opted not to occupy, because also Everest is free, so they've got 2 players up there too.
Yeah, it's, again, I mean, very similar circle, a little further north than the previous game, but as I was alluding to he also played. I mean, he's from the UK. We went over this yesterday.
Yeah, what was it we had?
First it was Fex who couldn't drive, then Michael couldn't drive, and now I'm just putting the dots together, and even though James owns a cool car and all that, he probably doesn't know how to drive either. It's just
Has a Polish license, I think he's okay.
UK people and cars, man, they don't know how to do it. Maybe it's because you can't go UK mode in this game, where the steering wheel comes on the right side of the vehicle. He's full committing. I'm gonna stay here regardless of what happens. I'm just gonna using the hill, and there you go.
Look, it's a successful flip, but there was no teammate there to clap it, so it just wasn't as impressive, really. But at the very least...
no correction shooting in the air. You know what? That's vehicle clapping.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll take that.
That's as best as they come.
Fully understandable that nobody else from FaZe wants to get in Fex's vehicle. I've been there, buddy. I'm also a UK driver. Don't worry about it. BBL making an appearance now from up to the north. Severny, they're crossing over the river, and they're going to find the crates nice and uncontested for them. And actually doing a little bit of scouting towards Everest will reveal that there's some free space towards the eastern side of that, should they wish to do some further scouting as well.
Yeah, it's I think it's going to go quiet for a while now. I mean, with obviously FaZe coming in from the southern side. Outside of that, I think it's definitely going to quiet down a bit. Everyone is waiting for another 35 seconds to see where the next circle is going to take us. And because everyone is currently sat pretty comfortably inside the circle, we don't really have a reason for anyone to use until I should say they know they're going to be forced to.
20 seconds until we get a bit of a better indication of exactly how the game will be panning out. Phase 2 will tell us a lot, and will tell these teams whether or not their premonition and positioning in phase number 1 was on point or not. Would you imagine it's going to go back for an exact repeat of
Surprise!
Wrangle? Who could have seen that coming?
Yeah.
They're going to fall back for a bit of a regroup. And again, very similar settings, but the team's positioning is extremely different. Foot Esports this time, all the way on the northwestern side of the zone. They were on South Pachinki Hill, and not too far after this in the previous game. So that is one major difference that could have a lot of impact in the overall standings.
Also, I love how Howl, when they saw that shift, they're like, you know what, Yepa won, almost won from down there before. Let's just instantly send all 4 into that exact spot. Because now that we know it's free real estate, we might as well claim it as early as possible. And they will indeed be able to get it for themselves. You can see Gustav running up on foot, trying to scout further forward. But he will soon find out that that is all occupied.
Yeah. Not the worst thing in the world for Yepa either, though, to have lost that position, because they've backfilled and claimed where the Woo were in the game before this.
Yeah.
And the Woo, and they picked up 10 points from that game. And, if Yepa can do that, then they'll be more than happy. Again, it's very, very unlikely that they're going to be able to do enough to get into the top 8 with just these 2 games to go. But again, every point that you can get on the board, every little bit of confidence that you can inject into your veins before you go into the lower bracket is going to be crucial for any of these teams, particularly those that don't have that top level experience to fall back on.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I mean, as we mentioned, there are some pretty hungry teams sat further down the or in the lower bracket waiting. And while you've had the pleasure of playing, it's not like the lower bracket teams haven't been sat here watching what's unfolded. So they will have almost as much info to go off of as you will have coming into the lower bracket. Clip. Well, he wasn't long for this world. Out of the vehicle he falls as he's taken down, and Yepa racks up a much needed point.
Another big difference. Na'Vi was not in the bowl this time, so BBL gets a chance to play the game for the most part. 75% of the squad will successfully make it. And, well, we'll see exactly how long it will last them. The zone didn't last all that long on this bowl in the previous matchup, but some things stay the same across games, and Beamy has an AWM again. I don't know who keeps airdropping this man the biggest bolt in the game, but, hey, we'll take it if it can hit the headshots.
Now we just need to see him get kills with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that he got them on Miramar, but in the Wrangle game he didn't, so I'm just calling him out for that.
They got another onto a smoke wall at the very least.
True.
It saved the bullet, if anything. Just let his teammates do the shooting instead. And now they've got to make their move in. But unfortunately, After All have crept their way up on top of Everest ahead of them. And that is a big solid wall that they're going to have to try and get through.
Did they just pop one more?
They got it again.
James used one just a second ago, and now they're using one more. But again, it's perfect timing. You always want to pop them right on... and that's something that FaZe has already, if not perfected, then gotten close to the timing of when to deploy these. Because if you can do it, if you can time it with the new circle popping, so that you can detach just before the plane is on you as the new circle pops, kind of similarly to how people tend to get in vehicles right before the new circle pops and kind of accelerate so that they're on the go as soon as the new circle pops, should it go away from them. If you can time that right, you're looking pretty good. Let's see now. New circle pops, goes up towards the north. Expect to see teams going woohoo into the air and fly forward in just a second.
Will DA continue to hold this split? It looks like the answer might be a no. They're hopping into some vehicles and they're going to be feeling the pressure, as After All are making a descent from Everest. They ideally would want to fall back to Gatka, but actually looks like Marco and the crew are sticking around. They didn't get out of there in time. Question mark putting some shots in. A Solo tried to make their Hail Mary rotation. We've seen this one before. I'm not sure exactly how well it's going to go this time either.
Now Exalt and FaZe Clan do the exact same thing. Let's see who got here first. Pretty much arrival at the exact same time. Exalt down by 2. The issue is FaZe as well. Vex here, James here trying to get something done, but being shut up from all sides. While trying to do so, the entire server ablaze. Is now Solo eliminated by Howl. That's elsewhere on the map. Vex trying to creep on forward here. Fair is down to real low HP, wanting to fend off, but not going to happen as FaZe take down Exalt 2. So in an instant, we lose 9 players.
Yeah, Howl just swept Solo aside like a mild nuisance. They were third-partying this, putting shots into the back of Exalt, kind of helping FaZe with their push somewhat. Solo just rocked up into their dip and got completely obliterated. Now the smokes is the only thing that's going to separate these two teams, unless a potential third-party suitor comes in and tries a rebreach anywhere else. Wouldn't be recommendable to go in between the two. And actually Na'Vi is sending Uber out to get some presence towards this, maybe get a peek over the top, look for a possible flush, but won't find one for now. So FaZe should be able to grab the revives. Howl in the dip. Tough.
I mean, they're going to be chilling for a little while longer. Still, I mean, the fact that DA didn't regroup. We talked about them on Miramar, how they do these multi splits, and how, yes, today and yesterday, for parts of it, it kind of worked out for them. But this time around, just not the case at all. Yeah. I would have really wanted to see them instantly regroup, whether it be on Gatka or up and down or whatever you want to call the compound that After All took from them. Just regroup on it and take the fight 4v4. And there you go. More parachutes being popped. Or emergency pickups, I should say, as the hot air balloon flies to the sky. And that's now with the shots being fired towards Melman. I think he's going to think twice about jumping out into that emergency pickup.
Quizzy doing some forward scouting as Wu mounting up in the vehicles, maybe getting ready to make another attempt at playing the same shack that eventually cost them their life in the game prior to this one. Those are some good shots from Voldemort. I don't think he knows quite how low he actually got that player. Zerfi will just fall down into the compound and draw the attention away from Kasu, who is not feeling very great. And Batulins will just completely wipe him out as soon as his feet touch the ground. He's in headshot range, and there's not really anything he can do.
Once again, open field endgame is where we are going to go. As Yeba want to clear out the last player here for smoke wall. No reason for them to... Holy moly, Voldemort through the smoke and all. Finds the headshot. Probably more of a pre-fire, as you can see here as well. Hearing the footsteps inside, kind of trying to calculate the movement. Able to connect one, but didn't get more of it. And now backing off, I think that's the wise play.
Ace might be in an awkward spot here as the Wu is starting to make a bit of a wrap around the southern side of the zone. Actually, maybe just opening themselves a little bit of a path as Uber still just looking up on that rooftop, looking to get an angle into where FaZe are currently being pushed on by Howl. He's been sat down, but the Woos wrap around the south means that any push to follow that up from Ascend is gonna have to be paused for the time being. And full third-party action can resume for Na'Vi as FaZe pushed on by the Howl.
We'll see if they opt to go for it or not. In the meantime, Wu trying to pull up an Ascent. Not gonna happen, my friends. As they take 3 instantly. Quizzy, the Protector, does manage to take down Killiak. So a little bit of damage being done in return, but not the outcome they were hoping for, trying to make this play forward.
11 hit points left. I'm not sure how much longer he's going to be surviving this one. He's going to have to turn back around, wrap the way that he came from, and there's a good reason that they came away from this side of the zone. But he's also just forced Ascend into making another wild wrap rotation of their own. And a combination of Nalep and Dante will sit down most of the squad. Brick's the last man standing. He's had to hop out of the vehicle. He's just lurking across the field, just off the right-hand side of the screen, creeping up towards question mark now.
And now up towards the northeast, we're having a very similar situation of Foot Esports, Twisted Minds, and Afterall fighting one another. These games today have just been all over the place. Phase 4, 42 players alive only now, and I could imagine that number is going to decrease heavily within the next 10-15 seconds, depending on how the fight unfolds up towards that northeast. Smoke Wall will fall, 14th place for them. Nothing going today here either so far, with just 16 points accumulated over 11 games.
Actually, Entropic have enough control of the northwestern side of the zone that they can influence a lot more than it might look at first glance. I mean, Brexco is probably not long for this world. It may be Nalep who picks him off, as they already did take down a teammate. It will be with the SKS. He couldn't quite creep into the compound of QM to get the damage done, but at the same time, Evas is up on slight high ground, watching over that 3-team engagement up to the north, but there's very little that can be done to prevent this push coming through now. BBL will finally have to defend their bowl as the push from FaZe is signaled. The smokes are out. There's grenades there to respond.
Yeah, I think once these smokes fade, it's gonna be very hard for FaZe to do anything, and especially now with the first nade coming through, they're just gonna keep spamming them, waiting for the kills to follow. One denied, not gonna happen second time around, though, as Michael sends it in. That's all of FaZe down in 12th place. And now BBL hearing the vehicles from Navi might just be perfect timing to pick up one here, but no. Backing off themselves because they know they have a rotation yet to be made. Are they wrapping around into the ball again?
Oh no. The flip reverse.
Yeah, exactly. The Uno reverse card, and who pulls up on who? Smash, though. Ready. Finds the first, gets a vehicle in the face, and falls down because of it. Now one more down, as Howl enjoys a piece of this one, too. Michael, all on his own. Won't be able to do much about this, though, as... Why not grant a little extra cover in the middle of absolutely nowhere? Just complete block off. Now, Michael does fall, but what a timing to get a crate off of that.
Could you imagine if Example just threw a Molotov and hit the crate
or
in
hit
front
himself?
Of him? Oh my goodness, that would have been an all-time first. But a huge knock potentially coming from Schofield, actually, but wasn't quite converted as there was no real follow-up for BBL. It looked like Michael was maybe even on the way to try and loot some extra bullets from FaZe after wiping them out. He had about 20 left outside of his weapon. Wasn't really ideal, but just perfect timing from Na'Vi. A heads-up rotation into the bowl, and it is exactly a reversal of the previous game. They wipe out BBL as they make the move, although the result ends up the same. And now they actually have a solid position to try and hold back against Howl. A bit of help from Yepa up to the north as well, and it looks like Howl's days in the upper bracket will be numbered.
Not a whole lot they can do trying to make their way out of there, unless if they pull off an absolutely insane, somewhat like, 30 kill win or 25 kill win next game. We have seen 222 kill wins from Twisted Minds and Foot Esports earlier. This time around, don't think that's going to happen. Yepa trying to make a run on off, going to be denied by the solo from Wu. Quizzy can find the double. We'll see if he can get more of it. Spray comes through, but not enough to connect. The Spiro, though, does get the knock on one.
This is the last man standing of the squad that tried to push onto Ascend and failed, had to wrap all the way back around through the east, and Yepa just was not ready for it at all. They'd already vacated, they'd already left the compound behind and made a move and just got backstabbed. Quizzy, I mean, it likely won't come to too much more for him. He's under a heavy watch from Twisted Minds up to the north, but he's done a whole lot of damage.
Sample finds Quizzy. His former teammate takes him out. Now, Foot Animal and after all, they know they have Foot Esports kind of outside their compound, but are they going to stick around to wait this one out? I feel like they have to take the fight to Foot Esports here.
Obi, there is a grand total of 0 players inside the phase 6 zone that has just
no
popped.
players.
Yep, so I get a feeling that there's going to be a lot of deaths very soon.
Yes, everyone forced to play edge here as the open fields in the middle are absolutely treacherous. You know what? Right now, I think these players wish this was rice fields from Taco in the middle where you have ridge lines all over the place. They would have want that. So as much as you might hate the open fields in Taco, sometimes you wish you were there.
A-bales just don't hit the same sometimes. I mean, those little ridges in the rice fields are really good at flipping your cars over, but I mean, right now, car forts is about the best that anyone will be able to do in about 2 minutes' time. Anyone who's still left standing, that is, after a doozy grenades himself. Maybe denying a point from Entropic just for the flex of being above them in the top 8. Not sure that will remain the same by the end of this game. Regardless, they still have a solo with a compound. He's giving his position away by putting in some shots. Mexi with a grenade to try and clean it up, as Na'Vi will be the first to really make an entry into this phase 6 zone, and already they've got a kill on the board from it.
I like the slow approach here from Na'Vi. Now, they are within vision from Entropic, so maybe a vehicle has to be parked a little differently. But overall, this is a very, very smart, slow approach to now try and kind of hold out the teams coming out of Gatka. In the meantime, for Esports, need to do something from up here. And losing Beamy very early on ain't exactly going to make things any easier. T-Bone is trying to do a wrap around on one side as Qth falls from DA. Ooh, nope. AT tried to bring him back to safety, but they ain't going to have it either.
And huge engagement with a lot on the line. Foot really can't afford to lose this, especially as Twisted Minds are still alive with 4 up. I mean, best case scenario, they just pause this fight, wipe out Twisted Minds, and then go for it. But you really don't get that sort of option in a match of this caliber. So they're just going to have to take the loss of Beamy and try and make it work the old-fashioned way. Low ground it will have to be. And after all, with a smoke wall, have some reasonable cover from Foot Esports, but there's just nothing in front of them. It's just a vast open space, and nobody wants to be the first to enter it.
Exactly. Nobody wants to have to make that play. There's a crate in there, though, for the team daring to make the aggressive play forward. But for now, everyone's trying to play this one safe. And once again, Twisted Minds able to make their way to the lane. Look at this, 8th, 9th, and 10th. If we could just kill Entropic and Na'Vi real quick, I mean, we couldn't write this up any better. Once again, it would be the 3 teams on the hunt able to rag up the much-needed points. And here comes Entropic, full speed forward, try and take it out. Na'Vi on approach, gets one run over. No, actually, it is the other way around, and just like that, they're both taken out. And look at the points now, Saga. Foot, after all, Twisted Minds on the hunt.
The jump from Twisted Minds all the way to 6th. Now BBL is the team on the chopping block. And Foot Esports, they've still got their work cut out for them, but Twisted Minds can breathe a sigh of relief. I don't think they know it just yet. Foot Esports, their job isn't done yet. They've still got to make their way in. And even with Balti Boy Beamy down, T-Bone will be there to pick up the pieces. Klim cops one to the chest. I think T-Bone's got 2 bullets left in the AWP. He doesn't have a chance but to be a Balti Boy.
Yeah, ain't a whole lot he can do from that position. Maybe get a little bit of ammo from a friend, but I don't know if they have anything to spare. That's the issue. Let them have their shots with the DMRs for as long as they can. Issue is, as long as they can, it's only going to be for another 5 seconds because they have to push forward. Vard does have ammo, though. Vard has ammo, so you can spare a bit. This is insane. Foot and Foot and Twisted Minds. Top 2s in the previous game, and now right back in it once more. We said we needed to see a step up, and here indeed it is. Spiro able to find one from a distance as T-Bone falls, confirmed as well.
Just such little space to work with. These bushes aren't providing enough cover, but it's actually enough for Foot to make a push forward. Ooh. And after all, gets swept aside. Foot Esports 5 points away from the top 8.
What a little game of revenge here. I mean, again, deny. Makes sense. 8C, 1v3, not a whole lot you can do. Don't give the point away to Twisted Minds. Not that they're going to be a competition, but Twisted Minds here out victorious. They have had today 2 second places in a row, now followed by a win. What a turnaround for the boys from Twisted Minds.
And strangely enough, I think that might just be enough to keep them safe for now. I don't think there's really much of a possibility that 3 teams are going to overtake, but Foot Esports again, neck and neck with Twisted Minds. This time it's the same engagement at the end, but it goes the other way. If that had been a Foot Esports back-to-back dub, we would be looking at a team like BBL in the bottom 8, in the losers bracket, but that has not been the case. But you know what? You were damn right. It is going to come down to the final game. You called it early.
It is, it's just written that way. It always is the same as we once again take the fights to the open field. This game really is trying to bring these players into the worst areas of the map possible as many times as they possibly can within a day of PUBG Esports.
Big flank from Quizzy as well, but again, there's not too much more that the Woo can do apart from stack up a few kills. I would have loved to see Evus in the background, had a VSS. I was hoping that we would see the VSS drive by, but we didn't. But what we did see was just as good. Foot Esports on the cusp, Martin. It's so tight.
Yeah, and as every time in these BO12, it comes down to the last game, and it gets every time more exciting here. And PBL once again finds themselves in that kind of cutoff spot going into the last game. I hope they obviously this Na'Vi pull-up though, Saga, was insane. Like the way that they saw that coming, they knew that they were fighting with FaZe in the kind of southern side of the chopsticks, and it just super smart play to rotate into the gutter and take on Smash.
Yeah, love to see it as well, just smacking him with the front of the vehicle. Why bother with guns? But no, it was a really heads-up play, gave them a solid position. It was just beyond that point, nobody had a solid position, and unfortunately they were one of the first to fall. But again, for Na'Vi, it's kind of fine. They're not really in the firing line just yet, but I don't think anyone's really all that safe.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like if Foot had a little bit more time here, Toby, or maybe 2 or 3 blue zone grenades, they could have lobbed it onto that one house that after all what it was in, and they could have gotten those kills easy on, and then they could have taken on the fight with Twisted Minds a little bit earlier.
I was surprised they didn't fully commit to either engaging their buildings or not. Like normally when you get control of the top part of that compound, you say either we wrap west around and try and make our own play happen further west, or we take the fight full on into the compound. It seemed like they were a little indecisive in that. The T-Bone was holding the flank while Beamy was actively peeking into it. I would have wished to see them just full commit to one decision. We know how deadly they are up close. Take full advantage of that against arguably a lesser team in this case, but they wanted to do a bit of both and therefore made it hard for them to really wrap around in the end.
Yeah, and another field leading here, Saga, and Twisted Minds played it perfectly. They took edge side control that they were not contested on, and then they could kind of slowly push their cars forward, take more and more space, and still stay 4 guys alive for a very long time.
Yeah, we didn't really see it all directly on the camera, but we saw a similar thing for what Na'Vi was doing. It was move the vehicles up towards a hay bale, whatever natural cover you can find, set up a folded shield, and just make do for the time being. Try and pick up a couple of kill points around you, and then just progressively move your way forward. But for Twisted Minds, they didn't have a team like Entropic that was coming out from Gatka to full send it into them and ruin their game at the very end. So they got away with it, but it really could have been disastrous if anyone was close enough with a nade.
All right, here the leaderboard for this match, the second last match of the day here. Twisted Minds 15, Foot 13, Na'Vi 13, and Tropic goes 11 after all stepping up. And yeah, it is going to be pretty damn close in the last game here, Joey.
It's going to be insanely close. No way around that. And where before maybe we're looking at 3 teams that could be, you know, like have their top 8 spot challenged. Now we're looking at maybe 4 or 5, depending on how this final match goes down. So very, very interesting. As we see here, tied between 7th and 8th, and Foot just 5 points out. But there's going to be, at least depending on what after all does, that 1 spot to fight for.
Yeah, Foot here, of course, the current team outside the top 8, Saga. 75-75 DAB BBL. They're going to be looking at each other, staring down each other's throats here. And also, we got to remember, placement points is the first tiebreaker, and currently DA is on 28. So if it comes down to another tie between them, DA will come out on top.
We got a real MEA-Mexican standoff between the three of them.
Okay.
With all three of the MEA orgs just on the cusp. Again, 5 points separating them. Only one will not be making it through to the grand finals directly, barring some exceptional circumstances like an after all 15 kill plus win, something like that could maybe throw a bit of an extra opportunity in there, but it's highly unlikely, and it really seems that for now it will be one of BBL, DA, or Foot that's going to be missing out, and it's going to be tragic for whoever it actually is.
Was some toughies level of pun there, but I liked it. I enjoyed it. I giggled. Very happy I wasn't on camera because it made me ugly laugh a little bit too. But yeah, sure, this is going to be super close. I don't see After All coming in unless we see an insane game for them. So it's definitely going to come down to these three teams here, Toby.
And when we say three, there is also a potential that all three of the teams have pretty decent games. And then all of a sudden you're looking at the teams that are above them that could potentially fall should any of them get eliminated early on. I mean, 3 teams to get 5+ points in a game. Of course, always hard to predict in one specific match where it has to happen, but it wouldn't be the first time we see it.
It would be like Foot needing to win with kills, BBL and DA both top 4 with kills, and, you know, Question Mark or Twisted Minds with nothing. The stars would have to land here, Saga.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, we can fantasize about this all we want, but realistically, we're going to see BBL, DA, and Foot die within the first 4 minutes of the game, and then just 4v4 between FaZe Clan and Entropic. That doesn't really matter in the end, but it counts for bragging rights. That's probably more realistic, but I tell you what, we can hope for a very impactful end game, because the one that we had at the end of PEC Spring, where it came down to literally the final kill of the tournament, was so unbelievably hype, and we can only hope to recreate that.
Yeah, and I gotta say here, Toby, how close our leaderboard is currently really talks to how, you know, our used to be mid-pack teams or teams that are behind, they have really caught up to all our big teams. It is really, you know, 6, 7, 8 teams that are extremely close to each other in terms of skill and consistency.
And I think a lot of that goes into no one gets invited to grand finals anymore. You gotta bring everyone in right from the start on these ones, and they're proving that these qualifier stages, these upper bracket, losers bracket, whatever we want to be in, stages are incredibly difficult to have to play through. And as we were talking about coming into yesterday's broadcast, hard to predict top 8, sure, but as you can see here, practically impossible for a reset coming into the grand finals to predict who will be top 2 by the end of this tournament.
All right, quick prediction, Saga. What team doesn't make it off Foot, BBL, and DA?
I'll tell you what, DA's 2-2 splits are a little over aggressive. I think they're getting punished in the early game, and they're going to miss out.
I would agree, but I also think this is a game where DA doesn't split because they know what's at the line. So I'm going to go BBL.
All right, that's cool. I gotta say, this is gonna be an extremely exciting match to watch here. We have just the last game to go here for the upper bracket for the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers, of course. Tomorrow we're gonna be showing the lower bracket, but let's see who goes straight to the final in the top 8 here. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much. One more match left to play here in the top bracket. As you were saying, Saga, yes, you can win the upper bracket, but that essentially only creates for bragging rights, as nothing else really comes with it. We're going to full reset coming into the grand finals. No, the top 8 is where you want to be. And now we have that fun situation where does any of those really solidified teams go out to stir the pot now? Do they go out to mess things up for the other teams, or do they just let them play it on their own?
The real question would be, do any of the teams that are looking to make that cut, any of those MEA orgs, have a reason to paint a target on the side of their heads? Do they have a favorable drop spot that somebody else might like? I mean, South George is pretty nice. I can't imagine that anyone's really going to be contesting BBL for drop spots overall, but I think, to be fair, it will just be a case of just play your own game and just really go for it. This is the final chance that you have to get direct qualification to the grand finals. You can't mess up now.
No, and as we kind of explained on the desk just before, let's just line it up for you one last time. Top 8 through DA, BBL tied at 75. Foot currently the team out, but they have had back-to-back really good games. A win followed by a second place. They are really looking strong here coming into the final wrangle of the day. And then we have up above them Twisted and Question Mark, which for now definitely looking very, very solid. But if both DA, BBL, and FUT get good games going, they aren't necessarily safe to be in both of them. One of them could potentially fall.
Big turnaround, actually, for FUT, considering their Erangel games on day one were an average of 3.5 points per game. So they've really picked their moment to come back to life and just solidify the fact that this is a team that was minutes away from making an appearance at PGS 1, and then the PGC points leaderboard would look entirely different. Yeah, things could have been so different back in March if just one or two gunfights had gone the opposite way. But for now, all comes down to this final game to see whether or not they'll go directly to the grand finals. That we don't really doubt they're going to get to the grand finals regardless, but it would be nice to get there today.
Okay, let me ask another question. If we were to just focus on DA, BBL, and FUT Esports, not so much talking about who is least likely to qualify now, but who would have the hardest time of the three in lower bracket?
I think in lower bracket, where we talk about the unpredictability of some of the teams who maybe don't have the same experience, and splits will be very dangerous. Again, DA, even so far in this tournament, we've seen DA take a full send hot drop on the western side of military base. They, as much as they've improved and become a little more disciplined, they can still get drawn into some shenanigans, and there's going to be a whole lot of shenanigans in the lower bracket, and we've got some here as well.
I need to know how this happened. Why is Example here? And why is Gustav right next to him? I need to know what led to this kill. The worst thing is I don't know if I will ever know, but I guess Example was just running around there, and Chris is just biking across. You know, that was a perfect transition. Let's just go from that situation to a bike. Boink. I mean, it's yeah.
Yeah. This really seems to sum up the fact that a lot of teams are very confident in the fact that they're not getting knocked out of the top 8.
True.
They're correct. No one's going to be dislodging Ascend. They're fully clear. They'd need 3 teams to get 25 plus point games. It's not going to happen. They're chilling.
Yeah, it's a pretty good place for them to sit right now. Question mark. Again, I mean, they would really have to. I mean, not really. They would have to get a 0-point game here effectively, and also very specifically, 4 or 5 teams would need to have 10+ point games. Which, again, in a kind of roll of the dice, you need specific outcomes. It's very hard. But looking at the teams that need the points and look at how they've been playing today, still very possible.
Why is this happening, Toby?
Why are we? Is this APAC PUBG?
I think this is someone's been smacked off in DMs and said, "Hey, meet me on Potato Hill, you dweeb."
Both of them, but here comes the follow-up. James with the hip fire. SKS around the corner. We'll get one more, and this is just to all the people who are playing fantasy going, "Oh, you want minus points? Well, let's give them to you, because believe you me, a lot of people have." Well, pretty much all FaZe players and most Na'Vi players on their teams too. So there you go. A lot of minus points being dashed out to anyone out there watching.
Actually, that's a good point. We must all be doing horribly because we've barely mentioned fantasy at all today. Normally we can't stop talking about.
I said from the start that I've just dropped trying to be clever on fantasy, because I can pick teams that on paper are phenomenal but then do nothing. And this is this tournament has not been any different.
Yeah, I am 0.06 points ahead of you. That is true. So
why are we?
just thought I'd double check while Na'Vi and FaZe just run it down at each other. Something to talk about, I suppose.
They want to. I mean, you know what? It's almost 10:30. They want to get up tomorrow. They want to chill. They want to get this over with. And for Uber, able to find Correxy there, it's gonna leave this down to a 1v1, and maybe, just maybe, Vex has uninstalled the mortars early. Uber will now try and replicate that. And that one's going to bounce over the top and almost take him out. Not quite going to happen, though, as he's now inside. And Vex will come out victorious with 1 HP. Because why not make it as close as possible? And on the backside of that, here are the piranhas in the water that have smelt the blood. Why not kill half the server in this plank compound.
Exhibit A of why DA is the team who might get drawn into some of the chaos in the lower bracket, where this kind of thing is probably going to be commonplace. Just seems like there's gunshots, so the MEA players just sort of gravitate towards them. DA thankfully have kept their distance. They're just putting in shots from afar, but Howl and Yeppa seem more than happy just to take this as TDM.
Yeah, I mean,
Fex is just stuck in the middle now.
It's one of those, am I stuck with you or are you stuck with me? He doesn't have a shotgun yet, so I'd say he's still somewhat stuck. But even then, I mean, he has nothing to lose. And in all fairness, neither Yeppa or Howl really has a whole lot to gain. Unless if Howl does manage to pull off a 30-kill win here, then sure, that's doable. But I'm not even gonna fall into that.
Yeah. Come on now. Good little spray, but 2x Org didn't quite get it done this time around. Fex has become very quiet all of a sudden. Odamavesi has not forgot about him. But the Howl have said, actually, forget about this. We're just going to back away. We've lost one. We got a kill. Fair trade. Fex, though, he's going to try and get phased to 100.
Oh, gotta get those flushes. We know how much they need the points. Oh, nice angle from Medbay. We'll be able to get one confirmed. She's gonna run in and loot. Nope, now Exalt comes in because why not? And gets themselves some extra points.
Well.
What is this? Guys,
it's like a horde
stop
mode.
it.
It's just wave
there are
after
more
wave.
compounds in this first circle than this one. You do not have to come here. This is the, I mean, look, okay. If we were to look at the spiral effect of what has happened here, look at the south half of the map. There are effectively 6 players there. On the southern, and he got a flush with a pistol. Because why not?
Of course he did.
There are effectively 6 players. Make that 5. Make that 4 players on the southern half of the map. Please hard shift south. Please circle hard shift south. Because I mean, Ascend is there. If there's a team that tends to get a circle going that way or two, that would be them. So it wouldn't be out of the question.
Ascend is just begging for this to happen every game. They've got about 8 kilometers of free space. Metabay gets a grenade in the kitchen. Moloduct will just have to wait for it to go off before he finishes the push.
Who's the next team to push
and
this?
Finally, the TDM is at an end? Question mark.
Wait, no one
Seems
is
that
pushing
way.
this?
Yeah, no.
This,
Howl have. Well, Schofield, all that remains of Howl, has decided that he's not going to get involved. It's just a full line. Everyone's to the north, apart from Ascend, and Chris, probably just on a bike, is just going to make his way in this direction and just come across these houses and just wonder what in the world happened here.
18 players down prior to the 10-minute mark, and Ascend, you know what? Please just pull up on this.
Yeah, if they just
for the
parachute
just do it for the memes. The thing is, I'm not sure if they are exactly aware of where that fight went down. I mean, it's not exactly a prio position that teams tend to fight over early game, but who knows? Maybe they'll run into it by mistake on purpose. We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, Circle does shift over towards School. Twisted Mind's going to be sat very, very well in this one. DA as well in a good position. And Foot Esports, the team up towards the north, the team on the cusp, have to figure out how they're going to approach this. We're seeing the emergency pickup being lined up. Are they going to go for it, all of them? Maybe send a couple down with it? Or what are they planning on doing here?
I
think they're all going for it. After all doing the same thing. So more pickups being found this time around.
But where will they end up is the question. Are we all just going to have like a slightly delayed full hot drop on apps? Is Twisted Minds going to have to defend their honor once again from this position? Perfectix in the School by himself, so if that is the target of anyone's parachuting shenanigans, that might be a problem for Twisted Minds.
Well, why not scout the compound? Please just push the compound. I would really want for Ascent to push this compound, and then when they come down there, see there like 19 corpses and go,
Yeah.
The actual...
Why are there so many cards here? They can't all be spawns.
Exactly. Twisted Minds, well, might as well install those flag cannons early as they try and take Foot out, who are dropping onto school. Wait, no. Are they? Yes, they are. Full speed forward into school they go. Twisted Minds trying to set up any sort of anti-aircraft possible. T-Bone knocked on arrival, and they now know who they're dealing with. Are they going to push this, or are they going to back off? Seems like Perfectix, at least for now, trying to get into a better position. They have grouped up here, but are they leaving? It seems like they might just be. They're giving Foot this position.
Yeah, they brought the backup over, they brought in the support just in case things were going to get a little hairy, but with the one knock that came through, Foot not looking to get overly aggressive. I mean, they can't really afford to get overly aggressive. Ascend absolutely can, and they're going to.
We totally needed one more team here. We could not just let it end with 5 teams. We needed the 6th. We needed one more team in this building. I just want like a panorama, not a panorama, what do you call it, like a cinematic fly-through from the observers now, where we just see all the crates in there. There's gotta be so many corpses in this building. And Schofield is still not done.
Yeah, Schofield's still killing off Exalt from down below.
What is this?
Man.
What is
Take
this?
the fight out of the Hound, but you can't take... Other way around.
Yeah.
Up on the roof. Not really required. Michael will get the job done. Fate will meet his fate. And Schofield will just have to sit back in his compound, fire some bolty shots, and be happy that at the very least the team that wiped out the rest of his team is now dead. But also Ascend stole some of their kills, so now he has to kill them as well. Vendetta fully secured.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want this circle to quadruple hard shift onto Ascent now, just so we can end the game in the compound. We would try and beat the Guinness World Record of how many players can die in the same building in a game of competitive PUBG. Please just hard shift southeast for the memes. I would be all for it.
Has to go away from the water, right? We're on copium.
Oh my god!
Okay,
It actually went down there, and we didn't even have to shift away from water. It's a wow. Oh wait, yeah. This is
Yeah, eventually. Well, Twisted Minds will be going back to apps, and Foot have profited bigly from their emergency parachute directly onto the school. They did just about manage to swipe the revive, keep all 4 back alive. It was T-Bone that got originally knocked and was in a bit of a dangerous spot. Maybe got quite fortunate that BBL were actually dealing with a sneaky attempt at a push from Smoke Wall up towards the water tower, or likely would have been killed off. But this could be big, as Digital Athletics looking to make a move past apps. QF more than likely going to be lost, and they are 76 points, close to the cutoff.
That is a dangerous run through to try and make, knowing there's teams on the west side in those apartments, and the amount of time you have to spend traversing that field just makes it so damn easy for players to take you out. Liking this route much more, going a bit closer to Entropic maybe, but their ankles aren't good, and therefore the remaining 2 DA players should be able to cross over safely.
BBL on the move now. They've
go straight
left
to them.
Roadhog behind. Yeah, they're going a direct route, and
Oh no.
it seems like we're doing it again. Oh, the kill feed T-Bone being... Where did they
BBL
go,
down.
Toby?
BBL
What
down.
just happened?
The three teams fighting for points here, just running straight into one another. And Foot now set on one side. Spyro blows himself up. Not sure exactly what that was all about, but it just adds to the... what is it? I don't even know what the word for it is. Oddness, weirdness, strangeness that has become this match.
They call it the game 6ness, I believe.
Yeah, that's another way to put it, I suppose.
Oh man, Lyron just, well, he got the final bullet on 2 players of BBL with a grand total of just about 70 damage, so they were already tagged up pretty heavily, but that's by far the worst case scenario for BBL to go out with 0 points, give the points over to a direct competitor. There's no way that they can do anything to overtake now, so all they can do is hope that Foot Esports get completely deleted, and from their position in school, that is very unlikely.
Yep, depending on, of course, where the next circle takes us. If we do go hard south, that might just be a change. Also, I like how after all, I mean, they were one of 2 teams to take the emergency pickup to the circle. They're now the only team in the blue. Just I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes you
After all
get
things.
sometimes you don't get the circle with the parachute in. Now let's see, 5 seconds to go until the next circle pops, and we're seeing Entropic in the meantime approach Ascent, because why not bring more people over to this compound? And Circle, well, keeps it in.
Within a couple of 100 meters, it's a stretch, but I suppose we'll count it. Evas gets added to the death total of the most haunted houses
It
on a
really
wrangle,
is.
and actually,
It really is.
Tropic, they've backfilled the houses. They found at least 2 bodies, and might be adding a third as well, as Kilyakai gets double headshotted. Actually, that's a pretty sick spray from Lucarux, and well, Ascend have just had the rug fully swept out from under their feet, and now they have to push the compound again. And what do you know? If you look to the northwest,
Oh, look at that! Solo is coming down here as well. We're gonna reach a point, Saga, where half the server has died in and around this compound. In phase 4. This is stupid, but in a really, really, really fun way. Why not just put the M16 on burst and see what you can get with it? Brexco finds Mexi on the roof. As they now consider pushing further forward, they must have heard the shots fired from the other side. Those that force a send off, knowing there are only 2 left alive, are those that just make them eager for finding even more potential points. And also Twisted Minds is shooting up in this direction, so we'll see if anything even wilder is going to happen off of this.
I mean, again, there is a solid 400 meters of empty space between this and any other team. It's just really just got a massive gravitational pull, it seems, this area. And Entropic are just holding it down inside the buildings again, just letting Solo put the damage onto Ascend as they try to wrap around the edge. Not getting overly aggressive, but there's so many bodies here. You can loot whatever you like.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this compound could use like at least one more team.
Oh,
and you know what? Why not bring it in?
Please.
We're seeing, no, they're actually flying straight down towards it. Woo, what are you doing? Just get out of here. Just get out of here already. We are already reaching half the server dead in that position. We don't need more. As much as I'm saying that, I really wish we get a lot more. In the meantime, Marco lobbing nades on down, really wanting to solidify their top spot. And, well, so far they're doing it. After all, in trouble here.
A lot of trouble. Got a shack to work with, and they get caught grenade in hand. Mitrelius doesn't even need to ADS the AK. Just sits both of them down, and that, again, might just not be great news for Foot. They were maybe hoping that a way would be opened up so that they would have an easier path to try and make a rotate into the zone. They're one of the few teams that does need to make a move. I'm actually opting to go the entirely different way. They're wrapping around the east, and oh no, Toby,
back into
what could
score?
possibly be on the east?
Yeah, a lot of players, and now they're going. I mean, they're technically the buildings are still in beamy though. Falls to blue. Vard has to continue further forward.
Yeah.
T-Bone needs to make the run on in now as well. And Spiro finds AC. So Foot Esports thought that if we just wait for a sec, if we just let this one play out, we can move. And worst comes to worst, they were technically still in. But now they lose 2 because they tried to rotate out. I mean, of course, you don't necessarily want to sit in that role, but right now, as we're in placement points, obviously they don't necessarily have the exact numbers, but they just need 3 points to tie with BBL. It's
if they're all placement points, then they'll tie the placement points as well.
Yeah.
Boy.
You just need
We're
to
really in
sit
trouble.
tight and wait this one out. And then it's going to be the team that had the best game, the latest one, which would be them. Ooh, that nade just showed. We'll see if the molly comes over. If it does anything, nope, not going to happen. You can't vault with your teammate on the back either, so they have to commit to the rest in this exact position. It seems like they will just be able to get it, and help coming through from the one team that should not be helping them whatsoever. EA looking to try and see if they can find something. But falls, that's further forward, though. But the rest does come through. Now they can go for the next one. Good thing for them is that no one is really around. It's only Lou, and he's now forced to back off as he's burnt through all his utility.
Yeah, they just got the angle wrong on kind of guessing at where the revive was coming through, the smoke blocking the line of sight well enough. If he had just, I don't know, used some sort of godlike intuition and said they're probably right on the edge of the blue zone, bounced a nade off the wall, that would have been Foot eliminated, with Vard getting knocked on the far side. But instead, they do manage to maintain 3 players. don't know if I'd say strong, but 3 players still standing for now. But I think they'd be better off just proning behind that wall and waiting for everyone else to kill each other.
Exactly. No, I mean, they're of course fully aware that BBL fell early. They knew they were going to be close. They only have a couple of points to make that 1 kill actually this game so far. So for FUT Esports, I think for now, as you're saying, just let those other teams fight one another and then take the next circle when it comes. In the meantime, Solo trying to make the run through the open, but Twisted Minds are perfectly positioned inside the apartments to just deal with, well, really the entire server from there.
How insane is it going to be that we're going to have likely 5 teams on 90+ points and not a single team hitting 100?
Well,
it's
that's
been
part of the reason
so
why, right?
perfectly balanced.
Yeah, it really is.
across
No
the
one
route.
able to separate themselves. And that's despite the fact that FaZe and Question Mark really did that yesterday.
Been a big turnaround for a lot of teams, and a lot of teams who desperately needed it have stepped up when the time was right. But it's FUT's turn to give it a shot, pedal to the metal. They've got to get across this open field. They get a placement point as they do, and they just about get out of the line of sight of Twisted Minds in the apartments. But if they go too far, Smoke Wall will be there ready and waiting. But hold on a minute, DA's done it again. No way, they've just clapped a fright from behind. And they bought FUT even more time.
Yep, and they aren't inside the circle, so this is going to have to be FUT Esports pushing forward. Surfy is going to make the play further down. Spots 1, Spots 2. Who do you go for? Spots 8 takes him down instantly. As well, now they're aware that the threat is up close in the hills. Question Mark still on the southern side. Nade's coming through. Vard, though, instantly. Not instantly, but is there with the response to take him down. Should be able to go for the rest here as well, but now comes Twisted Minds. They want to backfill this fight.
Big from Vard. He had the grenade. He was actually priming it to throw it into the smoke where the rest of Smoke Wall were lurking. But as soon as the shots came through, he switched up his attention and actually is dodging out on the spray long enough that T-Bone can come in from long distance. The SLR taps will get just about enough damage through, but Molotov onto Vard. 8C somehow dodges out of it. They can get the revives. They can keep going. How long can they keep this up?
Esports needs 2 more points, and T-Bone is in trouble. Can't get to safety. Touchdown behind the vehicle. He is restable, but outside the circle, and again, not in just yet. 2 more points needed for the tie. Other teams can help them out with team eliminations, but FUT Esports forced to run off here. They simply cannot risk it.
Got no vehicles left. That was down on the low ground, but they've got another placement point on the board. They're tied on points once again. Any single point for FUT Esports from this point on, and they're going to the grand finals and sending BBL into the depths of lower bracket where Clib can get all the practice he wants.
Insanely close for these 2 teams. One falls in return between Twisted Minds and DA as they take the battle to one another. And you can see here, FUT Esports seeing this in the kill feed, they just want to last. They just want to outlast their position. They do not want to be in the crosshairs of anyone right now. And if they can wait it out just a little while longer, they should be able to surpass. Because you'd have to imagine that this is going to be a team eliminated in just a second's time.
Don't even want to peek out to steal away a flush. There's so many available in front of them, but they just do not want to risk giving up a knock. Gonna trust in Batulins to land this grenade on Matrelius.
Nope.
He didn't.
Not gonna happen. You can't see him behind that little sandbag stack either. In the meantime, though, Batulins finds the second as well. Crucial shots connected. Vard got a knock on Skasu as well. So we'll see if he can get the confirm on that one. Now Vard falls in return. So just wait a moment. There's been no flush confirmed. I mean, if they can get the rest here, they're in trouble. And FUT eliminated. But does the kill come through, or do they get the rest onto him? They do. If the rest comes through, they are safe. The point doesn't go there, and that is going to be BBL through on the tie.
Wow. A game of literally inches. It really could not have been closer for FUT Esports. Missing out on a tiebreaker. So unfortunate. But you know what a great consolation prize would be? If Smoke Wall, all the way down in 16th place, were to have a 3v1v1v1 and a great chance to pick up a win to round out the upper bracket.
We'll have to wait until after the game is over to be completely sure that everything is as as written. But right now, this tie does have a BBL ahead of them. In the meantime, question mark. I mean, cleanup duty for them, really. Try and pushing on through this one. And then you have Smokewall, a team with little to gain off of this, able to lob a good nade forward, taking out question mark. And now, Sparrow against Smokewall for the win in the final match of the day. The final match of this upper bracket. But my eyes are still on that tie. I'm not sure how... I like to try and do math on this, but I'm not gonna, because they got 5th. They got 5th, right? So they're gonna tie in placement points too.
I don't trust myself to be correct in my assessment, so I'm
gonna wait and see. I'm gonna let the admins.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait. Let them do it. But I'm not 100% that what we're seeing here is the final outcome of this. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let the admins call it.
Pyro has a chance to be the hero that could drag Twisted Minds into first place with over 100 points if he can pick up this clutch. Would be kind of like Big Brother beating up Little Brother after they demand a turn on the Xbox. Say this is our time for some glory. Spyro could be the one to put it right back down.
See if he can do anything here. 42 bullets in the chamber. Probably won't get time to reload once he starts shooting, depending on the position he's got to work with. But 1v3, I mean, against anyone, it's going to be tough, if not near impossible. But if there's one to do it, let's see if it can be Spyro. Nate lobbed on over. Kazoo, half HP down. But that also just reveals the position so much more.
Read on Spyro's position has been getting steadily worse. Safrite had it originally just overthrew the grenade at this location and now thinks maybe he's on the next tree behind. Smokewall spreading out a little bit. He does have some opportunities to find 1v1s.
So quiet. I love the fact that Smokewall actually running out on the hunt here. They know it's a 3v1, but they do not want to throw it. While, of course, their lower bracket journey is guaranteed regardless of the win here. They still want to come up with a win at least to bring some, or try to bring some momentum into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, it's a big swing of confidence if you pick up a win against a legend of the game like Spyro.
There you go.
You put him down and say, you know what? We might not have had the best of times in the upper bracket, but if we can do this, then the lower bracket should be a piece of cake for Smokewall.
Yeah, solid play coming through for them in the end. Didn't have to do much to begin with, but once half the server had killed themselves in the village or in the compound down the southern side, they did manage to fend off against all the threats coming close, effectively, potentially putting a stop to the FUT Esports race for top 8. Again, gonna have to wait and see with the admins exactly how it's gonna line up. But as it stands right now, it's BBL in and FUT out.
I'm thinking about it. The way that all of the fighting went down on the houses, I would have believed you if you told me it was like Yepper and Howl that started it off, but the fact that it was FaZe and Na'Vi was the first to engage in that compound, and it just drew everybody else in towards it, save from a merry few who actually had to play the game a little bit seriously. And unfortunately for FUT, they tried their hardest. They really put blood, sweat and tears into every step of the way. Could not quite make it work. Probably. We'll have to wait for confirmation. Martin, give us the answers.
Welcome. I can tell you the answers, but I actually also want to wait. I found the rule book,
yep,
or
I
got
did
the rule
too.
book handed to me, and it looks like it's going to come down to the recent match performance, obviously, which would make FUT into that 8th spot instead of BBL, and that makes Clip come back to March, and he's going to have to go lower bracket. We go more practice. Thank you so much. But yeah, it's gonna be super exciting. Of course, it looks like it, but let's wait for the final answer. What an exciting match here! What a game 6 of scrims kind of feeling it to begin with. Everything, Saga.
It was definitely a game 6. It was one of the game 6s of all time for sure. I think there was a little bit of a hint there that a lot of these teams knew that there was no possibility for them to either make the top 8 or be knocked out of the top 8, and they played like it as well. But the teams that were still kind of on that cusp, on that precipice, and even Twisted Minds, who weren't really in any danger, but they just wanted to dominate the lobby, they almost made it to first place off that game.
Yeah, exactly. And this, of course, you know, you guys said that half of the server almost died within the vicinity of this compound here, Toby. It was pretty fun to see, though. I gotta say, you were shaking your head. You think it's dumb, but I think it's funny that, you know, Navi and FaZe, they find each other and they're like, all right, we're both top 8. Let's kill each other. That makes it like all the other teams have less impact on what happens, so they have to fight for the point even more.
Yeah, at least none of the teams that actually had something to lose or gain went to this compound just to see themselves die. That's true. We had DA, Foot Esports, and BBL try to the best of their ability to play some pretty smart PUBG here in the end of this one.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we're gonna have to wait for the total standings to see what are the top 8 teams. But I gotta say, what we've seen so far and from the teams that we've been witnessing here for the 12 game saga, it's been a lot of the teams that we expected to do well go straight into the finals here for the top 8.
Yeah, it really has. And the fact that there are so many teams that we expected to do well, and to be fair, all of them performed. There was just too many of them to fit all of them into a top 8. So whoever has missed out, it's not necessarily because they didn't perform well, it's just they didn't perform as well as everyone else who performed a little bit better. And a little bit is the emphasis in that sentence. The margins are so unbelievably slim between so many of these teams, but in the end, a best of 12 is going to be close, regardless, and they've got another one to go if you didn't make it in this one.
Yeah, good luck to the teams going there tomorrow. Of course, we're going to be joined by 8 teams coming in for that tomorrow. That's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be another BO12 in the lower bracket, and the 8 last spots for the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers here for the final. It's going to spot on Friday. It's going to be a best of 18. And by that, I kind of hope that it's not going to be, 5 points separating, 300 PGC points, Toby.
No, it's going to be... It's good. I mean, I keep saying it's going to be close. Had I thought that we were going to come down to a third rule and a tiebreaker on this one, nope. That's even closer than I had anticipated this one to be. But again, if any previous tournaments can be gone by, then it's just always going to be close. But it goes to show the depth of this group. It's absolutely insane and a freaking joy to be able to broadcast.
And I gotta say, I have really enjoyed what we've seen from FaZe and from Navi. They have stepped up their game, and they needed to. They were a little bit behind, 300 points behind Ascent, and Navi not even being into the top 6 right now, going to PGC if the standings were to stay as they are, Saga.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe themselves didn't make it to the grand finals at PGS 1, so they're going to make damn sure they make it to the grand finals here. And I mean, they're going to PGS 2 regardless, but they're doing everything that they can to improve to the point where it's going to be pretty much a lock-in. And if that is the case, the PGC points are going to be super, super close.
And for the sake of Europe and EMEA in general, we kind of want all these teams to do good. We want EMEA to do good in terms of both Ascent. We kind of want to send through because they already have 120 PGS points. They're already second most points. If they get a top 6, top 5 at PGS 2, Toby, that would guarantee another slot for EMEA. And also if we have, Navi or FaZe or Twisted Minds do really well PGS 2, top 2, that would guarantee another spot, as there's 4 PGS spots from the PGS points to come through for PGC. That would be huge. That would mean that the teams currently fighting for top 6 in EU, they would have are the top 7 or top 8.
Yeah, exactly. The more the merrier, as they say, and the more teams. I mean, I feel like we got a pretty good bunch of teams here. The more we can send through, of course, the better.
Yeah, all right. Let's look at the total leaderboard. It is Foot, as we were talking about. That is going to push out
on a
BBL.
Third tiebreaker.
On the third tiebreaker. Let's just go through that tiebreaker. If number 2 is a tie, which means the highest accumulated placement points. If number 2 is a tie, the team with the higher match points in the most recent match will be higher ranked. With that's also placement points and kills here. And of course, Foot had more than BBL, as BBL went out on 0 placement points and kills in that one. Saga, that is crazy for BBL to miss out like they did in PC.
Yeah, it's the dangers of having a 0-point game at a time like this. It's so painful.
And actually, Martin, I'm not sure that's correct either, because looking at it now, it says in the event of a tie, the team that survived longer. So even if BBL had gotten 10 kills in this game and actually gotten more points than Foot, because they lived longer in the game, Foot is going through from over BBL this time around.
But are you looking at the super, or are you looking at the?
Wait, let's not go into discussion about this one.
No matter what, I looked at the PGS 2 qualifiers rulebook, and that is what it's stating, and that's what it is. We've already sent them through. GG, BBL, have fun in lower bracket, upper bracket here, of course. As you see, it's gonna be tomorrow. If we can take a look at that one more time, that would be great. But yeah, BBL is gonna be that team that is currently in there, and they've been dominating quite a lot, Saga.
Yeah, they've really stepped up. I'll say they took a little longer than some of the other teams after all of the roster shuffles prior to PEC Spring at the start of this year, and it has understandably taken a little bit of time to sort of come to terms with one another, and communication being a big issue for a lot of teams, language barriers to overcome. But BBL, they've been steadily grinding, they've been working, they've been improving, and they were so damn close at getting it done today. Just a 0-pointer in the final game, and it falls apart as quickly as that.
Yeah, it was extremely close, and overall, this fantastic games we've had today. A lot of open terrain circles, as you guys have pointed out, Toby, a few times here. It's been a little bit rough, I gotta say. It's also been very underpopulated compared to what we were used to.
I mean, it's insane now. Even the somewhat city ending we get, there's like 3 teams in there by the end of it. Today's games were arguably taken to some of the most difficult to play endgame areas of all 3 maps, respectively. So, good job on you, PUBG. You made the last day of upper bracket really difficult for these guys.
Right, let's take a look at this one here, Saga. We're looking at, of course, BBL. They're almost, I mean, it should be insane if they don't go through. But after all, Lixol also displayed quite good. Looking at the lower bracket there, quite fast. What are the teams that you're kind of expecting? Of course, here, the upper bracket teams that are going through, teams that we know extremely well, that have been doing super good throughout these 12 games here. FaZe, Twisted Minds, Question Mark, Ascend, Entropic, Digitalytics, Navi, and of course, Foot here on the last straw.
Yeah, huge. Massive congratulations to all of them. Foot Esports, go take an ice bath, go sit in a cold shower or something, just chill for a while. But in terms of the lower bracket teams that we expect, I mean, we've touched on Salvam already. It's a team that has certainly had huge performances in the past. We expect big things from them. We also have to look at Monarch, the newly signed Zucht and Nam squad as well. So a new logo, a new name coming in is always going to be a bit of a shine your boots kind of thing coming into the lower bracket finals, so we'd expect to see big things from them.
Yeah, of course. Any teams that you're excited to see tomorrow here, besides the one we've seen already here, Toby?
No, I'd say Exhalation is a team that maybe goes under quite a few people's radars in terms of their performance. They might not have had the flashiest performance, but they have been in the game for a long time. So who knows, maybe tomorrow and the day after will be a set of games where experience maybe outweighs new kind of crazy shenanigan abilities. And if that's going to be the case, then Exhalation, of the teams that are coming in from the lower brackets, is one of the teams with the most experience.
All right, Saga, last thought here before we end the show.
Yeah, it's been a really solid set of upper bracket games. Really couldn't have asked it to be any closer the entire way through, as much as it looked dominant on day 1. So many teams stepped up on day 2, and I can't wait for me, James Calaris Carroll, to come back tomorrow to cast the lower bracket. Yeah, thank you so much to the body and stun double of James Calaris Carroll to come in. And of course, you're coming back, joining us on the last day in the finals. So thank you so much for stopping in here. Saga, it was a pleasure to listening to you and your insights. Of course, thank you to you, Toby, as well. Always a pleasure to have you on. And thank you to myself. Thank you for coming in here to doing analysis and hosting here, the trial role here. No, but it's been great. And the upper bracket is done. We have our first 8 teams to join us in the final for the next weekend here. That was PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers upper bracket. Tomorrow, same time, same place, we will be starting the lower bracket, where we find the last 8 teams that are going to be joining us in the final to see what 2 teams join our 3 partner teams going to Riyadh. See you then.